Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more interesting parts. Chapter 87. Jiang Jiuan gently placed his hand on the button on the stone pillar that was emitting a faint fluorescence and pressed it down. The next moment, the light and shadow changed between heaven and earth. Jiang Jiuan's expression changed. He could feel that the scene around him had completely changed. Isn't this Sky Island the final battle site? Those are tall buildings with ancient style. The wind was howling, and gusts of slightly turbid wind blew from the sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds, purple turbid air was rolling in the sky, and thunder could be vaguely seen running. The sky was dark, with lightning and thunder. The towering attic rose from the ground, and countless soldiers holding weapons stood on both sides of the duel arena, looking imposing and solemn. If you look closely, you can see tiny flashes of electricity in the air. The castle tower. Where General Thunder is. Jiang Jiuan narrowed his eyes. Sky Island copy, but came to the castle tower. There are a lot of things hidden in here. Jiang Jiuan wanted to use his magical powers to detect the surroundings, but he seemed to be restricted by some force and was unable to make any move. In front of me, the scene is still changing. It seems that I have to understand the changing story first before this dungeon challenge can really begin. Is this to give us some background? Jiang Jiuan chuckled. People are most fearless when they are unprepared. But once you get a glimpse of the darker side of the story that's coming, a seed is planted. Not deep, but not shallow either. It just makes people feel fear and doubt psychologically. Finally, until collapse. At least, this is the psychological suggestion for ordinary people. Unfortunately, among the four Jiang Jiuan standing here, which one can be considered an ordinary person? Wasteland Wanderer, the worst curse user, Ronin Yetiendi. Oh, and there's a time traveler. In terms of strength, this lineup is made up of thugs. At the age of 17, I am afraid of school violence? No. So vulgar. At the age of 17, school violence scared me. My eyes continued to look forward, and the light and shadow continued to change. The picture gradually changed from blurry to clear. Accompanied by the crackling of lightning, the next moment, the space seemed to suddenly distort. Countless lightning bolts suddenly burst out, and a purple light flashed by. A moment is also a moment. A flash of lightning slashed out with the force of thunder. Jiang Jiuan's pupil shrank. This power. The heaven and earth resonate with it. Above the sky, the vortex clouds 1,000 meters away from the ground were suddenly dyed a manic purple by the pull of this blow, and countless thunders like ferocious beasts were roaring. In the air, a purple-haired woman with a delicate face and indifferent expression stepped down from the steps. Her long purple braids fluttered in the wind behind her head, and the ends of her hair flashed with a faint purple light. The sword in his hand was wrapped in lightning, extremely sharp. The woman had a dignified figure, eyes like water, and a loose long dress wrapped around her perfect body. The huge and terrifying aura emanating from her was like long swords in the sky, but also like a long straight line, just like the most terrifying thunder in the world. The god of Inajima, General Thunder. One of the 7 rulers of this world, the oldest in the world. The only 2 survivors of the ancient Inajima battlefield during the Demon War. A true god. General Lei Dian stepped slowly onto the ground in a pair of exquisite high heels, put away the long sword in his hand, his face remained calm, as if everything was normal. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and purple lightning appeared. The power beyond the mortal level instantly swallowed up everything behind him, and the rocks and buildings on the ground collapsed in an instant. The sword is put away, and the remaining power is revealed. Clang! A broken blade knife flew out at the blow of General Thunder, and spun into the ground with a crisp sound. A young man in red clothes and white hair was reflected on the blood-stained blade. Finally, I failed. Yet, he should have thought of that earlier. No matter how strong a person is, he is still just a person. How can he defeat God? In order to seek eternity, General Raiden issued the Eye Hunting Order and the National Lock Order to Inajima, to take back the God's Eye from all those who possessed the God's Eye. The Eye of God is the embodiment of one's own vision being so strong that it is recognized by God. Once it is taken away, the more one trusts and believes in the Eye of God, the stronger the backlash will be. For those adventurers who have been using the Eye of God for many years, this is almost equivalent to taking their lives. But God's words cannot be regretted. If you don't hand it over, I will take it away by force. The young man was originally a Ronin samurai. Fortunately he had a few good friends and was not discovered to have a divine eye. He could have lived a free life with his best friends. But he was extremely puzzled by General Lei Dian's foolish behavior. No one has the power to deprive others of their wishes, not even God. Wu Xiang's sword strike is the pinnacle of General Lei Dian's martial arts. That knife may not be beyond your reach. This is the young man's bold statement to his friend. He went alone, with one sword, he hung the Eye of God in the most conspicuous place, walked towards the heavenly keep, the eternal place where General Raiden was, and initiated a duel in front of the Emperor. A man stands alone with sword in hand, breaks through the army and takes off his armor to look for the enemy. The young man initiated this duel in front of the Emperor not for himself. He was not like the rebels who rebelled because the lockdown order made their livelihood difficult. He was not like the rebels who were originally against the lockdown order but found a grand excuse to oppose the Eye Hunting Order. He was just fighting for the lives of this country. He was not fighting against the shogunate army which was mostly composed of innocent people, but against General Raiden who was determined to pursue eternity. His knife never points at innocent people. On the duel field, the young man's knife was stained with blood. He also lost his life because of this. This duel in front of the Emperor was lost, completely. And the loser will have to face that unexpected blow. That knife seemed to really be the difference between mortals and eternity, with an incomparable gap appearing in the middle. It cannot be crossed, and cannot even be looked at directly. The young man stopped thinking in bitterness, and the broken knife in front of him reflected only a pool of blood. Until the end, there was not even a sigh. In the distance, a white-haired young man in long clothes suddenly ran out. A streak of red highlights was so obvious, and the figure was like an undetectable breeze, rushing straight towards the imperial fighting arena where the outcome had already been decided. There was confusion, astonishment, anger, and bewilderment in his eyes. In the distance, Jiang Jiuan's expression froze, and he turned to look at the young man next to him with highlighted hair and a light green god's eye hanging on his neck. Maple Leaves. Chapter 88. In the scene before him, all that could be seen of the young man who suddenly rushed out was a head full of white hair, his clothes and face were unclear. In the blur, one could only vaguely see that the young man looked very dignified. But I couldn't see his specific appearance. The young man used his incredibly fast and strange speed to evade the interceptions of the shogunate troops one by one, and pounced on the dead young man like a gust of wind. There was silence in the air and he said nothing. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the young man's divine eye, whose light had dimmed, into his palm, and quickly ran away. After seeing this scene, countless shogunate troops picked up their weapons and chased after the young man with red highlights, with anger on their faces. And the picture ends here. Until the end, the young man never showed his face. But Jiang Jiuan knew clearly that the young man was Wang Ye beside him. And the young man who died in the duel in front of the emperor was Meng Yi's friend. This seems to be a story. Bai Yue Kui spoke after careful consideration. But what's the point of telling this story? And who are the four people who appear in the picture besides the soldiers? It seems to be a tragic story. Xia Yuji shrugged. Jiang Jiuan didn't say anything, but just looked at Wang Ye quietly out of the corner of his eye. Wang Yi's maple red eyes were as calm as waves, and there seemed to be no ripples at all, as if the story just now was not about him. But the slight tremor of the soul was still captured. Although it is very thin, it is very intense. The next moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed again. The castle tower, Manyo and his friends, Gojo Satoru, and others in the picture all disappeared like bubbles. Finally, only still water remained. Above the water stood the god who had put an end to Manyo's friends. The ruler of thunder, general of lightning. She looked calm and indifferent, and if you didn't look closely, you would think she was no different from an ordinary woman with stunning looks. But if you feel it carefully, you can sense the amazing aura of the other person. It was like the first thunder between heaven and earth. The challenge officially begins. Please note, guard the stone pillar on your right-hand side. If the stone pillar is destroyed, the challenge will fail directly. Jiang Jiuan frowned slightly. Sure enough, the background story that had just been played was designed to instill fear in their opponents in the upcoming battle. Add to that the fact that failing the challenge will result in death, which is a terrifying addition to the terrifying world and can even make people fall into despair. Their opponent is the stand-in created by Thor, General Thunder. No, it looks like General Raiden is going to simplify it even more. But judging from the appearance, the stand in front of him was no different from Thor. For some people with weaker strength, they couldn't even tell the difference. But the strength is still a little worse. For those who can climb to an altitude of 1,500 meters to take on the challenge, this Thunder General does have a chance of winning. Of course, this possibility is not high. After all, General Raiden was a substitute created by the God of Thunder to rule the country. Even if he was weak, he was still 1,000 times stronger than a mortal. Men Yi, are you sure you can kill her? No. Wang Ye shook his head slightly. On the side, Bai Yue Kui, who had just witnessed the might of General Lei Dian in the picture, looked at Wang Ye with some curiosity and asked. It seems that you know this woman. Men Yi hummed softly, one of the 7 rulings of the earthly world, and also the god of Inajima, the lightning general Beelzebub. Another powerful being from 4.7 billion years ago. Is this Beelzebub very powerful? Well, a huge canyon was split open with one sword, and it is called the Wuxiang blade slot. Is this god? Xiaoyuji shrugged and chuckled softly. This god is a bit watery, right, Wu? In Geto's impression, Gojo Satoru could easily open up a canyon by throwing out a. Even he himself could do this with some special means. Jiang Jiuan's mouth twitched. Gee, do you think that God is only strong in combat power? You don't think they just self-proclaimed their godhood because of their great strength, do you? That was conferred by Sky Island, they have other powers. On the side, Men Yi glanced at Xiaoyuji, looked him up and down, and explained gently. The Thunder God didn't split the mountain with all his strength to create a valley. Instead, he killed an invading demon with one strike, and the residual power that escaped split the valley. Xiaoyuji. Wow, so awesome! Xiaoyuji thought about whether he could do it. If this, that, and this again. FK, still can't do it. Interesting. So this Thunder God is the strongest person of that era. Bai Yue Kui muttered to himself. At the same time, I was shocked. Split the canyon, split the canyon, split the canyon. Although Bai Yue Kui is strong, when facing a strong man of this level, his mentality is still shocked like an ordinary person seeing an extraordinary person. No wonder this man dares to call himself a god. With such strength, it is understandable that he is so arrogant. Before Wang Ye could answer Bai Yue Kui's question, Jiang Jiuan spoke first. No. Although the Thunder God is strong, he can't be called the strongest in that era when the demon god was rampant. The Thunder God you just saw is the 2nd generation Thunder God. The 1st generation Thunder God was born in a war between demon gods. In that war, there were only 7 winners among dozens of demon gods. They are the 7 rulers of the earthly world in the future, or more commonly known as the 7 gods. The 1st generation of Thunder God can be considered the weakest among the 7 gods, and is only good at politics. But his sister is good at martial arts, and the two of them complement each other to ascend to the throne of God. The first generation of Thunder God died in a disaster in a country. There were 4 other gods who perished with him, so the throne was passed to the second generation of gods. That's why the term second generation Thunder God came into being. But there are still 2 gods of the first generation who have never fallen. Even if the other 5 gods of the same generation died, they never fell. They are the former rock demon god and wind spirit, and now the rock god and wind god. These 2 were the real strong ones in that era. Jiang Jiuan said this very seriously. Morix is the martial god of Liu, also known as the strongest god. Do you know why the statues of Barbados and Beelzebub are both standing, but only Morix is sitting, and he dares to act so arrogantly? How did the huge and majestic Gaiun pavilion come about? It's just a rock spear that Morix casually made during the Demon War. Even though his strength has declined due to 6,000 years of wear and tear, and even the heart of God has been given to Haidong because of the contract, Morix is absolutely confident that he can use his last divine power to help Liu block the disaster brought by the demon god. It is absolutely true that Morix is stronger than Thor. As for Barbados, Jiang Jiuan suddenly thought of something bad. Did I tell a lie about Barbados when I made Taverin my mount? Jiang Jiuan felt that he had failed the wind god when he had deceived Taverin before, so he simply talked about Barbados' peak period during the Demon War. It must have been the power of Beelzebub when he was still the god of thunder that transformed Mondstadt from a snowy country into a free country with spring all year round and cut off the mountain top and threw it into the sea to improve the terrain. Only by fulfilling my duties as a god can I accumulate divine power. So right now, I am undoubtedly the weakest among the 7 gods, he. Even though Barbados himself said that he is the weakest god, Jiang Jiuan must be transformed today. I say Barbados is awesome. He said he was weak? He is just hiding his strength, he is just awesome. It's definitely not because I made up a lie to deceive Taverin, so I feel guilty if I don't praise Barbados. Well, that's right. Jiang Jiuan showed a confident smile and turned to look at General Lei Dian in the distance. It's okay, we don't need to panic. Although Thor is very strong, we may not be able to defeat him. After all, we have never seen how strong he is. But you see, the Thor we are going to fight is stupid. We've been standing here talking for so long and she still hasn't responded. She must be waiting for us to hit her before the challenge officially begins. Such a stupid Thor must be just a rip-off. Pirated. Xiaoyuja, who was originally eager to try, did not feel at ease after hearing what Jiang Jiuan said. He even looked unexpectedly depressed. If we kill her, won't the throne of Thunder God be vacant for us? I want to be a god for fun. Hey, you're a FG genius. Are you mocking me? No, I was just praising you sincerely. Yet, you actually doubt your best friend. It really makes me feel heartbroken. Xiaoyuja's face turned dark. This set feels so damn familiar. Oh, right. Isn't this what I told you when I kicked the door into the secret realm? Damn, moving the dog. Oh, are you at a loss for words? Why are you trying to imitate me? Huh? Jiang Jiuan smiled. Learn from you? If I imitate your speech, all the elementary school students will laugh at me for 3 years. Xiaoyuja. On the side, Wang Ye watched the 2 people quarreling quietly and expressed speechlessness. These 2. Finally, while Bai Yue Kui was watching the fun and Jiang Jiuan and Xiaoyuja were bickering, Wang Ye quietly stepped forward and attacked General Lei Dian with the wind element. In an instant, General Lei Dian, who had been motionless, seemed to have a switch turned on, and his eyes regained their luster. The next moment, lightning flashed. In an instant, the expressions on Jiang Jiuan, Xiaoyuja, and Bai Yue Kui's faces suddenly became serious, and 3 figures flashed away in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by bursts of thunder, a purple lightning flashed from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. As the smoke and dust rolled, ripples continued to form on the water surface. General Raiden swung the sword in his hand and slashed forward, muttering something. See through the bubble. Boom! A sharp flash of lightning crossed the space, sweeping across with unstoppable force. Wherever the lightning passed, there were explosions and roars. The next moment, behind her, Xiaoyuja suddenly appeared like a ghost. Holding a long stick in his right hand, he stabbed out directly. The black dragon pattern on the stick seemed to be alive, coiled directly on the stick, and the huge magical power was running, which was somewhat chilling. Shadow of the back room, domain expansion. Xiaoyuja said softly. With a click, above the water surface, the world suddenly made a crisp sound, as if the moment was recorded by a camera. Then, countless shadows suddenly spread out from the long stick in Gojo Satoru's hand and directly enveloped everyone. Xiaoyuja's eyes froze, his body swung, and the long stick in his hand kept sweeping across. Bang! 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 General Lei Dian waved his sword to block, frowning slightly. Seems to be thinking about something. Endless darkness? The next moment, she thrust the long knife straight into the ground. In an instant, everything in the world was shaken. The remaining clouds in the sky seemed to be stirred up, forming a vortex-like cloud in an instant. Countless purple mists filled the sky, and lightning as thick as giant trees moved in it. Thunder and lightning, even for a moment. Because of the moment, we pursue eternity. But it is this momentary power that can defeat an army of 10,000. Let the thunder fall. General Lei Dian snorted. As if they had heard her command, the thunderclouds in the sky were pressed down a little like a giant beast, squeezing out countless thunders. The lightning snake moved around, instantly engulfing the space. Bai Yue Kui was badly numb, but he fought with all his strength and his current injuries are not too serious. Meng Yi's situation is similar. Gojo Satoru's condition is the worst. More than 200 thunders hit him. The reversal technique continued to operate, and Gojo Satoru was breathing heavily and recovering himself. The oppression this woman gave him was stronger than that of Okotsuju. Manipulating thunder? Is this really a replica? How outrageous should the original body be? Although Gojo Satoru could have suffered this kind of injury when facing any special grade jujutsu master, this time was the most dangerous he had ever felt. Gojo Satoru never used his full strength against him, and other jujutsu masters could not reach this level either. Xiaoyuja felt that, what he was looking at was not a person, but the abyss. Cold, penetrating, yet gentle. How did these strange attributes come together in one person? However, Gojo Satoru didn't care much. He is not good at fighting on his own. Ying, cut her off. Xiaoyuja's face darkened, and the long stick in his hand rolled, blowing out gusts of cold wind. Boring. General Lei Dian held the long sword in one hand, his expression normal. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would not be worth her taking seriously. But the next moment, her shadow behind General Lei Dian seemed to be manipulated, spinning and stabbing directly at General Lei Dian. Thousands of shadows, shadow manipulation. General Lei Dian's face changed, and his figure flashed suddenly, and there seemed to be a hint of purple thunder in the air. The tremendous divine power was activated, and General Lei Dian's long sword went straight for Gojo Satoru's throat. The ability to manipulate shadows is too outrageous. General Lei Dian felt that among these four people, the one with squinty eyes posed the greatest threat. Then let's deal with him first. Xiaoyuja gritted his teeth and changed the position of his hands. Seeing the long knife about to fall on his neck, Xiaoyuja did not panic at all, but just made a seal with a normal expression. Jiang Jiuan suddenly stretched out his hand and used the unlimited technique at full power, colliding with General Lei Dian's long sword. Kang, start! A huge suction force was generated, and General Lei Dian was forced to retract his sword. Hey, you really knew I would save you, so you resisted the urge to defend yourself, right? Have you ever thought about the consequences if I didn't save you? It's okay, you will definitely save me. Xiaoyuji showed a confident and mysterious smile. At the same time, the corners of his mouth widened. The movement in his hand stopped instantly, and with a bang, a huge mark appeared in front of his hand. Jiang Jiuan clearly felt that this mark contained tremendous magical power, as well as some things he didn't know. It seems to be calling for something. Xiaoyuji waved his right hand towards the sky, and a giant dragon appeared in the sky. I'm sorry, Wu. After all, I came here illegally. If I want to use my strength here, I really need some tricks. But from now on, you won't have to save me. Gojo Satoru smiled happily and appeared above the rainbow dragon in an instant. FK, I knew you wouldn't be that weak. Based on your previous strange train of thought, do you want to use the whirlpool to capture General Lei Dian? Jiang Jiuan suddenly had an idea. FK. Gojo's face darkened, and he was successfully interrupted by Gojo's pretense and deepness. Do I look like a fool? Would I try to use the whirlpool to collect a guy without cursed power? Does my cursed power cost money? That's right. Jiang Jiuan was too lazy to speak, and the red light condensed in his hand. The next moment, the figure disappeared from where it was. Then let's give some cover to Gojo Satoru. In an instant, Jiang Jiuan's hand was against the back of General Lei Dian's head, and the tremendous curse power was condensed, filled with incomparable murderous intent. The pupils of General Lei Dian shrank slightly, and his figure instantly turned into a flash of lightning, flashing 10 meters away. However, Jiang Jiuan also used King to teleport continuously, and entangled with General Lei Dian. 2 rays of light, one blue and one purple, seemed to cut through space, constantly teleporting above the clean water. The loud and rapid knocking sounds were enough to show the intensity of the battle. In a blink of an eye, the two fought for more than 300 rounds. What a tough guy! General Lei Dian thrust the sword in his hand forward. Jiang Jiuan stretched out 2 fingers, gently blocked the knife, tilted his head and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. At the same time, I felt a little depressed. After using AO so many times, even if it was the lowest end teleportation version, the cursed energy was almost running out. However, the time has come. In the sky, Gojo Satoru jumped down from the sky with the 3 special cursed spirits that he had just cracked the space lock, lightly and easily. These were the 3 that Jiang Jiuan saw when he first met Gojo Satoru on the National Destiny battlefield. But at this moment, the cursed power emanating from these 3 cursed spirits was indeed even more terrifying. Didn't I let these 3 use their full strength when they faced me for the first time? Jiang Jiuan sighed. Above the sky, Xiaoyuji looked at General Raiden, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his black pupils were shining. Sorry, the battle should end now. After saying that, the 3 cursed spirits beside Gojo Satoru suddenly rushed to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Jiuan suddenly flashed behind General Raiden's head and used the last of his cursed power to release a king. General Lei Dian wanted to move, but was still stopped by this king for 1/4 second. Attack from the front and back and face the enemy on 2 fronts. In the current situation, General Lei Dian is almost certain to die. There is nothing wrong with this scene, and no trick can break it. Certainly. Except for absolute power. General Lei Dian did not move again, but gently took out a purple long sword from his chest. Lightning instantly ran on the long sword, and the momentum was restrained, like a thunder. The long braid behind his head began to emit a light purple fluorescence without wind, and all the majestic elemental force in the space was drawn to General Lei Dian, causing heaven and earth to resonate with it. Of all things in the world, only thunder is eternal. No thoughts. Cut off. Chapter 89. In an instant, heaven and earth changed. Swish. Accompanied by the crackling of lightning, the next moment, the space seemed to suddenly distort. Countless lightning bolts suddenly burst out, and a purple light flashed by. A moment is also a moment. A flash of lightning slashed out with the force of thunder. A giant eye representing eternity spread out horizontally, revealing the Megatama that ultimately represents thunder. The Megatama rotated crosswise, and huge thunder moved. A majestic and terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth, and General Lei Dian seemed to have transformed into the purest ray of thunder in the world. Although it was fleeting, it would last forever. Eternity, a thought. A thoughtless sword. Of course, this isn't the one with Thor. Instead, it was a pirated version of General Thunder's unthinking sword. But it's scary enough. In an instant, heaven and earth were dark. The terrifying sword energy swept with thunder and slashed directly towards Gojo Satoru. Xiaoyuji looked at the oncoming thunder, just smiled slightly and stretched out his right hand. The next moment, black light appeared on his hands. In an instant, a wound was cut on General Lei Dian's right calf. The black light surged, and the shadow of General Lei Dian kept teleporting, launching attacks again and again. In just 1 or 2 seconds, General Lei Dian was attacked from both sides. General Thunder? Oh shit, shadow hit someone. Va? No. The shadow hit someone. I thought you were the boss, but it turns out you are the FG big brother? However, General Lei Dian's long-term combat training made her not stop. The long sword in her hand had already turned into a light purple lightning. The long sword is named Dream One Heart and has never been sharpened. General Lei Dian's lifelong wish is peace, so the weapons of war in his hands, although they have killed countless enemies, are still blunt. And under Wu Xiang's sword, the long sword in General Lei Dian's hand was wrapped in purple thunder and completely entered the strongest state. Dream of a one-minded state. Everything that is struck by thunder is destroyed. Call. When General Lei Dian raised his hand, thousands of sword shadows slashed through the space, forming a rectangular lightning array. The next moment, countless spaces were cut off by this powerful thunder. The space roared in the damage, and the crack that looked like the universe emitted deadly thunder. General Lei Dian's expression remained calm, and he kept waving the dream heart in his hand. Gojo Satoru's figure kept flashing, and he dodged the dream ishin in General Lei Dian's hand again and again. However, under the rectangular range attack, he was still hit continuously. One of his hands was broken. The strength of General Raiden was definitely beyond Gojo Satoru's expectations. Of course, it recovered quickly and grew back again. Tisk. Do you really think that the technique reversal I obtained after entering the National Destiny battlefield and experiencing so many life and death battles was all in vain? However, Gojo Satoru still felt a little bit of a pain in the a. Facing the high-intensity attack of General Raiden, even she felt powerless. What Gojo Satoru is good at is not direct attack. Now, even if he tried his best, he could only bring in 3 or 4 special grade cursed spirits under the nose of the National Destiny space, so naturally he could not exert his full strength. It seems that the attack of the shadow in the back room is ineffective against General Thunder. The attacks of 2 of the other 3 cursed spirits are also ineffective against the Thunder General. The last cursed spirit was also suppressed by Meng Meng. With one slash of his sword, General Lei Dian killed Gojo Satoru, Men Yi, and Bai Yue Kui. Everyone was shocked. This woman has activated the attack speed and range plugins, right? Wu Xiang's previous sword attack was so powerful. It would have been fine if it was just a range attack, after all, it was just one sword attack. But now you are slashing with the speed of more than 10 times per second, and the power is so strong that it can cut through space. Why the hell is it still a range attack? The 3 of them were busy dealing with the situation, so only Gojo Satoru could still deal some damage. Wu, where did you go? Xiaoyuji roared angrily, but before he could finish his words, a knife fell on his shoulder. He could only quickly perform a reversal technique to recover. And above the sky, Jiang Jiuan was slowly eating a lollipop, trying to recover his mental strength which was on the verge of collapse. After hearing what Xiaoyu said, Jiang Jiuan was silent for 2 seconds. Why are you yelling so loudly? In order to protect Gojo Satoru, Jiang Jiuan used dozens of skills in one breath. Not to mention the consumption of mana, he had already reached the limit of his energy by using 6 eyes to the maximum to observe the flaws of General Raiden. So now I can only eat lollipops to rest. But after observing the current situation, Jiang Jiuan knew that he could not wait any longer. If we wait any longer, this group of teammates will be wiped out. What was this national destiny battlefield thinking, to set up this kind of copy in the novice period? Jiang Jiuan shook his head slightly. Suddenly, an idea came to Jiang Jiuan's mind. Could it be that this copy is divided according to the strength of these contestants? Just like in a game, teams of different strengths will have opponents of different strengths. So, it was actually Gojo Satoru's fault, otherwise, the Thunder General that Jiang Jiuan and the other two had to face wouldn't have been so strong? Thinking of this, Jiang Jiuan silently looked at Xiaoyu who was about to be beaten to death. With a swish sound, the cursed power spread. Reversal of the operation. Gojo Satoru has once again become the Gojo Satoru who will not be beaten to death for the time being. Tisk tisk, how pitiful. I still have to save you. Jiang Jiuan shook his head slightly and jumped. All the cursed power in his body was concentrated, and finally formed into 2 small cyclones. A blue king, a red he. Jiang Jiuan held the 2 cyclones in his hands. They looked light as a feather, but they were actually extremely heavy. The cyclone sucked in the surrounding air, drawing in all the magical power between heaven and earth, and finally emitting a faint glow. The terrifying aura was drawn in by it, causing ripples on the water surface. Young and ignorant thunder god. Jiang Jiuan smiled gently and asked. What you dropped was this blue cyclone? Or is it this red cyclone? General Thunder? Hey? You're not going to talk, are you? It seems that you think these 2 are not dropped by you. You are such an honest and good child. An honest child will be rewarded as an honest child should be. So. Jiang Jiuan opened his mouth and smiled. I'll give you both of these cyclones. Chapter 90. As we all know, Jujutsu masters usually have a full member crazy batch lineup. Except for a certain pink-haired guy who accidentally ate a finger and became a Jujutsu master. Of course, this guy is actually the craziest. Jujutsu masters were originally born out of curse and live out of resentment, so how could they not be crazy? If I break my hand, my enemy will die? It's such a great deal. If you cut off Gojo's legs, I will make him die 5 lifetimes later. Well, this is the basic operation of some social Jujutsu masters. The Jujutsu masters who came out of the technical high schools and those above level 2 are actually much better. At least they fight rationally. But is there really any Jujutsu master who has never been a little crazy? Jiang Jiuan doesn't have any. But it will be soon. At this moment, Jiang Jiuan was slowly fusing the king and he in his hands together. Even with Jiang Jiuan's current cursed power, king and he are not absolutely sure of defeating the Thunder General. But if they fail in this challenge, their entire team will face death. Jiang Jiuan didn't dare to try to merge king and he to form qi before, because it was too dangerous. If you do that, you'd be crazy. Now what? Ding dong! Jiang Jiuan successfully joined the Fengbi family. On his hands, 2 cyclones, with a strong sense of repulsion, 2 fluorescent lights, 1 blue and 1 red, slowly merged together. They slowly merged and entangled with each other like being beaten, and finally became tighter and tighter, forming a ball of lavender light. Kang, he. Water chestnut. The next moment, countless cursed powers were discharged like a flood. Jiang Jiuan flicked his finger forward lightly. In the blink of an eye, had arrived in front of General Lei Dian. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their light. All the light was obscured by the huge cursed power at this moment. Although it was fleeting, it made General Raiden feel a huge sense of crisis. This feeling of death. General Lei Dian snorted softly, holding his dream high in his hand. A thoughtless sword. In an instant, lightning emerged like a lightning snake, instantly engulfing everything in front of it. She wants to use her ultimate martial arts to fight against. Certainly. Teacher Jiang Jiuan can give you an addition and subtraction demonstration and give online lessons here. Jiang Jiuan is equal to half of Gojo Satoru in terms of combat power. In terms of combat power, General Inajima Raiden is equal to half of Raiden. And the General Raiden in front of him is equal to half of General Inajima Raiden in terms of combat power. Anyway, it is a process of mutual replication. The final conclusion is, Jiang Jiuan is greater than the Thunder General in front of him. This makes sense. So, how dare you? Jiang Jiuan chuckled, drank a sip of the fountain of life, used the last of his cursed power to release a few minimum Kang, and in an instant pulled his 3 teammates behind him. The next moment, in an instant, General Lei Dian was enveloped by. The small cyclone expanded instantly, moving the space. Boom! A shocking scene like a missile explosion appeared in the distance. Jiang Jiuan rubbed his eyebrows gently, resisted the strong feeling of mental dizziness, and held the lollipop in his mouth. Then, he observed the conditions of several of his teammates. It can be seen that Bai Yue Kui's right arm, which was severely electrocuted when he used a knife to fight against General Lei Dian, had multiple wounds, and it seemed that he was the most seriously injured. For some reason, Wang Yi's right hand holding the sword was fine even though it was hit by dozens of lightning strikes. It seemed to be because it was wrapped in bandages, but his body was also seriously injured. The most bizarre one is Gojo Satoru. This guy actually relied on his ability to use the reversal technique to restore his body, and faced the might of General Thunder head-on, and had already lost several of his hands. But at this moment, it had already recovered as before, even the clothes were not damaged. General Raiden, hey! Xiaoyuji shook his head slightly. I was careless this time. I originally thought that the 4 cursed spirits that I had brought with all my strength, even if they couldn't crush him, could at least defeat General Thunder in a fierce battle. However, Gojo Satoru unexpectedly discovered that General Thunder seemed to be immune to thunder and lightning. That's right, the combined attack of the special grade cursed spirits that Gojo Satoru brought in was of the lightning attribute. What a coincidence! It just so happened that General Raiden possessed extremely powerful immunity to lightning attributes, and Gojo Satoru's shadow in the back room could only bring some attacks to General Raiden that could be almost ignored. The other one, the slit-mouthed woman, can barely hurt General Thunder. Satoru, I think I should make enough judgments before challenging the dungeon. I can capture people from other countries first and let them explore the way to judge the strength of the enemy. Yeah, I've thought about that. Jiang Jiuan nodded gently, but have you really never thought about the problem that people will die if they fail to pass the dungeon? Hey? People from other countries shouldn't be ordinary people, right? There isn't a country so weak that it can't even muster a jujutsu master, right? The strength of the monsters must be different. They should be able to kill them after a few days of grinding. Jiang Jiuan. Science is dead, burn paper if you have something to do. Jiang Jiuan spoke to Xiaoyuji earnestly like a mother. Gee, you have to remember that the world we came to is just a world of ordinary people. There are no extraordinary people in this world, let alone jujutsu masters. You and I are the only 2 such people found in the world so far. This world only had a group of extraordinary people 4.7 billion years ago, which was the era of Thor. Jiang Jiuan fulfilled his duty as a teacher and told Xiaoyuji the story of 4.7 billion years ago in detail again. Xiaoyuji listened very carefully and was shocked at the same time. God? Demon War? It sounds cool. At the same time, Jiang Jiuan also talked about the positions of the 7 gods. I have a question. Ask. Why is the Morix you said is the strongest? Guess why only his statue is sitting, while the statues of other gods are standing. Guess why he is holding it with one hand, while the statues of other gods are holding it with both hands. Do you think he's as strong as you? No. Jiang Jiuan spoke in a firm tone. Are you so sure? Xiaoyuja asked in surprise. Need I say that? I am the strongest. You actually competed with a dead man, Wu, you are so cruel. Didn't you ask first? At this moment, the announcement from the National Destiny Space also sounded. Global announcement, Daxia players Jiang Jiuan, Feng Yuan Menyi and Bai Yue Kui have cleared the Sky Island dungeon, Castle Tower, and the current guardian is Raiden General. The scene in the Sky Island instance changes every 7 days. You can challenge it multiple times, but the rewards will not be issued repeatedly. All participants are welcome to challenge it. Since the Sky Island, Castle Tower dungeon has been conquered, the Sky Island, Castle Tower dungeon will be open for live streaming in the future. Daxia contestants receive rewards, Dragon Marrow *3, Eye Blessing *2. As soon as Koyun Space finished speaking, 3 streams of light flew towards Jiang Jiuan, Bai Yue Kui and Wang Yet. Jiang Jiuan shrugged. Leaving aside Gojo Satoru, he turned to look at Menyi and Bai Yue Kui. It seems that among the 3 of us, there is one unlucky guy who didn't get the eye blessing. Why don't we make a bet, and the unlucky person will jump directly from 1,000 meters above? Jiang Jiuan chuckled and took his reward. Then, he saw the small bottle of dragon marrow in his hand. Look up and down, look carefully, look left and right. That's all. Jiang Jiuan exited the dungeon at lightning speed. Then he jumped directly from 1,000 meters above. Damn it, he can't stay in this unlucky dungeon for even a second. And at this moment, in Daxia live broadcast room, netizens who had been waiting outside the Sky Island copy were getting anxious. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he be dead in there? This also makes netizens anxious. The perspective did not follow the copy, and I could only vaguely see that the door was kicked in. Anyone would worry that something had happened. But when they heard the broadcast from the National Destiny Space, they felt relieved instantly and breathed a long sigh of relief. Jiang Jiuan is awesome. Bai Yue Kui is awesome. The Master is awesome. Daxia is awesome. I seem to have tasted something from the words above. Wait. Did something fall out of that copy? Who cares? It's probably the creature that kicked the door just now. Now it's kicked out by our contestant. So the contestant is still the best. Suddenly I discovered that no matter how big the Koyun Space live broadcast room is, we can see it clearly. As long as he gives us permission, we can even magnify it dozens of times. Damn! The one who fell down was Jiang Jiuan. In the space of national destiny, Jiang Jiuan fell from 1,000 meters above, and his butt hit the ground hard. And nothing happened. He flicked the dust off gently and stood up with a relaxed look on his face. No lower limit spell is activated. It is so easy to fall from 1,000 meters without getting hurt. Suddenly, Jiang Jiuan looked at the huge wind field on his left and unexpectedly fell into thinking about a philosophical question. They rely on the wind to get up there, so how are the 3 of them supposed to get down? Jiang Jiuan suddenly fell into silence. Oh my god! Suguru Geto, he should be able to use the rainbow dragon to pick them both up, right? I think so. The next moment, Xiaoyuja jumped down from beside Jiang Jiuan riding a huge black dragon, revealing a hearty smile. Satoru, here I come. Jiang Jiuan. It's okay, there is still one who has the wind attribute God's eye. Bang! Go back and forth to nature. Wang Ye held Kanggu in his hand and came down riding on the wind. It is common to see them falling to the ground, causing a strong wind. He raised his head and stared at Jiang Jiuan blankly. What's wrong, Jiang Jiuan? Jiang Jiuan? Damn, what do you two think Bai Yue Kui is? Aren't you two going to pick up Bai Yue Kui? Hey? Didn't that woman come down with this white-haired guy? Xiaoyuja turned his head and looked at Wang Ye with a little surprise. But I was the last one to go out. Wang Ye was stunned. When I went out, the three of you had already disappeared. I thought Bai Yue Kui came down with you too. Jiang Jiuan. Well, needless to say. Above the sky, Bai Yue Kui, who was about to jump down, fell into deep thought. The whole person floated above the wind field, flying higher and higher, gradually exceeding 2,000 meters in height. Bai Yue Kui. No one cares about me anymore, right? There is no love in this world anymore, right? Numb, Bai Yue Kui felt like he was really numb. In the end, it was Wang Ye who flew high into the sky with one Jian Zhaozhen after another, and took a heavy blow from Bai Yue Kui, who was almost floating 3,000 meters away. It is reported that when Ms. Bai Yue Kui was picked up by the suspect, she was already covered by the low temperature and lack of oxygen at an altitude of 3,000 meters, and her body was shivering. The body temperature of the whole person does not exceed 0 degrees. Of course, this situation was quickly alleviated with Ms. Bai Yue Kui's strong self-regulation. Ma'am, the situation is not what you think. Xiaoyuja said seriously and solemnly. Bai Yue Kui, please listen to my explanation. Jiang Jiuan translated quietly on the side. Xiaoyuja. We didn't expect that the wind field could continue to grow higher, so the situation was unexpected. After all, none of us would want to send a healthy teammate directly into the sky. If we wanted to, we wouldn't save you. What he meant was, this matter has nothing to do with me, it's all my fault, the white-feathered guy. Jiang Jiuan continued to translate. On the side, Wang Ye smiled lightly, we are all teammates, Miss Bai Yue Kui, I will give you my fountain of life as compensation. How do you think? Bai Yue Kui shook his head slightly and declined the kindness. No, I can still handle this injury. At the same time, he looked at Gojo Satoru meaningfully. I can handle the injury. But your attitude is not okay, brother? Xiaoyuja. Silence, 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 silence. Jiang Jiuan translated lightly. Chapter 91. At this moment, the battlefield of national destiny. On the United States side, Fran was under tremendous pressure. Has the Daxia player already cleared the Sky Island? Although Fran discovered the location of the Sky Island with his keen observation, he was unable to climb up because of its high altitude. Ever since he opened the treasure chest last time and got a small wind field generator, he actually had plans to go to the Sky Island. But Fran is very smart. He would not go up until someone else had passed the level. Even if we don't fight for the world's #1 position for the United States, we must ensure our own safety. If his recklessness led to the destruction of the United States, Fran would never forgive himself. Now, with Jiang Jiuan as a test. Haha. He still doesn't want to go. Fran knew the contestant from Great Xia. Those three people always defended the city faster than him. Although I don't want to admit it. But the three of them are definitely stronger than me. Fran sighed. Therefore, the data obtained by Jiang Jiuan and other two people are unreliable and they have to wait. Wait until other people's copy is completed or failed. After waiting for almost 2 hours, Fran suddenly heard a notice from the National Destiny space. The contestant from the Bear Country passed the level. Fran's eyes lit up. The players from the Bear Country have always been weaker than him. In other words, that copy is not actually dangerous to him? Thinking of this, Fran excitedly turned on the small wind farm generator and flew into the sky. Of course, Fran had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, nor did he know what extreme terror he would face. Some humans are very strange. They are cautious and careful, and they compare everything they do. But they eventually forgot that man proposes, God disposes. In the last round of competition, one player from the Bear Country was seriously injured and 2 died. The challenge level given to them by the Sky Island copy is that of an ordinary person. That is to say, a mortal level thunder and lightning general. The only threat was the blunt knife and about 10 volts of electricity. The player from the bear country used his own strong strength and physique, and his strong will to support his seriously injured body and defeat the enemy. He even relied on a disposable prop to rise to an altitude of 1,500 meters by relying on the wind field. But what about Fran? A transcendent who is in an almost healthy state. There was also a disposable prop, so he was able to reach an altitude of 1,500 meters in good condition with almost no damage. Then he will face General Thunder in the extraordinary stage. Strength probably. I can probably swing the unthinking sword with some difficulty. Daxia, inside the city. Jiang Jiuan drank the water gently, enjoying the sound of the wind in his ears. It is such a beautiful thing to drink water and listen to the wind at the same time. Jiang Jiuan exclaimed in admiration, and couldn't help but glance sideways at the wind field generator beside him, which was still blowing strong winds upwards. Bro, you're taking too long. This would be very embarrassing for some weak people. Jiang Jiuan's eyes inadvertently glanced at Xiaoyuja. Seeing that the other party couldn't help coughing, Jiang Jiuan shook his head gently. Oh, you don't even have a strong wind farm. Jiang Jiuan probably guessed why Xiaoyuja was so weak. In order to obtain certain powers, the physical state has undergone fundamental changes, which cannot be reversed by the reversal technique. The power that Gojo Satoru seeks is definitely destructive. It is estimated that Xiaoyuja's current attitude towards Jiang Jiuan, where he originally wanted to kill him but later made peace with him, is related to this power. But, so what? If he wants to kill, then he can kill. Jiang Jiuan took a sip of water gently. If you can hit me, I lose. No, it's the system's fault. Suddenly, Jiang Jiuan frowned suddenly, because a very terrible idea flashed through his mind. Are he and Men Yi friends now? I don't think so. Yes, it shouldn't count. It is understandable that if Xiaoyuja wanted to kill him for some purpose, Jiang Jiuan could also escape with his absolute defense. Even if Jiang Jiuan is sealed in some way, at least he won't die in the seal. After waiting for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, there will always be a chance for him to come out. Because that was all physical killing using cursed power. But Men Yi, the wind god's eyes, highlighted hair, and not tall. These three conditions perfectly illustrate what it means to be a friend killer. Didn't you see that the previous one was dead? All the members of the wind department combined cannot make up a single friend. This kind of sudden killing based on the law of causality would make even someone as strong as Jiang Jiuan panic. It's okay. There's no way a meteorite will fall from the sky and crush me to death. Jiang Jiuan felt a little relieved. That's right, the plot in the game is just the plot after all, and the current Men Yi is Men Yi. It's already different. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a small stone suddenly fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, making a sonic boom, and then instantly hit Jiang Jiuan on the head. In a flash, unlimited technique successfully blocked it. But if that attack had succeeded, even Jiang Jiuan would have died on the spot. Jiang Jiuan. What? Did your wish come true? Damn, my friends of the wind element usually died in a dignified manner, why is it that when it comes to me? Fortunately, it was a small stone. If it was a large meteorite, even if Jiang Jiuan had the unlimited technique, he would not have the magic power to resist it at the moment. Jiang Jiuan was silent for a moment, stood up and looked at Wang Ye in the distance. He bowed twice silently. Thank you for not killing me. Men Yi, who was also drinking water? Wang Ye almost spit out water and looked confused. What the hell, a favor of not killing? Who can kill you? Chapter 92. The famous philosopher Aristotle once said, "When I found out that my teammate was a wind man who I was gradually getting along with, I seemed to see the bull-headed and horse-faced demons smiling at me with their sticks raised." Of course, Jiang Jiuan is definitely not worried about this. Jiang Jiuan patted his clothes lightly and stood up. Then he walked away. After a long time, Jiang Jiuan picked some red fruits. The fruit is bright and translucent, and the surface reflects a slight light, which looks very appetizing. Do you want to eat? Jiang Jiuan casually threw one to Xiaoyuja. The fruit drew a perfect parabola in the air. Xiaoyuja caught it and asked curiously, "What kind of fruit is this? Is it the special plum in the national destiny battlefield?" After saying that, he took a bite. There was a crunching sound, and the juice flowed into his mouth. Xiaoyuja narrowed his eyes. "It tastes good and classy. Where did you get this stuff?" "Fulong tree." Jiang Jiuan responded casually. "Where is the Fulong tree?" "Oh, you may not know. According to the term here, it is the ancient tree of the king of courtyard." Gojo Satoru stopped biting the fruit abruptly. The ancient tree of the garden king? Xiaoyuja vaguely remembered that he had been there before. It seemed to be a high-risk area, and the most dangerous place was a giant tree. The giant beast exuded a powerful aura. Of course, Gojo Satoru was unable to realize that it was actually a pirated cursed spirit version of Rhoda. In Xiaoyuja's impression, it should be a giant tree with extremely strong elemental power. It seems that this fruit is the essence of the tree. No wonder it is so delicious. Xiaoyuja took another bite. Bai Yue Kui at the side asked, "Can I have one?" "Cannot." Jiang Jiuan spoke in a firm tone. Bai Yue Kui. "Why? Are you partial? Are you partial? Okay, we are all teammates, if you don't give me this beauty, you go and squint at that one. Because this fruit is poisonous." Jiang Jiuan casually threw the fruit in his hand into the sky and shrugged. "Why didn't I give you the food?" "It was because I was worried that you would be poisoned to death." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuja spat out the fruit. "Poisonous? Damn it, the national teacher was murdered." Jiang Jiuan glared and said, "I found this fruit with great difficulty. I ran several kilometers to pick it with great difficulty. Now you want to spit it out? Don't you know that wasting food is shameful?" Reaching out his hand, Jiang Jiuan slapped Xiaoyuja and pushed his hand back. "Woo! Woo! I am your close friend, your brother. How could you do this?" "I don't care about you," Jiang Jiuan said viciously, "swallow it. This fruit can heal the root, eat it." After these words were spoken, before Xiaoyuja could react, Bai Yue Kui on the side was stunned. The fruit is poisonous, but can it heal the root? What the hell is this fruit? Jiang Jiuan covered Xiaoyuja's mouth tightly, looking like a robber. Jiang Jiuan deliberately murdered his teammates. What a bullshit teammate, there are only 3 contestants from Xia. I have long felt it was strange, why these 3 people have been talking and conversing with the air, why the air can eat food. There is a ghost there, so Jiang Jiuan wants to deal with him? Great! Wonderful, so wonderful! Does no one care where Jiang Jiuan found the fruit? I see the fruit is quite bright, is it poisonous? Is the fruit poisonous? Of course it is poisonous. Jiang Jiuan used the unlimited spell to carry the fruit all the way back. This thing will easily cause ulcers if it comes into contact with the skin for a long time. Can the fruit from a cursed spirit, a creature formed by the accumulation of resentment, be non-toxic? But what Jiang Jiuan values more is the foundation of treatment. Gojo Satoru's body is weak, and the reversal technique cannot restore it, which means that he has truly changed his body. This body that would cough up blood if he wasn't careful was already his peak state at the moment. Jiang Jiuan felt that although the professional term for cultivation, treatment of roots, might not be able to restore Xiaoyuja. Don't you want to eat? I'll stuff it directly into your mouth, you have to eat it whether you want to or not. Anyway, you have the reversal technique, so even if the fruit has no effect on your body, you won't lose anything. If it can restore your condition, then you'll make a lot of money. As for how Jiang Jiuan recognized this kind of fruit, he naturally had to start from the basic cultivation method which mentioned some spiritual plants that were beneficial to cultivation. Jiang Jiuan saw this kind of fruit from inside. I thought it looked familiar, so I brought it back. How do you feel? Jiang Jiuan looked at Xiaoyuja with hope on his face. If Gojo Satoru recovers a little, the team's combat effectiveness will be greatly increased. Xiaoyuja's face turned pale. This fruit is so damn poisonous. He just felt his stomach churning and wanted to vomit. I feel like in 1 second, I will leave this world. Xiaoyuja said with difficulty, crawling forward with his body squirming. Reversal technique is running, maintaining the body's balance. Damn, my best friend is more dangerous than those crazy people chasing me every day. I want to write a suicide note. Xiaoyuja said tremblingly, picked up a branch, and began to draw on the snow, making a light stroke. What the hell, just give it all to me. Jiang Jiuan rolled his eyes. When I asked you how you felt, I wasn't asking if you felt the toxicity, but if you felt your body had recovered a little bit. Can this thing really heal injuries? I feel like it has no effect at all. Obviously, you haven't eaten enough. Jiang Jiuan gently picked up a fruit from the ground, wiped off all the dust on it with his magical power, and looked at Xiaoyuja with a sly smile on his face. Try another one. Xiaoyuja. You, don't come over here. On this day, Xiaoyuja felt as if his soul was flying away. Souls are floating in the sky, and the person has already gone to heaven. Dozens of fruits. I can't wait for you to do this. However, Gojo Satoru also vaguely felt that his strength had recovered a little bit. Yes, I recovered a little bit. Just for this little bit of strength, you gave me dozens of fruits to eat. I see you think it's delicious. You yourself admitted at the beginning that it's delicious, crunchy. Jiang Jiuan said with a sigh, by the way, your acting skills are really bad. This actor is not suitable for you. Xiaoyuja. Well, it does taste good. Gojo Satoru remained silent for a long time. Chapter 93. There was heavy snow in the sky. The crystal-clear snowflakes fall from the sky to the earth. Wang Ye stretched out his hand and gently picked up a snowflake. Then he pulled out a small bottle of oil from his wide robe, swung it around, and examined it carefully. This thing is the eye blessing mentioned before on the Sky Island. It looks like it needs to be poured directly instead of drunk. Wang Yi's mouth twitched. If this stuff gets on your eyes, it would probably be very uncomfortable, based on common sense. Therefore, Wang Ye chose to pour this thing on his own eye of God. This is a very wise choice. As it turned out, the Russian guy, after being lucky enough to receive the eye blessing, was so reckless that he fell directly on his own eyes. If one falls, it won't matter. But if all fall, it will be a big disaster. The contestant's eyes flashed with golden light, and then there was a snap. One eye couldn't handle the intensity of the blessing and exploded. However, his other eye became extremely sensitive, as if it could see through all illusions. This was a magical skill for him. However, this skill is of no use to Men Yi. Wang Ye gently poured the bottle of oil onto his wind god's eye and spread it evenly with his hands. Then, the eye of God shone with light. An icon of wind attribute is attached to the outside, and a strong wind element whistles out. This wind element, at least twice as strong. The huge wind element seemed to be unintentionally sucking in everything around it, pulling the wind elements that originally existed between heaven and earth in the sky a little bit over. Jiang Jiuan looked at the green divine eye on Wang Yi's scarf, as if he was seeing a reptile walking upright. He felt a little curious and a little surprised. Is the effect of this eye blessing so good? On the side, Xiaoyuja thought with some suspicion. If this thing is poured on Wu's 6 eyes, wouldn't it be able to directly defy the heavens? The next moment, Wang Yi's divine eye suddenly burst out with a powerful wind elemental force. The wind whistled and then stopped in the blink of an eye. Visible to the naked eye, the brightness of the eye of God has increased, which is a manifestation of the abnormal abundance of elemental power, indicating that Wang Yi's eye of God is in good condition at this time, as if it can release elemental bursts at any time. It even looks brighter than the eye of the wind god himself. Glass bead. Suddenly, just when Wang Ye thought that the strengthening was over and was ready to try his hand with satisfaction, a bright light appeared in the sky and the symbol of rock attribute suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a pale yellow diamond, full of majesty. Morax, the rock devil. It represents the most majestic attribute, unshakable and eclectic. A pale yellow divine eye fell from the sky and hit Wang Yi's head directly, falling from the white hair to the ground. Manyo? What the hell? Wang Ye casually reached out and touched the ground, and he touched a pale yellow eye of God. Eye of the rock god. As his hand gently stroked the pale yellow crystals, Wang Ye was stunned. The second eye of God? In the continent of Tibet, there is such a saying. A person can only get one eye of God in his lifetime. Although there are some people who can use two divine eyes at the same time, such as Wang Ye, who once used the wind divine eye and the thunder divine eye at the same time, no one has ever obtained two divine eyes of his own. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Wang Ye felt that there should be someone who possesses two God's eyes. After all, with the population base, anything can happen. But now, I just used up one opportunity for the eye blessing and got the second one? Wang Ye thought quietly, and finally hung the eye of God on his neck. In the distance, Jiang Jiuan was shocked at the moment. Shit, not only was the first eye of God doubled in strength, but he also gave it to the second eye of God, making it a double eye of God? As expected, Bai Mao's rock god's eye will arrive sooner or later. Jiang Jiuan sighed softly, thinking of his white hair. Unfortunately, Gu Ishong has already given me a rock type 1. Jiang Jiuan thought reluctantly. At the same time, I fell into deep thought. To sum up Men Yi in one sentence, he is a free wanderer who values friendship and loyalty. Men Yi, what is the skill of your god's eye? I'm not very clear either. Wang Ye was silent for a moment, raised his hand, and seemed to be using the rock elemental power very skillfully. The next moment, a loud explosion was heard. In front of Jiang Jiuan, a huge stone pillar suddenly protruded from the ground and reached into the sky. Golden light flowed on the stone pillars, with pale yellow crystals inlaid in them, emitting tremendous elemental power. Majestic and unshakable. Jiang Jiuan. At this moment, Jiang Jiuan looked like he saw a reptile walking upright, shaking its butt and then dancing around a pole. Shocking, so shocking. Isn't this Mr. Zhong's earth? Jiang Jiuan looked at the pale yellow shield surrounding him and smacked his lips. Each Earth star can add a shield to teammates. This is not a second life anymore. This must be Zhongli during the Demon War. Even Morix's own skills aren't that outrageous. It can be seen that old Morix really likes Bai Mao, so he gave his signature skill to you directly. Can you use Elemental Burst now? Jiang Jiuan patted Wang Yi's shoulder meaningfully. Wang Ye shook his head, somewhat helplessly. Elemental Explosion cannot be used for the time being, but I can vaguely feel that it seems to be a powerful skill that can summon meteorites. I think I'm exaggerating a bit, but I just feel like it could be a meteorite. Come on, no need to say more. Tianxing, right? Everything in the world moves, right? Giving you this skill definitely means Morix wants to take over your body. Absolutely. At the side, Bai Yue Kui also poured the eye blessing on his own eye of God, but the second eye of God did not appear. Just like Wang Ye, the original eye of God was strengthened a lot. Jiang Jiuan coughed, pulled Wang Ye aside, and let Wang Ye fight him with the eye of God that had just been strengthened. Jiang Jiuan wanted to test Wang Yi's current strength. It has to be said that the eye of God is indeed the embodiment of a person's will. Because of this eye of God, Wang Yi's strength instantly increased. With just an ordinary slash of the sword, he could create a wind hole in front of him with strong winds. His control over the wind element was more than one level higher. At the tip of the beam, Wang Ye suddenly asked, I have always had a question. Go ahead. As a top teacher, I will definitely help you solve your problems. Didn't Emperor Yan Wang be assassinated? Why can he still send down the Eye of God? Wang Ye frowned slightly. Couldn't this Eye of God be given by the National Destiny battlefield? Jiang Jiuan smiled. This is how Bai Yue Kui obtained the Eye of God. It's different. This Eye of God is different from Bai Yue Kui's Eye of God. I can clearly feel that this Eye of God is the result of my wish being watched by God. Wang Ye frowned, thinking about something. Jiang Jiuan smiled. Morix is not dead yet. Not dead. Wang Ye was stunned. As a Ronin, he traveled around the Seven Kingdoms with the Death Star fleet, and the main port he passed through was Liyue Port. The news of the Emperor's assassination reached his ears very early. Could it be that the death of Emperor Yan was a lie fabricated by the Seven Stars of Liyue? Not really. Jiang Jiuan muttered inwardly. That was a lie made up by Emperor Yan himself. There's no way, the old man wants to retire. In the eyes of Prince Yan, it is time for Liyue to become a society ruled by humans. Chapter 94. Menyi obtained the Rock Lord skill. This means there is one more Zhongli in the team. This man's damn sense of security. Summer Oil Ghetto? Summer Oil Ghetto is nothing. He has high-end combat power and is a close friend, but is essentially a loser who needs Jiang Jiuan to help him block attacks. Where is Menyi at this time? Fully automatic integrated monster gathering. The stars and the sky move all things to attack. A planet has a shield. Ghetto Summer Oil? The sense of security you give me is not even 1/10 of Menyi's. Although Jiang Jiuan doesn't need a shield at all. But from this moment on, with the Menyi shield, he can free his hands and no longer have to use his body to block attacks for Ghetto Suguru. And at this moment, from a small jungle in the distance, the sound of footsteps stepping on the snow suddenly came. Jiang Jiuan frowned. Menyi didn't walk at this moment. Xiaoji also lay in a chair in the sun at ease. Bai Yue Kui was still thinking about the Eye of God. The distance is a bit far, so I have to use cursed power to increase the penetration range of 6 eyes. It's a girl. Jiang Jiuan's expression became unusually serious. The woman was lightly dressed, about 1.56 meters tall, with only a light gauze shawl on her body. Her pair of white boots reflected the light, and she walked lightly on the snow. Her delicate face was flawless, her pair of blue pupils were as pure as a god's, her light blue hair was tied up behind her head, and she was walking slowly towards them. He was carrying a large suitcase on his back, which was so bulging that no one knew what was in it. The aim is accurate and the action is swift. It's impossible that he got lost like Charlie. Raising his head and looking into the distance, Jiang Jiuan laughed. We have guests. Is this woman a native of the National Destiny space? Menyi also narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the enhanced Eye of God has enhanced his control over the wind. Feng, in Menyi, is like the old lady at the entrance of the village, and can collect all kinds of information. Apparently, the wind told Menyi about the woman's arrival. In the distance, the bushes that originally blocked the view were suddenly moved and automatically tilted to both sides without any warning. The blue-haired woman took 2 steps and walked out slowly. FK this beauty. Lolita. A 1.5 meter tall Lolita. You can charge, you can charge. I will never regret spending my life in prison, and I will not regret it when I am on the guillotine. I will smile on the road to the underworld, and I will still be a Lolita control in the next life. I have made a lot of money in prison for 5 years, and I will not regret it when I am on the guillotine. I will be a romantic soul on the road to the underworld, and I will still be a sister control person in the next life. Blue-haired Loli is so cool. I was strongly against my teacher's withdrawal from the literary world. Damn it! I am devoted to the Thunder Firefly Warlock. How dare this evildoer destroy my faith? I will kill you. No, the Lightning Warlock only appeared for a few seconds. You probably forgot what she looks like, right? Bullshit, there is already a book. Don't you know it? It's really lame. What the hell? Number, please. I just came out of the browser and I am fearless. The blue-haired woman walked out on the snow and slowly came in front of Jiang Jiuan and the other three. When I looked up, I saw 4 pairs of sharp gazes. Who are you? Tell me your name. Jiang Jiuan shouted angrily. The woman was slightly stunned, her brain thinking rapidly. What the hell, isn't it normal for a normal person to swallow their saliva or express confusion when seeing her? Forget it, just answer normally. Myra Mio, you can call me Mio. The woman chuckled. Meow? What a good name! Jiang Jiuan exclaimed. This is the name my mother gave me, and I think it sounds nice. Mio nodded with a smile, agreeing with Jiang Jiuan's words. Mio is the first name and Myra is the last name. Yes. This order is quite strange. Jiang Jiuan laughed. Jiang Jiuan smiled and praised a few more times, then revealed his true nature. So, are you ready to go? Jiang Jiuan had no interest in this strange woman. If you really want to say that Jiang Jiuan is interested in women, as a man, that is definitely the case. But if you really want to be like an ordinary person and like all kinds of beauties, then Jiang Jiuan would not be able to have the current 40% degree of Gojo Satoru's role. If Jiang Jiuan really can't stick to his Taoism, then in the past, he would probably have done something strange to the Firefly Warlock. Beauty? It's just floating clouds and bubbles. No matter how good-looking a person is, there will come a moment when they become annoying. Only desserts can bring eternal enjoyment. You will never get tired of eating them. Absolutely never get tired of eating them. In a city, there are at most a few dozen men with the same awareness as Jiang Jiuan. In the distance, Mio was slightly stunned and confused. Ha! Is this person trying to drive me away without even asking me why I am here? Why doesn't he play by the rules? Mio was obviously at a loss. This was also her first time meeting people other than her tribesmen. Although she had done her homework, she still seemed a little immature. What is that? Xiaoyuja seized the opportunity and said with a click of the tongue, Girl, your elemental power is so powerful that it's terrifying, but your temperament doesn't match your elemental power. Little girl from the Myra family, it's cold, wear more clothes. This remark by Gojo Satoru was truly a stroke of genius. The sense of mystery that Mio had worked so hard to create was completely shattered. Directly change from passive to active. I'm very strong. Mio took a deep breath, and her eyes turned cold again. Listen to me and finish what I have to say, otherwise, I will kill you. At this moment, the ice elemental power in her body was released with all her strength. Countless ice elements burst out, and instantly condensed into a huge ice crystal in the world. The ice crystals were spinning with a strong deterrent force. Mio looked at Jiang Jiuan and the other three. Are you scared? That's it. Bai Yue Kui curled his lips. She was stronger than this when she first entered the National Destiny battlefield. From a universal perspective, it is considered very powerful for an ordinary God's Eye possessor. Although I have not seen this lady's God's Eye, this also means that this lady's ability is even more magical. Wang Ye said with his eyes closed. Jiang Jiuan stroked his chin and looked at the huge ice crystals in the sky. It looks good. Not bad, isn't it? I can easily break it with a cursed spirit. Elemental power like this is usually not as strong as cursed power. Who was chopped by General Lei Dian before and asked me to save him? Tisk, don't mention it. If I could use all my cursed spirits, I wouldn't need you to save me. And why didn't you use right from the start? Are you trying to hurt me? Looking at the people in front of me gradually talking. Mio was completely confused at this moment. What happened to the early stages of the game? Are these the people who should be there in the early stages? How did my mother teach me? Create a sense of majesty and mystery. Give them a beating first, then give them a sweet treat. Yes, that's it. Mio took a deep breath and her breathing instantly calmed down. And with her breathing, the air became a little colder. The ice crystals in the sky exploded directly and turned into countless ice knives that stabbed towards everyone. These guys are strong, so it may not be easy to defeat them with one blow. Mio felt that she might have to use all her strength. Jiang Jiuan raised his eyes to look at the sky, his eyes showing 3 parts of disdain, 3 parts of indifference, and 4 parts of carelessness. Men Yi, destroy that ice crystal. Wang Ye didn't say anything, he just raised his hand and pressed something in the air. The next moment, a huge and thick rock pillar rose into the sky. Refuse to accept a sick son-in-law, accept both. Jiang Jiuan even added a voice. Bang! 4 shields instantly unfolded around everyone. After the ice blade touched the solid shield, it was instantly broken as if it had hit an indestructible object. Everyone continued doing what they were doing and no one paid any attention to Mio in the distance. A crisp sound was heard and Mio was stunned. Silence. There is nothing to say. What the hell? Mio felt as if her brain had completely shut down. She was thinking about countermeasures in a confused manner, and her teeth were chattering a little. These people are not pretending, they are really strong, right? Damn it, this is the first time I meet the contestants. Mio had already imagined the scene of her father taking out the 7 wolves and swinging them at her little butt. The holder of the ice elemental power shuddered instantly. No. Absolutely not. Hey. Mio took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and readjusted her state. Raising her head, Mio pursed her lips and said. Well, I'm not here with hostility. My family is one of the original families in this national destiny space. It is a mainstream family that sells and recycles some valuable items. This time, I came here to make a few deals with you. The original family? It seems that the water in this national destiny battlefield is deeper than I thought. Bai Yue Kui at the side smiled lightly, I have no hostility, little girl, why are you going to attack right away? Bai Yue Kui didn't really care. Mio's attack was weak. Her elemental power was obviously very strong, but her attack was weak, which meant that the girl didn't use her full strength. She should be able to make such a joke. But what Bai Yue Kui didn't expect was that the attack just now was an attack with all her strength. Mio was silent for a moment. Mom asked me to do this. Are you guys buying or not? Are you selling or not? If not, I'm leaving. After saying that, Mio suddenly thought of something. No, you can't leave, you have to buy something or sell something. Mio was so anxious that tears were about to come out. In each round, only one country's contestants can have the visit of a businessman like me. You have always been the first, so I am the first to come. Please buy something. Looking at Mio's anxious look, Jiang Jiuan wanted to laugh. No, the little girl looks really anxious. She must have been assigned some task. If she laughs, she will lose merit. You can buy things. Jiang Jiuan raised his head slightly. Then may I ask, what forms of payment do you accept here? Mio perked up, gold coins, items of equivalent value, and lifespan. After these words came out, Jiang Jiuan was stunned for a moment. The first 2 are understandable, but the last one. After thinking for a while, Mio added, your lifespan is too mixed. I can only say that the lifespan awarded to you by the National Destiny Battlefield. Okay, I need intelligence about other humans in this world besides our group of contestants. How about that? The more comprehensive the better. 200,000 gold coins, or a 3S level item, or 50 years of life. After hearing what Jiang Jiuan wanted, Mio spoke seriously. Is this top-level intelligence? No, I'm telling you the lowest level of intelligence about other humans. It's the cheapest. On the side, Xiaoyuja, who had been in the National Destiny battlefield for a long time, chuckled. The Myra family's coming-of-age ceremony is to complete a deal, right? It seems that your status is not low, and you are actually trading with the number one in the novice period of the National Destiny battlefield. However, if we refuse, even if you are of a prominent status, you will not be able to complete the coming-of-age ceremony, right? Lower the price a bit. Intelligence is the least valuable transaction in your eyes anyway. Mio was stunned for a moment when she heard this. This guy with a bun and squinting eyes, does he know about the Myra family's coming-of-age ceremony? Mio looked at her body. She is now 1.5 meters tall, so the fact that the girl with the ball head could say the three words coming-of-age ceremony is definitely not just a guess, she must have had the corresponding experience. Mio was a little upset. Why the hell are the new guys so awesome nowadays? Mio said helplessly, I can't lower the price. This is set by my mother, and Myra's people have no right to change it. However, in exchange for 1 year of life, or an item of equivalent value, I can tell you a piece of news about previous contestants. Okay, I'll buy it. Jiang Jiuan narrowed his eyes. This silly girl. They were all ordered by my mother? That means that as long as Jiang Jiuan finds out who sets the price for the Myra family, he will be able to find out Mio's identity. Of course, the premise is that this silly girl is using a pseudonym. If Mio is her real name, then this girl may not be called silly anymore. In the distance, Mio obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, and was just cheered up because she was about to complete a deal. Okay, do you choose to pay with your life? Chapter 95. Can I use this squinted one? Jiang Jiuan sold Xiaoyuja right away. Mio was slightly stunned, looked at Gojo Satoru and frowned. She had never seen anyone so weak. But the vitality is indeed extremely pure. What's going on? Mio was a little curious. Logically speaking, Gojo Satoru should be in a state of imminent death. But the extreme purity of his vitality allowed him to live for at least another 100 years. No, although this squinty-eyed creature's life indicators are very high, even higher than the life indicators awarded by the National Destiny Space, we only collect the life indicators awarded by the National Destiny Space. He doesn't have the life indicators awarded by the National Destiny Space. Mio shook her head slightly. I see. Jiang Jiuan seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that the Myra family is quite strict. There are extremely standard requirements for buying and selling, and family members are not allowed to change the chips without authorization, even if it is a more beneficial transaction. Jiang Jiuan slowly raised his head and tapped the chair with his hand. How about this? We don't need to exchange our lifespans, that would be too much of a loss. Look, do you need anything? Mio thought for a moment and said, monster corpses? That's not enough. Even if you're the first, one corpse is useless. Even if you hand in all of them, it won't be enough. Damn, profiteer. It's more reassuring to buy at a high price. Mio said this seriously, without any attitude of a profiteer who would offer a high price. Jiang Jiuan raised his hand and pointed to the wind field generator on the right that was generating wind. Do you want to collect this? This wind field is constantly generating wind. Jiang Jiuan was actually wondering whether this thing could be turned off. If it could be closed, then Mio would definitely accept it. On the other hand, if she can't, Mio will refuse. Mio just glanced at it and shook her head. Not enough. That's it. Jiang Jiuan took out his share of dragon marrow again. The golden liquid rolled in the small glass bottle, emitting a clear light. Mio's eyes lit up. Dragon marrow. Even Mio had never seen this thing in real life before. It is said that only the contestants can get it somehow. Sure enough, everyone in the family said that trading with contestants was the best way to get rich. No wonder this sentence was called the Golden Rule. I can take the wind field generator, but I want 2 copies of the dragon marrow. 1. I can't give you the wind field generator either. Just 1 dragon marrow. Jiang Jiuan chuckled. Since there is a way to fold up the wind field generator, it is still useful. Mio is a nice person, very generous. Jiang Jiuan just seduced a few times and got a lot of messages for free. For example, the wind farm generator has a shutdown method. This is the main thing. In the distance, Mio was silent for a moment and puffed her little mouth. Hey? Are you kidding me? Mio was furious and stomped her feet on the ground twice. What a joke! Although dragon marrow is rare, it is actually just that. It is rare, but since it is not very useful, the price is not very high. Overall, that's it. However, the information about the previous contestants is something that these contestants are eager to obtain. In fact, Mio only has the lowest level version. This is her final treasure. If it weren't for the fact that intelligence can be sold multiple times, it would never be sold at such a low price. But seeing that Jiang Jiuan was determined, Mio thought about it for a moment. Anyway, apart from money and lifespan, the price of items traded by the Myra family is determined by the seller. Anyway, the information can be sold more than once. Mio feels that she can adjust her attitude. Of course, the most basic bottom line cannot be broken. Otherwise, once the bottom line is broken once, there will be a second, third, fourth, fifth, or even countless times. Mio recalled the way her father spanked her with the 7 wolves. At least 2 bottles of dragon marrow. Mio said through gritted teeth. Although dragon marrow is useless, it is also a rare item. Moreover, it is pleasing to the eye, and there are few of them, so anyone who can get one can be called a big shot. In the battlefield of national destiny, the competition between bigwigs is to see who has more rare but useless treasures. Who doesn't want to be called a big shot? If I raise the price during the auction, 2 bottles of dragon marrow would barely be enough. When Mio thought of this, she couldn't help but lift up her chest, which was not big to begin with. 2 bottles, no less. If less, I'll leave. Mio is absolutely confident that the other party has at least 2 bottles of dragon marrow. This is the ability to observe micro-expressions that he has developed through long-term training in the family. Although the expressions of 3 people were as unchanged as an iceberg, the handsome guy with dyed white hair did move his expression slightly. This proves that you bad guys who keep lowering the price have at least 2 bottles of dragon marrow. Mio thought so and proudly puffed out her small chest. This means that the first transaction in her life is about to come to a perfect conclusion. Pity. Little girl, do you think what you say counts? Xiaoyuji tilted his head and squinted at Mio. What's the meaning? Mio was a little confused. I mean, you're already at my hunting ground, and you still want to leave. A smile appeared on Xiaoyuji's lips. In Mio's eyes, it was as if the corners of the devil's mouth were gradually curling up. Damn, these guys want to rob each other. A bottle of dragon marrow, spit out the information. I have the ability to distinguish the truth from the falsehood of your words. I have been very merciful. Otherwise, I would directly search your memory. It would be more convenient than this and I would be able to get more information. Xiaoyuji gently supported his chin with his hand and laughed. If it hadn't been broadcast live, killing to silence someone would have been the standard behavior of a jujutsu master in a lawless world, in the face of profit. You don't think we are good people, do you? You don't think we have the airs of a contestant, do you? You didn't realize that there are only 3 players from one country, but there are actually 4 people sitting here, right? Mio was dumbfounded. Damn it, Lao Lu. She suddenly realized that what Xiaoyuji said was right. There are 4 people sitting here. And there are only 3 players in one country. Then, that squinting eye can only be from the National Destiny battlefield. No wonder you know Myra's family. Mio was a little dumbfounded at this point, standing there in a daze. Jiang Jiuan glanced at Mio. This silly girl. How could Gojo Satoru kill someone to silence him? In front of Gojo Satoru, Gojo Satoru was just talking at best. Although he is a curse user, since Gojo Satoru approached Jiang Jiuan with a purpose, he would definitely not kill to silence him. As a result, the little girl had never seen the world and was directly frightened by Gojo Satoru. "Gee, we are the good guys," Jiang Jiuan said seriously, "you are the bad guy." "Hey!" Xiaoyuja looked confused. "Good man, are you still pretending to be a good person here? Are you really a good person?" "Ah, wait, he really is a good person compared to me." Xiaoyuja was silent for a while. Then he raised his head proudly. "So what? I'm the one who's pretending. Little girl, have you thought about it?" Gojo Satoru looked at Mio with a smile, like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. "Aren't you afraid that I will never come here again? You are a bunch of black-hearted buyers." Mio almost cried. "If you don't want to come, then don't come. I'm not forcing you to come." Xiaoyuja shrugged casually and looked at Mio with a smile. "If you feel wronged, go and complain. Go to Myra's house and complain. Of course, they will definitely think that you are incompetent and not strong enough to be scared by us. Do you think they will pay attention to you? By the way..." Xiaoyuji turned his head to Men Yi. "You can give the item we want to trade to the little girl, and don't let her think that we are bullying her." On the side, Wang Ye gently threw his dragon marrow into the sky and threw it to Mio in the distance. I kept reminding myself in my heart. This person has nothing to do with me, this person has nothing to do with me, this person has nothing to do with me. Never mind, the bond cannot be severed. He just needs to protect himself, Wang Ye thought. Mio looked at the dragon marrow thrown from the sky and took it in panic. The light yellow liquid swaying in the small glass tube looks dazzling and charming. "Okay, is our deal done?" "Yes." Mio sighed weakly. He slowly took out a note, handed it to Wang Ye, who looked the most honest, and then ran away like the wind. There was a faint sound of crying in the woods. "Gee, I didn't expect you still have the habit of bullying children." "Damn, what do you mean? If that Bai Yue had already used the dragon marrow on weapons, would I have to trick a little brat?" Xiaoyuja was furious. "Do you think I want to throw aside my own crazy persona and lie to children? We only have one bottle of dragon marrow left." Jiang Jiuan's mouth twitched. Yes, he, who has 6 eyes, saw it too. Just now, when Wang Ye was using the eye blessing to strengthen the eye of God, Bai Yue Kui poured the dragon marrow in his hand onto Yuyun, making it stronger and more spiritual. It seems that a spirit is about to be born. However, the efficiency is terribly low. It only slightly strengthened Yuyun's original spirituality. The effect of dragon marrow is too low. What Xiaoyuja said was true, but... Why do I feel like you're just trying to trick the kids? Go away, what do you mean? Xiaoyuja rolled his eyes. The two chatted as they walked near Men Yi. Wang Ye had a piece of paper spread out in his hand and was reading it carefully. Jiang Jiuan took a look. There are currently 20 groups of contestants in the national space. On the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, the 21st batch arrived. The 21st batch of contestants can be divided into the first 5 batches, the 5th to 15th batches, the 15th to 20th batches, and the 21st batch. These stages represent the strength of the currently surviving contestants. The first stage is called the Ancient, the second stage is called the Miracle, the third stage is called the Extraordinary, and the last stage is called the New Man. The contestants of each stage will suffer a natural disaster when the next batch of contestants arrives. The earlier it arrives at the National Destiny battlefield, the stronger the natural disaster will be. Therefore, among the people currently alive, the older they are, the more dangerous they are. As far as I know, there is only one contestant in the ancient period, but there must be more than one. If that person hadn't had some relationship with my mother, I wouldn't even know this one. These ancients must have hidden themselves. The contestants in the ancient period are very terrifying, and have the ability to change the sky and the sea. The contestants in the miracle period are also very powerful, and changing the weather is the most basic thing. The extraordinary stage is slightly weaker, but can still level the mountain. As for the rookie period, they are all weaklings, not as strong as me, hehe. The above information comes from the greatest businessmen. Mio. Ha, so rich. Bai Yue Kui looked dull. This is the lowest version. Did the little girl give the wrong note? That shouldn't be possible. This is the only light blue note on the little girl. Jiang Jiuan said calmly. Oh, that's fine. Etc. Bai Yue Kui was startled and reacted. How do you know that Mio only has this light blue note on her? Jiang Jiuan pointed to his eye patch. I can see through things. Don't you know that? I know nothing. Bai Yue Kui had a toothache. Can you see through things? Let's turn on technology. Wait, I can see through things, does that mean? Have you read all the information on that girl? Yes, I also found out where several extraordinary contestants live. By the way, Mio also had a small diary with her, which I also read through. Jiang Jiuan said casually. I have to say, Mio is worthy of being a businessman. The bulging bag behind him contains all kinds of things. Jiang Jiuan also spent a long time searching before he finished reading all the information. During this period, he actually hinted to Gojo Satoru to help him delay time, so he had time to write down all the information one by one. It can be said that Jiang Jiuan has earned everything. In the distance, Bai Yue Kui was completely stunned. Oh shit, is this the boss? No, this is the big brother. Bai Yue Kui was shocked to think. Damn, I want to cheat too. Chapter 96. Daxia Live Broadcast Room. At this moment, netizens have been completely impressed by Jiang Jiuan's methods. Oh my god, a perspective cheat. A perspective cheat. I want to report that our Daxia players are actually cheating. We already have the extraordinary and the ancient, so isn't it normal to have a perspective? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. What the hell is low profile? Everyone, be high profile. What, the contestants from the beautiful country next door can't see through things? That's lame. Let's take a look at our contestants, who can see through things 360 degrees. Coach, I want to learn this. Coach, I want to learn it too. Wait, now that we have come to this point, Jiang Jiuan has the ability to see through things, and Bai Yue Kui has such a good figure, then. Go away, is Brother Jiang the kind of man who can't control himself? If he can't control himself, do you believe that when he was sitting in the bushes that day, he wasn't eating dessert, but was playing with the lightning warlock? The one above, I have a friend who wants to hear the detailed process. You let the author write it in the comments section. The battlefield of national destiny. On the side, Xiaoyuja, who had known about Jiang Jiuan's plan to peek at the information, seemed much calmer than the shocked Bai Yue Kui. However, he was still a little curious. Wu, what valuable information have you seen? Quite a lot. That girl is indeed a businessman. I found the locations of several extraordinary contestants. They are all quite valuable. Jiang Jiuan paused for a moment. Should we go get rid of them? I think it's okay. The extraordinary stage ones are not that strong. Gojo Satoru agreed. Bai Yue Kui, who had been making lives in the wasteland, also agreed and gave a thumbs up. The strong prey on the weak, that's how it should be. Players who managed to survive a full round would definitely have some good stuff saved up. The four of us are as sharp as a knife, and we kill people indiscriminately. You guys kill indiscriminately, I'll quack. Bai Yue Kui had already chosen to lie down and give up. Manyo. Forget it, all three of them agreed that this white hair is not important. However, the closest one of these people is also very far away from us. It is west of the Wind Dragon ruins, and we need to go around the city of the beautiful country. Why not fly? Good idea. Jiang Jiuan nodded approvingly. Just fly directly with the rainbow dragon, it's so cool. Thus, the four of them embarked on the road of challenge together. Above the sky, Xiaoyuja, Bai Yue Kui, and Wang Ye sat cross-legged on the dragon head together. The wind blew past my ears, making a whistling sound. Beneath them, the rainbow dragon roared past at an extremely fast speed. Like a flash of lightning, it streaks across the scorching sun. The three of them sat cross-legged on the dragon's head, looking quite ethereal. And from the dragon's tail, a man's scream could be faintly heard. Gee! You can't do this, gee! I'll die if you keep me hanging by your tail. Blown by the wind. You are just a bad guy, and I want to establish an image of myself as a good person. Do you really treat your best friend like this? I was wrong. The wind blew on Jiang Jiuan, and the unlimited technique enveloped himself. Jiang Jiuan had a look of despair on his face as he was being dragged by a huge dragon's tail. Damn it! I'll beat Yura into pieces when the time comes. Jiang Jiuan thought angrily. After letting out a long breath, Jiang Jiuan began to look around. White clouds, boundless air. There is also a huge city above the ground. Inside the city, there is a fool who is eating roasted three-headed dog meat. Jiang Jiuan was slightly stunned. Who is this general? Are there still people these days who are so brave as to bite a three-headed dog directly? On the ground, Fran and his teammates were ferociously eating the leg meat of the three-headed dog. It tastes bitter, like biting into a lump of coal. Hard and unpalatable. This was almost all the contestants' first impression of the three dog meats. But Fran insisted on finishing it and swallowed it down. At the same time, I couldn't help feeling a little sad. Teammate is dead. His last teammate is dead. While challenging that damn Sky Island dungeon, he died in it. Fran fought for his life for nearly 4 hours before he finally grasped the fighting pattern of General Lei Dian and managed to defeat the opponent. At this time, Fran was missing an arm. This is a battle medal. Well. Fran let out a long sigh and threw the leg of the three-headed dog in his hand to the side. Hey, can you two hear me? We agreed that whoever survives last will get to taste the most disgusting food, and I did it. After saying that, Fran dusted himself off and stood up. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Oh my god! Dragon! At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Daxia National Destiny, a group of netizens are still discussing Hong Long. What's up? Is it okay to ride a dragon directly? This black-haired guy is really capable. No wonder Brother Zhang is willing to take him in. It turns out that he has the ability to control living things. It turns out that this emerald green caterpillar is the same type of stand as mine. Dragon, insect. A level 101 green caterpillar has appeared. In the live broadcast room, Zhen Xiaoxian coughed. That's right, he's back. I made it back alive from that deserted island. Thinking of this, Zhen Xiaoxian looked at Bear Grylls with a rather unfriendly expression. One day. Do you know how I spent that day? What does it feel like to have hundreds of mosquitoes surrounding you and biting you? 176 bites. God knows how Zhen Xiaoxian survived with so many mosquitoes biting him at the same time. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Bear Grylls coughed and said, Dear viewers in the live broadcast room, from what I can see, this black dragon doesn't look like it can be eaten. Although the image of a dragon is very attractive in legends, and there are even legends that those who eat dragon meat will live forever, and those who drink dragon blood will never grow old, but it seems that this dragon cannot be eaten. You see, this dragon is surrounded by endless darkness. It should be a hypothetical creature similar to curse. If you eat it, you may get seriously ill. Not all food can be eaten after the heads are removed. I have received hundreds of complaints of poisoning from people who ate wild animals after watching my wilderness survival videos. Well, of course, not all animals have to be headed off before they can be eaten. Bai Yue said seriously. It was as if he had actually eaten Raiwichi. 666, after hearing what Bear Grylls said, I suddenly want to taste the flavor of dragon. The above, considering the number of dragons, they must be special protected animals. Ahem, so you know. It has been decided to collaborate with Bear Grylls to make a caterpillar jerky. The name is Dragon Meat. The protein is 5 times that of beef. Welcome to buy it. God tramples the flesh of the dragon. The level 101 green caterpillar directly turns into Rayquaza, right? Alas! You can't say that. A level 100 caterpillar is Rayquaza, right? Doge. There was joy in the live broadcast room. And at this moment, the battlefield of national destiny. Chapter 97. The battlefield of national destiny. This is a rolling mountain range. The emerald green reflected before your eyes is refreshing. The huge roots of the trees crawled out of the ground and intertwined on the surface. Countless flowers bloomed, the green spread out, and the scenery was refreshing. This place seems to be a pure land in the battlefield of national destiny. Under the manipulation of Gojo Satoru, Hong Long quickly brought Jiang Jiuan and others to their destination. It is sad that Jiang Jiuan, as a close friend, was left behind all the way. After brushing off the dust on his body and getting off the dragon, Jiang Jiuan heard a sound in his ears, which immediately perked up Jiang Jiuan. You have arrived in the extremely dangerous area. Huivong Ancient Forest. The area ahead is not open yet, come explore it later. Jiang Jiuan. Not open? I came all this way and you tell me it's not open. Jiang Jiuan ignored him and walked forward. Afterwards, it was as if he had hit an invisible barrier and was blocked outside. The area ahead is not open yet, come explore it later. Jiang Jiuan gently raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The light blue light condenses and Kang is released. Is there a protective shield? It doesn't matter. As long as I pull your shield to a negative distance, it will never be able to intercept me at a positive distance. You'll never touch me. This is Scarlet. Pooh. This is the incomparable sense of oppression of Kang. Jiang Jiuan continued to stride forward. The area ahead is not open yet, come explore it later. The voice of Kuyun Space became increasingly anxious. Damn, I have never encountered such a cheater when I was a rookie. What's the point of just destroying the shield? Which big guy from the old period came to the new period to fry fish? The area ahead is not open yet, come explore it later. The area ahead is not open yet, you can come back to explore it later, do you understand? Anxious? He was anxious. Jiang Jiuan grinned. I understand. What next? Jiang Jiuan very meanly took 2 or 3 big steps forward. You hit me, you hit me? You hit me. Jiang Jiuan spread his hands and raised his eyebrows. Even the equally funny Gojo Satoru couldn't help but clench his fists. I really want to fight. At this moment, the voice of the National Destiny Space was completely silent. Okay, no more jokes. Jiang Jiuan coughed and said seriously. Friend, it's time for that friend in the extraordinary period to show up, right? As soon as these words were spoken, a look of surprise flashed across Bai Yue Kui's face. Friends in the extraordinary period? The sound just now was man-made. Bai Yue Kui's heart sank. In the distance, on a huge mushroom cap, a young man slowly stepped out from the mushroom cap with a worried look on his face. Jiang Jiuan knew that the young man seemed to be a strong man in the extraordinary period, who had survived the natural disaster and lived to this day. The years did not seem to have left any traces on her face, but instead seemed to make it younger and more lifeless. Jiang Jiuan knew it very well. This seemingly young guy is actually over 50 years old. My friend, I can't play with you like this. The tone of the young man who walked out of the giant mushroom was full of oppression and repression, which made people want to hurt themselves. But Jiang Jiuan was not affected at all. Although this sound is magical, it is not an unstoppable attack for people with self-control. It is probably 2 levels lower than the previous nightmare. But the scary thing is that this is just the effect of the other person's ordinary words. Jiang Jiuan laughed without caring. I knew that the voice that stopped me from moving forward just now was not from the National Destiny battlefield, but from you. Now the big guys in the extraordinary stage don't need us to find them directly, can they just appear in front of us? Jiang Jiuan was serious about what he said. According to the plot in the novel, shouldn't there be a show-off and then a slap in the face or something? What else can I do? Even I can't directly break through the protective shield of the extremely dangerous area. I can't beat you. The young man shrugged slightly and jumped off the huge mushroom. With a puff, the shoes stepped on the ground, splashing up clouds of dust. The young man looked at Jiang Jiuan helplessly. I am not good at fighting, and I know your purpose is to take things. But I don't have anything to give you to spend money to ward off disaster. How about this? Although I am poor, I have 2 or 3 items. You can pick one and take it away. It can be considered as a good relationship. But if you're greedy and want to take it all. The young man narrowed his eyes and his tone became a little colder. Then, his relaxed tone returned in an instant. No, you can't take them all, so let's rule that out while we're chatting. The young man shrugged and threw out 3 different flowers from his sleeves. The 3 flowers are of different colors, all emitting strong elemental properties. One was shaped like an ice crystal, extremely cold. One was emitting blazing heat, burning with flames. Another was completely black, with faint flashes of lightning. Pick one, and then leave. The young man's voice was decisive. Jiang Jiuan narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. This person seems to be deliberately driving them away. Anything to look forward to? What will happen to people who enter the extremely dangerous zone during the newcomer period after they leave the dangerous zone? Jiang Jiuan speculated. This person has bad intentions and should not be made a close friend. Picking up a flower sparkling with ice crystals, Jiang Jiuan took his 3 teammates and left the danger zone. In the distance, the young man watched Jiang Jiuan leave completely, his expression suddenly froze and he clicked his tongue twice. Today's young people. Do you really think it's so easy to get a bargain? The veteran in the extraordinary period shook his head slightly. He picked the ice flower in this extremely dangerous area. If you leave this danger zone, the ice flowers will explode in 10 minutes. Even those few people could not stop it. It would be great to get rid of a few powerful competitors as soon as possible. The young man muttered, thinking as he walked back to his mushroom. Suddenly, a familiar touch appeared on my forehead. There were 4 fingers pressed against his temple. You really have bad intentions. Jiang Jiuan sighed. Chapter 98. Could you please introduce yourself? Jiang Jiuan raised his eyebrows. He actually didn't mind the young people's actions to kill them. Really, I don't mind. Because if he doesn't have enough strength, Jiang Jiuan will choose to use a sneak attack to kill potential opponents if he has the chance. 1 less opponent means 1 more chance of winning. We must kill the opponent while we still have the strength advantage. The young man had clearly been held on the forehead by Jiang Jiuan's hand. If Jiang Jiuan made any move, he would be doomed. However, his expression remained calm and composed. He said calmly. Li Xian Da. Li Xian Da, a name that sounds more like Daxia. The other party's speaking habits are also relatively modern. Which batch of contestants are you from? Jiang Jiuan asked with a little curiosity. The other person's way of speaking is definitely no more than 50 years old from his time. Maybe even closer. Li Xianda shrugged lightly, looking relaxed and nonchalant. This information is too important for you to know yet. Even if I'm going to kill you in the next second because you don't tell me the information, you won't tell me. Jiang Jiuan raised his eyebrows, with a hint of threat in his tone. If you kill me, you won't have an easy time either. You should know that among humans, there is a group of people called merchants. As a merchant, I can give you a piece of information for free. The contestants in the extraordinary stage are at least 50 years ahead of the contestants in the rookie stage. The tone was calm and relaxed, but Jiang Jiuan could taste some flavor. Merchant. 50 years. Although it is not known how he managed to transform from a contestant to a businessman in the National Destiny battlefield, for a businessman, 50 years is enough time to make a lot of deals. There is definitely some advantage. But any smart person, when taking advantage, will not make himself look like he is taking advantage. Instead, he will make himself look like he is being taken advantage of. In this way, you can accumulate a lot of favors. Are you trying to say that you have a lot of connections and I won't be better off if I kill you? It seems that Li Xianda has some special method that allows others to know that it was this person who killed him after he was killed. Kind of interesting. Jiang Jiuan touched his chin. This person gives people a more dangerous impression than Mio, the silly little girl. Of course, it does not rule out the possibility that Li Xianda has been deceiving Jiang Jiuan. He is not a businessman at all. He had no connections at all, or any way to let others know that he was the one who killed him. He was just trying to intimidate himself. But in that case, this person's stress responsibility level would be even higher in Jiang Jiuan's mind. He is a dangerous person. So, what do you want to say? Jiang Jiuan chuckled. Li Xianda frowned as he looked at the laughing Jiang Jiuan. It seems that the reputation of connections is not enough to scare him. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? Or are you confident in your own abilities? Li Xianda thought for a moment and said, I didn't mean to express anything. It's just, sir, do you want to buy something? I can give you something. No matter which one it is right to spend money to avoid disaster. I just took your things and almost got killed. How dare I take your things again now? Jiang Jiuan laughed. You can take whatever you want this time. I won't make any comments about it. Li Xianda said this with his signature smile. Then he swung his long sleeves, and dozens of props flew out. The props are different and all are shining. If I believe you, there must be something fishy going on. Jiang Jiuan silently complained in his heart, but on the surface he was still looking at the props floating in the air with a thoughtful look, as if he was selecting them. Jiang Jiuan dared to bet that there were definitely problems with these props. It's impossible for it to explode like that flower. That flower was created because Li Xianda wanted to silence me, so he used such an obviously lethal tool to test us. But now, the problem with these props is definitely not that they will directly cause my death, but will gradually cause some side effects, leading to death in the end. I really want to blow this guy's head off. Jiang Jiuan sighed. Unfortunately, this idea was unrealistic, because he was not sure whether after killing Li Xianda he would be marked with something like a mark by the other party, leading to a series of subsequent troubles. Is Gojo Satoru awesome enough? So awesome. Are you afraid of trouble? What is there to be afraid of? If anyone comes to trouble him, he will just smash their head off. But, would he, without any purpose, invite possible troubles in the future just for the sake of short-term gain? The answer is unique. Won't. Jiang Jiuan is indeed not afraid of trouble. He can be so arrogant and awesome as long as he has absolute defense. But this doesn't mean his teammates aren't afraid. Unless he never has any contact with his teammates in the future, there will still be hidden dangers in killing the person in front of him. What a trouble! Jiang Jiuan rubbed his forehead. Having said that, just now, Li Xianda took out something directly from his sleeve. It seems that the sleeve is also a prop, Doraemon's treasure sleeve? Forget it, forget it. I won't take advantage of you. I'm leaving now. Jiang Jiuan shook his head slightly, and his figure disappeared in this space. Li Xianda stood there, his clothes rustling in the wind, but he did not move at all, just stood there quietly. After a while, he took out a compass. He's really gone. Li Xianda breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, he really knows that I can't give him anything good. He has some brains. He shook his head gently and put the things on the ground into his sleeves. These are all good things. Although they all have great hidden dangers, they are cool and pretentious enough to allow him to sell them at a very high price. Li Xianda patted his clothes lightly and walked away. This time, he planned to purchase some high defense and high offensive props. The young man with white hair and an eye patch just now. It felt too dangerous to him. Even though he was still wearing a blindfold, he felt as if his body was being stared at by the abyss, as if he was falling into an ice cellar. It felt like an invisible giant hand was locking my throat tightly, and it was extremely painful. This time, there are more monsters in the rookie period than Li Xianda expected. You have to be prepared first. This thought had just appeared in Li Xianda's mind, and the next moment, a huge black shadow directly crossed the dense jungle, striking straight at him like a black lightning. Li Xianda's pupils shrank and he subconsciously dodged. But the black shadow seemed to have locked onto him directly, and rushed forward at an unparalleled speed, directly crushing Li Xianda's body. The friction between the huge body and the ground stirred up countless gravel, tree roots, and broken grass dancing in the sky, forming a pale green remnant scene. The friction between the ground and the black shadow made a huge roar. Grass! Boom! Where the black shadow crushed, only broken soil and a bright red bloodstain were left. Amidst the swirling broken grass, a figure in a monk's robe walked out slowly and stepped on the bloodstain. Wu, is this the difficult guy you mentioned? You are really getting weaker and weaker, tisk tisk. Xiaoyuji raised his eyebrows and teased. It's too weak, too weak. I can't get excited at all. Jiang Jiuan. You are amazing, you are noble, I am just worried about the consequences of killing him with my own hands. Then why don't you leave him a chance to live? You are such a pervert. I wanted to stay, but didn't you let Rainbow Raiwichi run over him? Jiang Jiuan was speechless. Originally, Jiang Jiuan was unwilling to kill Li Xianda because he might run the risk of encountering other obstacles in the future if he wanted to kill him. But in other words, isn't it okay as long as you don't kill him yourself? Gojo Satoru's ability to manipulate cursed spirit is no joke. In the real world, that's the perfect alibi. If the Jujutsu master had not been able to observe where the cursed power belonged, Gojo Satoru would never have been exposed in his life. In the battlefield of national destiny, that is the perfect way to avoid the curse. Of course, Jiang Jiuan didn't originally intend to kill Li Xianda directly. Although there are few good people in the Jujutsu division, at least they can be considered human beings. At least you can use it first and then kill it, right? Please at least let me ask a question. So his instructions to Xiaoyuji were, let your cursed spirit go over there, capture Li Xianda, and then make a decision after asking him some questions. But now I see, wow! Did you only listen to the first half? We can't keep someone who can pull out a trick at this moment. It's too dangerous. Who knows if he gets a second longer, he might pull out something to kill us. Xiaoyuji said seriously. Counter kill? Someone who possessed the unlimited technique fell into confusion and silence. First, if the powerful item that Li Xianda used to counterattack was physical, Jiang Jiuan could block all physical attacks. Menyi can also give them a shield to help them resist physical attacks. Second, if Li Xianda possesses a causal murder item, the unlimited technique will indeed be unable to stop it. But do you think that if he had a causal murder prop, would I still be alive today after coming into contact with him at the moment he was about to die? Jiang Jiuan expressed his incomprehension. You are just too excited and keep making excuses for yourself, right? Absolutely. Xiaoyuji coughed and said, how is that possible? Am I that kind of person? Do not you? Xiaoyuji. I'm sad, my dear friend. Jiang Jiuan didn't waste any more words with Xiaoyuja. He walked slowly to the distance and came to the mushroom where Li Xianda originally lived. He rummaged through the drawers and searched everywhere. Not far away, Wang Ye and Bai Yue Kui suddenly remembered that they were actually here to search for equipment. Soon, hundreds of props were placed on the ground. Scattered here and there, they all emit a strange glow. The faint energy fluctuations bounced on it, which was pleasing to the eye. They are all good treasures, but it's a pity that we don't know if there are any hidden dangers. Jiang Jiuan waved his hand and directly pulled all these treasures into the negative distance. To be honest, King is getting better and better. It is in no way worse than Li Xianda's extra-dimensional sleeves. Carry it with you and it's totally unobtrusive. The only drawback is, if other people also have the ability to enter negative distances, then all these things will be stolen. Of course, you can't enter negative distance whenever you want. The cost of this theft is too great. Those who don't have this ability will never be able to discover these things. Those who have this ability don't even look down on these things. After packing up his things, Jiang Jiuan looked around. As a businessman, this man did not even set up any defensive barrier or a barrier that could provide 360-degree observation of the surroundings where he lived. This was Li Xianda's biggest failure. I don't know how such people survived the first natural disaster. You killed people, took their things, and then belittled them. You are such a dog. Xiaoyuja complained. Jiang Jiuan glanced at Xiaoyuja and suddenly felt that his words and actions at this moment were totally incompatible with the cassock he was wearing. Are you really the Xiaoyu from the leader period? It feels just like the high school days. He is decisive in killing and cynical. When he was the leader, Gojo Satoru would never make jokes casually. After spending a few days together, Jiang Jiuan discovered. Now Gojo Satoru is just a funny guy. At least, others see him as a funny guy. Never mind, Jiang Jiuan just regarded it as a change after entering the battlefield of national destiny. If Gojo Satoru's ease at this moment was all fake, that would be another story. No, it's death. After looting, Jiang Jiuan walked out of the big mushroom with his 3 teammates. I have to say that this place has beautiful scenery and pleasant temperature. Even if it snows heavily, it is still green and full of vitality, without the dead silence of snow. The snowflakes could not even stay on the green leaves for a second before they melted into snow water. This forest seems to always remain young and green. But it also gives people a weird feeling. Extremely dangerous zone. This name is definitely not called casually. Jiang Jiuan had a vague feeling that there might be an immortal level figure in this forest. In terms of combat effectiveness, this kind of person may be similar to Gojo Satoru, or even lower than Gojo Satoru. But what's so scary about immortals? Understanding and change of nature. Grow in nature and nurtured by nature. Even if immortals are very close to nature and have great control over nature, they cannot simply destroy all the trees in the forest. But it is still possible to strengthen the forest with one's own strength. But the name of this extremely dangerous area is Ancient Forest of King Hui. Hui Wang, King. It doesn't feel like an immortal. Because immortals are not the pinnacle of the world. Why be king? King. Jiang Jiuan got a clue. What the hell, is this possible? God? Chapter 99. The God of Wisdom, and also one of the 7 rulers of the earth, the God of grass that only grows in one country, the King of auspicious grass. Since he is the 2nd generation, he is also affectionately called, Little/Lucky Grass/King. The 2nd generation of Grass God, Delisha, crossed out. The 2nd generation Grass God, Nashida. He is a god of wisdom who regards wisdom as his enemy. She looks like an inverted badminton, a total loli. Although he is the god of wisdom, he is trapped by his wisdom. The 1st generation of Grass God lived long and was widely known, and was praised as the omniscient and omnipotent god of wisdom. 2nd generation. Only 500 years old. But although this second-generation grass god looks very unintelligent and does not have the knowledge of the past and present like the rock god Morux, if you ask her a question, the answer she can give you is the most comprehensive and complete one under the current circumstances. After all, the combat power is not high, and you can't lose your godly status, so you must put all the points on wisdom. The name of the god of wisdom is not for nothing. Although Nashida is the second-generation grass god, her inheritance of the great compassion tree king's abilities is only a grass god's position and power, and there is no inheritance of wisdom. However, Nashida was trapped in the palace by her subordinates for 500 years. 500 years! In a place like Tibet where there is no internet and her combat power is not high, what else can she do except reading books? Of course, there is a premise for Nashida's low combat power. He lost his god's heart soon after he was born. In this unpredictable battlefield of national destiny, this is not necessarily the case. Jiang Jiuan speculated. This grass god should be the guardian of this forest. Jiang Jiuan's eyebrows twitched. At this moment, he opened his 6 eyes fully, not seeking any clarity, but only a range. There's no end to the forest. You know, you can have a panoramic view of the Fenglong ruins and Jiangjuan. It can be seen that the size of this forest is beyond his imagination. Human power is indeed limited. Jiangjuan remained silent. The little auspicious grass king was able to cover such a large forest without ice or snow, which showed that his strength had reached its peak. If Morux, Barbados, and Beelzebub also entered the national destiny battlefield and gained a certain degree of enhancement, they would definitely be stronger than the little auspicious grass king. After all, they are thousands of years old. 2 of the original 7 gods and 1 of the twin demon gods of the original 7 gods are no joke. But no matter how weak Nashida is, she is still a god. In addition, she is only 500 years old, so it is impossible for a god to have any wear and tear, and her innate condition is almost perfect. A pinnacle of god. Tisk tisk. You can refer to Morux, the Rock King during the Demon War, Barbados, the Wind Elf during the founding of Mond, and Beelzebub, the Shadow Warrior who stood out among the demons by protecting his twin demon sister. Go deeper. After Jiang Jiuan had these speculations, he no longer hesitated. I don't ask to take out the heart of the grass god. At least if you go deeper, you can get some benefits. You are so positive. Have you deduced something? Xiaoyuja was a little suspicious. Is Wu so positive? Damn, that's just a little information, what did you deduce? On the side, Wang Ye was thoughtful. Sen Lin, Hui Wang. Jiang Jiuan, do you also think it is the one from Sumi? Yes, I think so too, but I am not sure whether it is the kind tree king or the auspicious grass king. The first generation is known as omniscient and omnipotent. The second generation also has this title, but I don't know how he actually is. After all, he hasn't appeared in 500 years. Theoretically, the first generation is more likely, but he died in the Kanria disaster. The second generation is still alive, so I don't know which one it is. Menyi showed an expression of approval. Obviously, he thought so too. Traveling through the 7 countries on the Death Star, Menyi also learned a lot of things. However, only Menyi praised it, while Geto Suguru and Shiratsuki Kui were indeed confused. What the hell? What are you guys talking about? Wang Ye hurriedly explained. Xiaoyuja and Bai Yue Kui half understood what he said. The audience in the live broadcast room also half understood what was said. The grass god, one of the 7 rulings, and a catastrophe in a country. I always feel like I'm listening to a legend. What happened 4.7 billion years ago, isn't that just a legend? There were no humans at that time, so it must be just a legend, maybe made up by humans. Not necessarily. Maybe the Blue Star was originally a continent, with the things and countries that Jiang Jiuan talked about. Later, it underwent an explosion and reorganization, and then formed a spherical blue star. The above poster said that it only takes 100 million years to form a planet, right? We have the supernatural powers, the national destiny battlefield, so can't the things observed by scientists be overturned? The science observed by scientists has been overturned by supernatural powers a lot. Indeed, I am a graduate student, and my main research direction is about the relationship between water and the world. I had already written a paper and was ready to submit it, but then, Jiang Jiuan and his team brought in 100 lakes. I don't know the whole story, so I won't comment on it. Scientists have spent dozens or hundreds of years researching something, so we can't easily overturn it just because it's extraordinary. After all, the extraordinary is something that happened 4.7 billion years ago, and science is something that happened 4.6 billion years ago. He is a wise man. What I am most curious about is, 4.7 billion years ago, there were people who had extremely advanced technology. If we can dig up this technology, it will be a huge improvement for the country. In the battlefield of national destiny, Wang Ye began to doubt whether the two people in front of him understood what he said. About the devil, the abyss, etc. It's exciting enough. When Jiang Jiuan was in power in the mortal world, he explained it in a very vague way because they could not understand. Now I have explained the history of Sumi from beginning to end. By the way, Menyi also told me about the demon god war and some things he heard about the Kari disaster. The two people, who originally thought that Tibet was actually a completely unscientific metaphysical world, were shocked and changed their views. A country of science and technology, a country without gods, a country of humanity. The three lights of Kiria are too dazzling. As for the reason why Kanria was destroyed, Menyi was actually not very clear, so his explanation was somewhat ambiguous. Xiaoyuja thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Jiuan. From your descriptions, I can tell you both only have a limited understanding of this grass god. Then, why don't we try to capture the weaker ones first? Like the wind god or something like that. I think you've made a mistake. There is no weak god. Jiang Jiuan shrugged. Barbados is strong. With one breath, the wind elf blew a country from a snowy country to a country with spring all year round. What's more, you can never find the wind god just to see him. Just like you can't find Wendy's anywhere in Mondrian except the tavern. Since we are here, let's make the best of it. Now that we have come to this ancient forest, let's try to find the grass god. Remember, our purpose is to plunder items, not to find gods. From a common rational point of view, you can't see God just to find him. You often see him in unexpected ways. Menyi suggested seriously, his tone gentle. Jiang Jiuan expressed his strong agreement, and for details, please refer to the traveler. At the same time, his expression became a little strange. Why is it that Wang Ye, who used to have a temper like the wind, now keeps talking about from the perspective of universal reason? Emperor? Is that you, Emperor? Menyi, is your mother not possessed by another spirit? After yawning, Jiang Jiuan instantly ignored Wang Ye and disappeared. By the way, I haven't had a good sleep these past few days. A little sleepy, a little tired. A few minutes later, Xiaoyuja, with a dark face, picked up Jiang Jiuan, who was almost asleep while eating, from a huge tree and threw him to the ground like a chicken. You are really my fault. Gojo Satoru rubbed his forehead. I walked for a long time carrying this heavy thing on my back. Suddenly, Xiaoyuja's eyes fixed. Not far away, a village slowly emerged. Village. Gojo Satoru was thinking about something. People? All people. Local residents. Gojo Satoru gave a confident and brainless smile. Looks very much like a CX leader. When Jiang Jiuan slowly woke up from his deep sleep, a loud voice came to his ears. What is our goal? This sound scared Jiang Jiuan. What the hell? Then, another loud and resounding voice rang out. This voice was mixed with the voices of hundreds of people, and it rushed straight into the sky. Help Master Ji achieve victory. Great, so what's our slogan? Victory. Victory. Long live truth. You have already grasped the essence. So in the end, what should we do for the truth? Do it at the risk of your life. Do it at all costs. That's it. God is with you. God is with you, Master. Jiang Jiuan? Listening to the huge roars constantly coming to his ears, he fell silent. Leader? Truth? Why does it look so much like CX? Jiang Jiuan was a little confused at this moment. I just took a nap, has the world changed? Maybe I didn't wake up? Yes, I definitely didn't wake up. Jiang Jiuan thought so and lay down again. Chapter 100. Xiao Ji is indeed a man with some tricks. But it's not so exaggerated that it can take down dozens or hundreds of people in one go. The former Bai Yue Kui. 1 hour later. Sun said, I didn't say that. Bai Yue Kui at this time. Bai Yue Kui felt a little numb. TNND, what the hell is this guy? A man spent 180,000 yuan on me because of 3 sentences from a master. Later, there was a leader who was willing to risk his life for 1,000 people in 1 hour. What am I missing? No, I was awake the whole time and didn't miss anything. So which step went wrong? Brother Ji, you. Bai Yue Kui hesitated to speak. Xiaoyuja was slightly stunned and looked at Bai Yue Kui. What's wrong? Nothing, I just wanted to praise you for being awesome. Bai Yue Kui's body was completely limp at this point, and his mind was empty. Why did I join this team? Wouldn't it be better to just honestly embark on a journey to save your brother in the wasteland? You have to come here to be abused. After arriving at the National Destiny battlefield, Bai Yue Kui can be said to be the one with the greatest improvement among everyone, and she also got the most good things. But if you think about it the other way around, you can also understand it this way. She is the one with the worst ability. There is no way. Although Bai Yue Kui is strong, his strength is only in his sword. He has almost no special abilities, and his superb fighting ability is almost entirely due to his physical fitness. It can be said that there is no cheating at all, it's all about skill. Belongs to high-level players. But after entering the National Destiny battlefield, 2 teammates. One has a flying cheat, and the other has a health-locking invincibility cheat. Later, a guy with a ball head and squinty eyes came. He was also a cheater, and a high-tech cheater, a cheater that could control NPCs. This guy's speech was even better than the one in the beer hall. It's very tiring to play at a high level. Wait till your account is blocked someday. Only I, Bai Yue Kui, can truly stand up. Otherwise, even if Bai Yue Kui tried his best, he could cut a mountain in half with his knife. Even 3 cheaters wouldn't give her a chance to show off. Bai Yue Kui fell into a long period of numbness. In the distance, after a speech, Gojo Satoru successfully brainwashed the local residents here and successfully established himself as an apostle from outer space who came to save the people here. Actually, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Gojo Satoru gained their friendship by using some of their food and water. Then use your superb speaking skills to make them admire you. Successfully became a leader. Xiaoyuja was also very clear that although these people were shouting enthusiastically, even if he used his superb speaking skills, he could at most make them reach the level of admiration and trust for him. One day is not enough time for them to really sacrifice their lives for me. But it was enough to show how terrifying his skills were. A normal person can't achieve this effect even if he talks for a year. On the ground, looking at the lively situation, Jiang Jiuan shook his head slightly, instantly sobering himself up a little, and then laughed. As expected of you. In the distance, Gojo Satoru had already begun assigning tasks. 400 strong young men, go cut down trees. 200 women, doing delicate work on ironwork and woodwork. 350 masters forging iron products. The remaining elderly people who are too old and children who are too young will be repaired on the spot. After saying that, the crowd in front of him dispersed. Jiang Jiuan looked at Xiaoyuja and smiled. From what you said, do you want to use these people to renovate our city wall? Jiang Jiuan looked around. These people actually had experience in building city walls, so the quality of the walls they built should not be too bad. And with thousands of people, they can even carry out huge projects such as digging canals. If you come here for nothing, it's useless if you don't cultivate. Xiaoyuja shrugged. I want to bring them all to our city. Wu, is that okay with you? I feel that this national destiny guarding the city is not actually letting the few people in each country who are qualified to cultivate immortals to guard it. More importantly, it is to gradually operate a civilization. Especially, these recruits can actually cultivate immortality. As long as there are enough resources, we can even build a city of immortal cultivators. The further you advance in the national destiny game, the more terrifying the monsters become. Theoretically, we can't defend it with just a few people. Xiaoyuja said meaningfully, this national destiny battlefield actually wants us to receive some people. That's right. Jiang Jiuan was thinking secretly. Gojo Satoru and Bai Yue Kui are fine. Considering the current difficulty of defending the city, they can still hold on even if the attack is 10 times stronger. But what about people from other countries? After a few more rounds, the monsters can continue to become stronger, but their training progress may not be able to keep up. Therefore, there is a gap of nearly 12 hours between the Abyss City defense and the Surface City defense, which is actually to encourage these players to explore. Explore the resources and connections of this national battlefield, and even recruit new people. With the City Lord's mansion, how could this city be without other citizens? But there is a loophole. That is, since people can be recruited continuously, it means that the longer the contestants survive, the more and stronger people they recruit must be, so that they can survive the siege by the increasingly powerful monsters. But why was Li Xianda alone before, without any teammates or local residents around him? Before each batch of contestants arrives, the previous batch of contestants will experience a natural disaster. With his weak fighting ability, he would definitely not survive the first natural disaster without the support of others. Could it be? Is this natural disaster a purge of these recruited residents? Li Xianda originally had many residents who were able to cultivate immortality to help him survive the natural disaster, but they all died in the disaster. This is being alone. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Gee, since you want them to live with us, why don't you let them build our city first? I remember there is a forest near us as well. I want to see their technology first. Jiang Jiuan showed an expression of immediate understanding. If they don't build it well, you will just abandon it, right? Scumbag. Xiaoyuja's mouth twitched. What the hell? I just really want to see their skills. Why do I suddenly feel so guilty after hearing what you said? Xiaoyuja touched his heart in pain. Soon, while the local residents were still collecting materials, the three of them had already left. Wait a day and come back to see the technology they have built. Although the construction technology is not very important, it is at least necessary to master it. Otherwise, even if they go there, they won't be able to build their own houses and be self-sufficient. If you can't be self-sufficient, 1,000 people, it's better not to have it. Jiang Jiuan sighed. The three of them just walked forward quietly. Pushing aside the bushes, he walked straight ahead. From time to time, Jiang Jiuan heard the sound of chopping trees. He knew that it was the local people who were chopping trees, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Although it is extremely noisy, it is bearable. I know, the sound of the chainsaw was heard. Jiang Jiuan's eyes froze instantly. This sound. The sound is crisp, mixed with the rolling of air currents. It was like a missile, falling at a fixed point. Then countless strong whines blew up. Is someone fighting? Jiang Jiuan narrowed his eyes. While moving, he began to lead his 3 teammates in that direction intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, 6 eyes fully opened, spreading vision unilaterally there. This ability is quite useful. Jiang Jiuan narrowed his eyes. Originally, the function of 6 eyes was to reduce the consumption of spell power and provide 360-degree perspective. Now, with the help of the system, I can actually extend my field of vision. With his eyes fixed on a giant tree 1,000 meters away from a semi-god's perspective, Jiang Jiuan's pupils shrank instantly, and he felt an unparalleled sense of oppression. Those were 2 men. One was standing on a tall tree, and the other was kneeling on the ground spitting blood. Because the middle-aged man with a fur hat on his head had his hands on the long sword behind his back, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he stared at the opponent in front of him with disdain. This sword spans across the stars and the abyss. Swish! At this moment, the wind howled and the thunder swept across. With this strike, a huge crack in space was cut out. The heaven and earth seemed to have suffered a huge catastrophe, and instantly began to collapse and shrink. The pattern of stars appeared in it, like a flash of lightning that reaped the life of the man on the ground. A mouthful of blood spit out, and the man kneeling on the ground had his right arm cut off directly, with confusion and unwillingness in his eyes. Why? Why? We were all in the same group entering the National Destiny battlefield. How could you find such a magical weapon? Am I still too weak? The man laughed at himself, and his figure turned into nothingness and disappeared in the world. The middle-aged man in the hat narrowed his eyes, sighed, looked up at the sky and spoke softly, with a hint of contemplation. You are very strong, but not as strong as my 2 old friends in Xiangling. My parents are still waiting for me to come home for a reunion dinner in the village, and my 2 old friends are still waiting for my return in the forest. I can't lose. Otherwise, we can become close friends. As soon as the middle-aged man in the hat finished speaking, he turned his head to look in the direction of Jiang Jiuan and spoke softly. Friend, why don't you come out and talk? Jiang Jiuan. This feeling of oppression? This feeling of oppression. Why the hell do you look so much like Guang *Xiang? The DNA is broken. Chapter 101. As the saying goes, there are 3 great powers in Xiangling. 2 bears, 1 man. Jiang Jiuan already had a picture in his mind. So excited, so thrilled, so awesome. But, how about going over and having a chat? I'd go there only if I had a brain drain. Jiang Jiuan yawned, then quietly hid himself and walked forward slowly. Can't see me, can't see me. Who are you talking to? Oh, with the strong man from Xiangling. Jiang Jiuan explained calmly. Gojo Satoru? In the distance, a sharp knife light suddenly crossed the forest and struck directly in front of Jiang Jiuan, stirring up a gust of fierce wind. Sir, why did you retreat? The middle-aged man's voice came faintly, thousands of miles away, and reached Jiang Jiuan's ears with an uninspiring tone. The strong men of Xiangling are definitely not people that we youngsters can look directly at, so I will retreat first. What's wrong with that? IFG saw it. You just took my blade, right? That's definitely the case, right? We the younger generation? Did you see what happened just now? I saw it. Jiang Jiuan coughed. Do you know why I killed him? He stopped you from chopping down the tree. Jiang Jiuan thought about it and felt that this was the most likely possibility. In the distance, the middle-aged man was slightly startled, then showed an expression of approval and raised the long sword in his hand that was shining with cold light. Yes, it seems that you have a certain ability to guess people's thoughts. He is indeed related to the felling of trees, so I killed him, but he is just a tree. As he spoke, the middle-aged man had already slowly walked up to Jiang Jiuan and the other 3. A pair of ragged cloth shoes. A pair of blue trousers. A cotton-padded jacket. He wore a huge military cap on his head and held a long sword shining with cold light in his hand. The sharp blade light flashed brightly on the flag, and Jiang Jiuan could feel the overwhelming power of it just by feeling it. From a common-sense perspective, Jiang Jiuan might be fine if he took the knife. But if you receive a knife worth hundreds or thousands of dollars, you might get into trouble. But, brother, where is your chainsaw? Sir, who are you, the strong man? Please leave your name. Jiang Jiuan roared. United Village, a single name is strong. Are you bald? My dear friend, please don't expose other people's shortcomings when you speak. I just heard that there are 3 peerless masters in Xiangling, one of whom is a bald man in human form. Now it seems that this is true. Jiang Jiuan shrugged. Brother Chiang looked a little surprised. You know me. Who in the world doesn't know the best sword in Xiangling? Jiang Jiuan nodded slightly, his expression solemn. On the side, Bai Yue Kui looked at 2 people with middle school syndrome. What the hell, one of you is holding a flashing knife in your hand, and the other one is jumping directly into the air. Are you ready to start a fight? But what's the matter with this conversation between you and your fellow patients? Can't we just have a good fight? Bai Yue Kui was speechless. The next moment, I saw Brother Chiang in front of me suddenly swinging the long sword in his hand, and without saying a word, he directly slashed out a shocking sword light. If you can survive 3 strikes, I will not pursue what happened today. If I kill you within 3 strikes, it's just bad luck on your part. A faint tone came. FK, this is going to kill people to silence them. FK, this guy is playing dirty tricks. Anyway, there are only 3 swords, hide quickly. No, those people upstairs, do you really think that Zhang Ji's absolute defense is just for show? That's right, we should believe. What the hell is this knife? Where's the mountain? Where's the huge mountain behind? Not far away, this huge sword light swept across countless trees and turned into a huge flying bird, soaring into the sky. It crashed directly into a huge mountain range, and the top of the mountain was flattened in an instant. The huge mountain top spun and slowly fell, sinking into the huge lake. Brother Chiang held a knife in his hand with a calm expression. The sense of oppression is full. There are 2 more knives. He spoke calmly. Jiang Jiuan's eyebrows jumped. No way, Brother Chiang, have you changed your career or something? Where's the chainsaw? Why use a long knife? On the side, Bai Yue Kui Menyi and Zai were almost prepared to attack Brother Chiang, but were both pushed back by Jiang Jiuan with a look. The 3 knives that Brother Chiang mentioned only apply to himself. If you 3 are included, there will be more than 3 swords. I also want to pinch Brother Chiang's face after taking these 3 blows. It's so unrealistic that a good lumberjack suddenly turned into a fighting god, making people want to pinch it to confirm whether it's true or not. While moving, Brother Chiang had already swung the 2nd knife. In an instant, the sun and the moon lost their light. Then came the 3rd knife. Tick! Suddenly a drop of rain fell from the sky and hit the muddy ground. Then, there was a heavy rain. Visions of heaven and earth. The 2 blade lights were like a jiariwichi, tightly locking onto Jiang Jiuan, trying to strangle him like a python. At this moment, Jiang Jiuan could hardly hear how many sounds were around him, as if there were 404 speakers lingering around his ears. One could only vaguely see countless small white words appearing on his body. Immunity. My God, these are really the most elegant 2 words. The light faded, and Brother Chiang looked at Jiang Jiuan who was intact, and for the first time a look of surprise appeared on his face. Damn, I only used 1 stroke to chop down that tree. Are you okay after being stabbed 3 times? Sir, why don't we fight again? Since I left my hometown and came to this battlefield, I have lost 2 old friends. It has been a long time since I felt this kind of oppression. You are worthy of my chainsaw, As he spoke, his hand slowly reached behind him and tore open a crack in space. From it, he slowly took out an electric saw. The bright silver teeth flashed with a cold light, the red paint was applied on the electric saw, and the silver-grey handle was shining, filled with a sense of solemnity and blood. Brother Jiang pulled his hand slowly, and in a flash, the chainsaw started to work, and a majestic murderous aura filled the sky. Buzz! Brother Jiang, I'm excited. Chapter 102. Chainsaw? Jiang Jiuan's expression became a little more serious. This breath. Jiang Jiuan sighed softly, and from within his wide robe, the eye of the god of rock suddenly lit up with a penetrating light. Jiang Jiuan looked at Brother Jiang of Bai Yue Kui in the distance with bright eyes. Before I could finish my thought, the attack came. Above the sky, a huge shadow of a chainsaw slowly emerged. The teeth were spinning madly, cutting through the space like the scythe of the god of death, as if to reap everyone's life. But the next second, Brother Jiang suddenly stopped his hand and took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Lost composure? Jiang Jiuan was a little surprised. Your excitement just now didn't seem fake. But now he suddenly stopped and said it was a loss of composure. Is there anything you can't tell? Fine. On the side, Bai Yue Kui looked up at the sky with lingering fear. What lingered in my mind was the chainsaw that just acted like a god. She tossed and turned, and could only come up with two adjectives in her mind. One is awesome, and the other is awesome too. At first glance, our combat power is actually similar to his, both of us are capable of flattening the top of a small mountain. But in terms of universal rationality, he is stronger than us. Menyi spoke calmly. I don't think you need to take me and that badminton over there with you, said Xiaoyuja. I think I can take you with me, or you can slap him in the face. Bai Yue Kui smiled. You survived the knife like the badminton you mentioned, you are awesome. In this timeline, someone whose arm hasn't been cut off yet. Ah, this. Xiaoyuja followed his heart. I feel a little tired. I am a high-end player. Do you understand what a high-end player means? All my skill points are put into manipulating cursed spirit. I dodge skills by moving, and you want me to compare defense with a guy who has invincible defense? In the distance, Brother Jiang put away the chainsaw in his hand and took 2 steps forward. Hello, what's your name? You must have seen what happened just now. I hope you won't make it public. I know, it's not easy to cut down a tree these days. Jiang Jiuan waved his hand. Brother Jiang was silent for a moment. Even though he is invincible in the world, he still wants to cut down trees. For that pitiful salary? When he reaches the battlefield of national destiny, who will give it to him? Just to remember old friends. Just now, why didn't you use the chainsaw? Except for my 2 old friends, I never point the chainsaw at anyone. Brother Jiang said frankly, with a hint of indifference between his brows. I am currently short of money and cannot give you any good compensation, but I have been in this national destiny battlefield for many years and I still have some experience. You can ask me a question. If I can't answer it, you can change the question. I will tell you everything I know. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. No problem, no problem. Jiang Jiuan waved his hand, and after a storm in his mind, he spoke faintly. Let me ask you a difficult question. I will certainly tell you everything I know. Is the author a man or a woman? I mean, if our world is a novel world, then is the author who wrote this novel a man or a woman? Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang's thick eyebrows were tightly twisted together, almost knotted. What the hell is this question? If someone could create such a work, it must be, not a human. Or rather, I prefer a woman. Of course, I know you actually want to ask who created the National Destiny battlefield. I can't answer this because I don't know either. Please change the question. Brother Jiang said frankly. To be honest, then. Which do you think tastes better, sweet tofu pudding or salty tofu pudding? Brother Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slammed the table and stood up with a roar. The sweet party is outliers, the salty party will win. Jiang Jiuan was extremely shocked when he heard this. Is there anyone who likes to eat salty tofu pudding? Damn, sweet ones are obviously better than salty ones. You like sweet things? Sweet things are weird. Salty ones are the oddballs, sweet ones are so delicious. My brother Jiang has lived an upright life. He can tolerate being suppressed by his superiors and being exploited by his old friends, but he cannot give in even a little bit on the matter of salty sweetness. Watching the two people gradually move from friendship to quarrel, Gojo Satoru began to be unable to understand why a top-class jujutsu master would quarrel over such a thing. Oh, childish. You actually like that kind of flavor for your staple food. You're really an anomaly. Gojo Summer Oil smacked his lips. In the distance, Jiang Jiuan and brother Jiang fought for a while and then quietly began to taste the dessert together. It's sweet and delicious. Is it? Only desserts, tofu pudding, and the big stew my father made are my bottom line. Where is the old friend you always mentioned? Bear paws are delicious. Emergency food. Jiang Jiuan raised his eyebrows. This is a like-minded person. Yes, I have had this idea before, but unfortunately, I can't beat them both without using my full strength, and if I use my full strength, I'm afraid I will beat them both. Brother Jiang shrugged regretfully, his tone full of regret. I once had this idea, wanting to eat the cursed spirit controlled by my best friend, but later I found that it was simply inedible. Finally, I found one that could bear fruit, and it was poisonous. Jiang Jiuan also looked heartbroken. There are some cursed spirits that look like they want to eat. Especially the bone floating next to Gojo Satoru. It looks very powerful. There must be a lot of bone marrow. If he can eat it, Jiang Jiuan thinks he can have a big meal. No, several meals. The aroma of braised food, the crispness of fried food, and the glutinous but not greasy taste of steamed food. Jiang Jiuan smacked his lips. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Why is this cursed spirit classified as an inedible item? And at this moment, the National Destiny live broadcast room. Hey guys, do you like sweet or salty food? Zhen Xiaoxian laughed heartily, and before the netizens could reply in the comments, he slapped his thigh and said, just kidding. It's all right. But I think sweet ones must taste better. Bing bing. Lu Qingsheng. There was a hint of unfriendliness in the eyes of the two men as they looked at Zhen Xiaoxian. Bear Grylls? What is tofu pudding? It seems to be a dish. Can this thing also make noise? Bai Yue is a little confused. In foreign countries, many foods can be either salty or sweet, so Bear Grylls doesn't care about the sweetness or saltiness of foods. If you make foie gras sweet, some people will say it tastes good. If you make it salty, some people will still say it tastes good. But, in Daxia, sweet tofu pudding and salty tofu pudding have become a dividing line. Zhen Xiaoxian looked at the hostile gazes of the two and suddenly coughed. Brother Xian, I was just kidding. How could someone like something sweet? Don't you think so? Bing bing, I don't believe it. Damn, you don't believe it? I really am kidding. I'm really kidding, bing bing, you have to believe me. Don't believe in rumors and don't spread them. Bing bing shook her head vigorously. Zhen Xiaoxian. On the battlefield of national destiny, Jiang Jiuan stroked his chin, looking at brother Jiang in front of him, thinking about something. Strong strength, fluent speaking. It's Daxia for sure. But, it seems to be modern times. Brother Jiang is definitely also a contestant in the national destiny battlefield. But each generation of contestants has a minimum period of 50 years. How could Jiang's fluent Mandarin be from 50 years ago? Could it be a parallel world? Jiang Jiuan was in deep thought. Chapter 103. Brother Jiang, let me ask you a question. Ask, but tofu pudding must be eaten salty. Obviously sweet. Jiang Jiuan complained in his heart, Brother Jiang, even though you eat steamed buns that cost 90,000 yuan each, your taste is still so low. Which batch of contestants are you from? I don't know. Don't you know? I don't know how long I have been here. Without a cell phone, I have no sense of time. Brother Jiang complained. This damn place, he didn't even bring his pineapple phone with him when he entered. Otherwise, would he have to fight with his own hands? The sound of a pineapple phone can collapse a mountain. He no longer needed to go to great lengths to get a knife that could withstand his strength. A pineapple phone. Swords, spears, halberds, sticks, all can be conjured up for you. You can even conjure up a chainsaw from it. A top-grade chainsaw that can bear his power. That's a pity. Jiang Jiuan touched his chin, feeling a little regretful that he didn't get enough time for Brother Jiang to enter. Then do you know what resources are in this forest? Jiang Jiuan thought about it, looked at Brother Jiang's narrow eyes, and said seriously. FK, Brother Jiang remembers it. Tears in my eyes. 2 men and 1 woman entered the national battlefield on behalf of the country, eating, drinking, having fun and doing everything, and finally remembered to fight for resources for the country. It is really not easy. It was not easy at the time. As an adult, it is hard to remember the country. So I just wrote it down. Ah, the one above. I finally forgot about this thing. It is reported that, except for the ores, the mineral deposits dropped by titans, and the rewards obtained after each round of the first city, our country has fallen behind other countries. Holy crap! Didn't we build 100 waterfalls connected to lakes? And that big flower seed? The United States has already occupied 186 small lakes, almost the same American Samoa us. And there are all kinds of other resources that have been magnified 100 times to reality. If Brother Jiang deliberately fights for resources, won't we take off immediately? By then, I will drink 1 glass of water and throw 1 glass away. Waste of resources? Do you have any resin? Be careful of the green corpse letter. Jiang Jiuan almost forgot that he was actually here to participate in the national movement. When I saw Brother Jiang's kind and familiar face, I finally remembered it. Oh, it's time to fight for resources for the country. During this period, I have heard a lot of voices, all of which are voices from other countries occupying resources, especially the United States and Russia. Of course, there is also the Sakura country. Compared to the United States, the Sakura country is even more enthusiastic about occupying resources. Although the resources occupied are not as many as those occupied by the United States, the materials are more complicated. To put it in personal terms, it means picking up everything. Bai Yue Kui was numb when he heard the report. Boss Bai really didn't expect that there would be a country that would even occupy a doghouse? What the hell is it like when 100 doghouses are realized in reality? On the side, Brother Jiang covered his head and thought for a while, as if he had racked his brains and used all his brain cells, and finally said. North. The middle of the forest. Jiang Jiuan muttered to himself, looking into the distance. The first reaction is green. The second reaction is damn, it's so green. Are there any other resources? I really don't know where else I can find resources. Brother Jiang knocked on the top of his head. He has been chopping trees all the time, from south to north, and his strength is constantly improving. He knew, the south really had no resources left. At least the giant tree resources are gone. That's right, Brother Jiang basically chopped them all off with 1 sword. The danger zone of the National Destiny Forbidden Land is very clear. During the novice period, you can either bring a dragon, such as the Wind Dragon Ruins, which usually have a dragon in charge. Or it could be the ancient forest, with an ancient tree in the middle. The extremely dangerous ancient forest in the south really has very few left under Brother Jiang's long sword. Forget it, I won't go. Jiang Jiuan yawned. Why? Wang Ye was a little stunned. Just now I saw you were so confident, as if you were willing to risk your life for the country, why are you like this now? It's too green. Jiang Jiuan shook his head slightly and clicked his tongue twice. Do you want to be illuminated by the green light? Brother Jiang, let's not be willful, Brother Jiang. Green, what does it matter if it's green? Your hair is green, so be it. Physically, your hair is green, but actually, it's me who is green. I'll take the responsibility. Go explore with peace of mind. Damn, the ruthless person upstairs. On the battlefield of national destiny, Xiaoyuja glanced at Jiang Jiuan, shook his head gently and sighed. Such a simple reason is not like your style. What is my style? Jiang Jiuan was slightly curious. You? Any behavior is possible, it's all expected. Xiaoyuja laughed, but you, a guy who doesn't even have a girlfriend, are worried about being cheated on? I laughed. I'll lock your throat. FK. Jiang Jiuan withdrew his hand and looked at Brother Jiang calmly. With a faint smile, Brother Jiang scratched his head. Jiang Jiuan chuckled, you should know that the north is where the master of this forest lives, right? No. So you knew that the grass god was in the north. The dangerous earthly ruler is in the north, and you still want us to go to the north? Jiang Jiuan's mouth twitched. It seems that Brother Jiang, you are not a good person either. It's actually a plant, don't you want to chop it down? I only cut trees, not grass. Brother Jiang sighed. There was a hint of regret in his tone. It would be nice if the grass god was a tree. It's grass, not trees. The second generation of grass god? Jiang Jiuan smiled. Although there are some risks, I believe that where the grass god lives, there must be many rare resources nearby. If we take it all in one go, Daxia's occupation of resources will once again become the world's #1, and we can catch fish for a few more days. Pa! That's also a way to repay the motherland. As for the risks? As long as it's not 100% dead. You can round it to 0. Man Yat, Yu Kui, Ji, let's go. Jiang Jiuan said hello and headed north first. Bai Yue Kui frowned, where is the grass god in the north? You dare to go there when a god is there? Why not? Jiang Jiuan laughed. We've met a god. We can let all the guys wearing eye patches in our team stay behind to cover the rear, and the others can run, suggested Xiaoyuja. Jiang Jiuan. You are so. Momo took out 3 eye masks from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoyuja. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere was very awkward for a while. In the distance, Brother Jiang suddenly spoke up. It seems that you have some observation ability and can detect that the grass element in the north is more abundant than in the south, so my tree cutting route is from the south to the north. You mean, I might be fine, but my friend might be. I didn't say that. If they can't die, I'm going to go. Jiang Jiuan waved his hand. As long as I'm here and Wan Yi is here, I don't believe I can die. Brother Jiang stared straight at Jiang Jiuan. After a long while, he laughed. I'll make friends with you. Chapter 104. FK, so it turns out we're not friends yet. Jiang Jiuan was stunned. I have always talked to you as if you were a friend, but you treat me as if I were a stranger? It faded, it faded. The feelings have faded. Wang Yat, can you kill this unfaithful man? Jiang Jiuan pointed at Brother Jiang and said in great sorrow. Brother Jiang, who had just finished showing off, fell silent. Shit, you really interrupted the machine with pure atmosphere. Watching Jiang Jiuan and the other 3 leave, Brother Jiang bent down and gently wiped the long sword in his hand. In the north, there are dangers, but there are also plenty of resources. Brother Jiang muttered to himself as he looked at the reflective blade in his hand. For some reason, he felt that Jiang Jiuan was very familiar, so he was willing to tell him so much just now. Brother Jiang is no longer the Brother Jiang in Xiangling. Now, he is extremely scheming and cunning. But just now, he admitted that he did open his heart to the man with white hair standing up, and that man was a rare person who was suitable to be a friend. Brother Jiang closed his eyes. What a pity! If you only have this much strength, you don't even have the qualifications to set foot in that forest. Xiangling rules. The weak will never be able to enter. The strong men in Xiangling are actually very kind. Except for a little chaos within the group, they are still very friendly to outsiders, especially the weak. However, when it comes to the issue of entering Xiangling, these strong men are very united. It's not contempt for the weak. To put it another way, this is actually a kind of protection for the weak. 200 or 300 meters away from Brother Jiang, Jiang Jiuan was pondering. Brother Jiang, don't you know that I can clearly see your lip shape from hundreds of meters away? Also, you think I'm a defensive person? Could it be that it was because of what I said, as long as there's me and Men Yi, no one can die? Jiang Jiuan burped. Who would have thought that someone who could say such a reassuring word could actually destroy half of the canyon with just one move? From a universal perspective, the man just called Jiang concealed some facts. Wang Ye murmured. Jiang Jiuan nodded, Your Majesty, I second the motion. Emperor. Wang Ye was stunned. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with what I just said? Wang Ye was a little confused. Jiang Jiuan is funny, but he is not the type to suddenly make outrageous jokes. His jokes must have a reason. Is there anything wrong with what I just said? Just call me Emperor. Could it be that I accidentally said Prince Yan's catchphrase? However, as Wang Ye, who has stayed in Liu with the team for a long time and even used the sword he used to resist the Thunder God was from Liu, he has never heard of any catchphrase of Prince Yan. Apart from the immortals, is there really anyone who can hear what the Rock King says? Even if it's just a legend, in the storyteller's version, Morix only had a few very high-sounding sentences in his mouth. From a universal point of view, I didn't say anything wrong just now. So what did I say to make Jiang Jiuan call me Emperor? Wang Ye frowned in distress. On the side, Jiang Jiuan wanted to laugh. Judging from your current catchphrase, and from the perspective of universal rationality, Men Yi, you have gradually become a social outcast. Shrugging his shoulders, Jiang Jiuan withdrew his gaze, leaving Wang Ye still there thinking. In the distance, there are endless mountains and caves, with trees spreading out. A vibrant scene. Jiang Jiuan entered caves one by one, and asked Xiaoyuji to search for various treasures. Since the Huivang ancient forest is an extremely dangerous area and is covered by a protective shield, ordinary players cannot get in at all, so these resources are generally ownerless. Once you get it, it's yours. During this period, Jiang Jiuan also met a very cute kitten. The golden hair is spread out on the body, and a long curly tail is spread out, which looks very nice to touch. Jiang Jiuan, // My hand pinched its head unconsciously. On the side, Xiaoyuji just took a look and instantly felt unwell. Oh, crumbs! Woo, why the hell are you pinching a leopard with such a look of enjoyment? It has already bitten your hand. If you have the guts, unleash the ultimate spell and let him bite you, you coward. Xiaoyuji couldn't help but feel a little sad. How long has it been, and you're already so thirsty? It's my fault that as your best friend I didn't do enough to help you get out of being single sooner. I didn't expect that now. Alas. Xiaoyuji shook his head gently, his face full of pain. Then, the hand gently opened the lid of a treasure chest. Daxia players open the treasure chest and obtain pure water source *1. Pure water source, use flame to burn for 2 seconds to release. After release, it will form 1000 square meters of pure water. Global announcement, Daxia has obtained 100 times the manifestation and obtained pure water source *100. Why can I count it as Wu's contribution when I open the treasure chest? Xiaoyuja was silent for 2 seconds, then clapped his hands and suddenly realized. It's bad, I've become a substitute. Grass. 1000 square meters of pure water, multiplied by 100, what is it? Where is my personal arithmetician? Your Majesty, I am not good at speaking, nor am I good at math. 100000 square meters? It's a lot, but it's still a little too little for a country, and not much for a family. But now there are so many treasures in a treasure chest. I believe that there will be more and more of these things in the future. Yes, although I am not good at arithmetic, I can calculate the relationship between Jiang Jiuan and the big leopard. FK, be careful of being sent airplane tickets upstairs. What a pity! What a pity! Only beautiful women are allowed to show off their bodies, but talented men are not allowed to compose flowery poems. If the current administration does not stop writing, the whole court will be filled with fierce and wolfish poems. Good poem, good poem. User 116-797-8468 has been kicked out of the live broadcast room by the administrator. This made all the netizens laugh. Alas, there is actually a number for kicking people? Netizens all want to see what user number they are, but they don't know how to open their homepage panel. If you are user number 1, how long can you brag about it? The live broadcast room of the National Destiny Battlefield, number 1, I can brag about it for 10 lifetimes. Since people are born and die every moment, the last user in the entire live broadcast room is uncertain, and everyone is striving to become the number 1 user in Daxia. As a result, many netizens began their own journey to death. In the end, number 1 was not kicked out, but number 2 was successfully kicked out. But in the end, when everyone was still waiting to see who was number 1, the official directly issued a statement prohibiting the continued barrage of comments, and the craze about the numbering stopped. As for why netizens are only starting to play this game now, even though some people were kicked off before. Because of this user's incredible data, it attracted the attention of many netizens. User no 1167978468. Number of comments 35854. Number of banned comments, 35,853. Number of likes 9567646. Click refresh. Number of banned comments, 35,854. Chapter 105. In the National Destiny Battlefield, Xiaoyuja was still constantly turning over treasure chests one after another, and at the same time carefully stuffing the things he opened into his pockets one by one. No more space? Then put it in the cursed spirit's mouth. Daxia contestant obtains the edgeless sword 1. Daxia contestant obtains pure water dew *5. Daxia player obtains grass god seal 1. Daxia contestant 1 sweet dried mango *1. Over and over again. In a short period of time, Xiaoyuja was almost penniless, and even when buying things from merchants, he had to use his strength to scare the girls to get things. Successfully transformed into a wealthy man. I have to say, the center of this ancient forest is really big. There are many mountains and many caves. Xiaoyuja ran back and forth to hundreds of caves and collected almost 1,000 things. For a moment, all major departments of Daxia were shocked. Which batch is this? Batch 971. What is it? How to use it? Stretchy mushrooms. Just water them and step on them to jump 20 meters. Package and label, first class protection. Send to the Botanical Garden and the Academy of Sciences. Next batch. Batch 972. Suddenly, the scene was in full swing. The various specialized research institutes that were originally leisurely and free have become extremely busy. According to the investigation, this is the first time that there is a shortage of academicians in Daxia. There are only dozens of academicians in total, and only 7 or 8 of them have comprehensive fields. It is impossible to reasonably allocate hundreds of items. An academician instantly had thousands of people under his command. Of course, scientists also enjoy doing this. Although he kept complaining verbally, his hands never slowed down. After all, although places like the Botanical Garden have a staff system, the salary is really not high and it is not idle, and it is not even as high as other less busy positions. In 1 month, a few thousand yuan is gone. Those who can come here are basically highly educated or even have a good background. With this education and background, can they not find a good job outside? They all really like plants. Those who just want experience look down on this place. As for now, in Jiang Jiuan, after several people transported a large number of plants from the National Destiny battlefield to the real world, the scientists here have become the most sought-after experts. No matter what scientists coming from other places do, they have to inform the resident scientists at the Botanical Garden before they can work. This brings great satisfaction to the group of scientists who stay in the Botanical Institute all year round. You little brat, do you look down on us? We no longer look down on you. On the battlefield of national destiny, Jiang Jiuan was naturally unaware of the boiling turmoil in the real world at the moment, but he also knew that it would definitely cause quite a stir. After all, materializing hundreds of resources 100 times is no small matter. Not to mention the value of these objects themselves, but by putting a label with the words National Destiny Battlefield on it, even worthless things can become valuable. For example, those grass god seals. 100 times more, 500. But will people in the real world actually use it? The answer is definitely no. This kind of thing is most likely used inside the Huivang ancient forest. It is useless if taken out. At most, it can be given to the elders as a collection. However, giving away more than 1,000 items at once can be considered as an explanation to the country. If you come across anything valuable next time, take it and materialize it. As for treasure chests and the like, Jiang Jiuan didn't plan to open them. Jiang Jiuan sighed, patted himself, and continued to walk forward with big strides. I have to say that the terrain in this ancient forest is indeed complex. Sometimes it was a mountain, sometimes it was a giant tree, and sometimes it was a huge cave entrance. It's easy to lose your sense of direction and get lost in it. For example, Ghetto Summer Oil. You must have been confused from opening the treasure chest. Why the hell did you run up the mountain? Jiang Jiuan looked at Xiaoyuja like an old mother looking at her child. Just now, Xiaoyuja disappeared beside Jiang Jiuan. After dozens of minutes, Jiang Jiuan accidentally found Xiaoyuja and brought him back to the team. Xiaoyuja ignored Jiang Jiuan and spoke mysteriously. Satoru, I found something big on the mountain. Hey, tell me about it. Well, actually I don't know how to describe it. If I have to find an adjective to describe that guy, it's a giant robot. While recalling the scene he had just seen, Xiaoyuja drew it with his hand. It's one of those robots with round chests that looks bulky but is actually quite large. It's only 20 kilometers away. Jiang Jiuan was stunned for a moment. I fell into deep thought all of a sudden. Listening to Xiaoyuja's description, Jiang Jiuan felt more and more familiar with it. Isn't this the one-eyed Xiaobao Ruins Guardian? Is that thing big? It's huge. But it's integrated into the mountain, and it's dozens of kilometers away, so you probably didn't see it. What the hell? A very big Ruins Guardian? God-killing machine. Jiang Jiuan coughed. Anything else? Well, to be honest, I detected the aura of Riemann Sukuna. Ahem. Jiang Jiuan couldn't hold it anymore. What to play? Chapter 106. Now when Jiang Jiuan heard the words giant one-eyed Xiaobao, he fell silent. This large one-eyed little treasure has not been used for a long time, and it is estimated that it will soon be unusable, but it can definitely be started. The energy stored in the God Killer is an astronomical figure, and it is impossible for it to be consumed in one battle. Maybe I can drive a Gundam again in my life. Jiang Jiuan touched his chin. However, the god-killing machine was not a problem for him. Although it was powerful, at least it was no longer actively offensive in the battle against the gods. The one who should be worrying is Riemann Sukuna. This person, who is known as the number one in the history of Jujutsu, is called the King of Curses. This guy is really aggressive. Of course, just detecting the aura doesn't mean anything. It's possible that they've already left. Even if he didn't leave, Jiang Jiuan wasn't scared at all. Jiang Jiuan glanced at Xiaoyuja beside him. At this time, Xiaoyuja was licking his fingers and eating a piece of dried mango in his hand. The expression is dull. Jiang Jiuan. Suddenly I felt that this guy was a little dull. How did the title of the worst curse user fall on you, bypassing Sukuna? Why are you the worst? Oh, yes, you are not the strongest. Jiang Jiuan grumbled. Following Xiaoyuja, who was still eating dried mango in a daze, Jiang Jiuan soon came to the vicinity of the huge one-eyed Xiaobao and got a glimpse of the true appearance of the giant god-killing machine. The huge shell revealed a sense of age, and the faint glimmering light seemed to show the metals of its battle with gods. Huge gullies crisscrossed the armor, and mosses and bushes had already crawled all over it. FK, this is a Gundam. Even Gundam is not this tall. Is this a war machine? Why is it so big? This overwhelming feeling of oppression has me almost on my knees. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. After I showed it to him, he knelt to watch the live broadcast with me. War machines aren't built like this, right? Why is it built so high? Unless it moves very fast, it will leave too many loopholes for the enemy if it is built like this. The above poster, please do not bring reality into the extraordinary world of national destiny. I can't imagine what this big thing was used for in the past. Even after going through tremendous hardships, it is still full of oppression. Wang Ye exclaimed in admiration, looking at the god-killing machine with burning eyes. He had seen ruins guards before in his travels, but never one this tall. What on earth was this big guy used for in the past? Bai Yue Kui had a headache. With a height of several hundred meters, the oppressive feeling would be enough even if it was a piece of stone. Xiaoyuja chewed the dried mango woodenly and said stupidly, same question. It's a war machine built by the former Kanria. Wang Ye touched his chin and explained after a moment of hesitation, but I don't know why there is such a huge. Menyi is also fascinated. Several hundred meters, this height. How long will it take him to fly up by stepping on his right foot with his left foot using the wind element? If only we could have discovered the method of transporting the wind farm that could create winds as high as 1,000 meters in advance. Wang Ye sighed in his heart. In that case, let alone dozens or hundreds of meters, even 1,000 meters would only take him 1 or 2 minutes to climb. Seeing that the three of them seemed very confused, Jiang Jiuan immediately put on a teaching attitude. Pay attention, Teacher Wu's class has started. Ordinary ruins guards target the military and owners of the Eye of God, but this giant one targets gods. As we all know, Kanria is a country without gods. In a country without gods, there are almost no owners of the Eye of God. The 2 or 3 people who possessed the Eye of God only obtained it after the destruction of Kanria. There is no divine power, no miracles. The prosperity of Kanria depends on technology. Of course, with technology, Kanria will naturally have to be wary of other countries. You other countries have gods. You are so awesome, what if you kill us on a whim? Thus, the Ruins Guardian was born. Commonly known as the One-Eyed Little Treasure. The 11th Executive Officer of the Kingdom of Winter, Young Master, a big shot under the Ice God, isn't he awesome? When facing 3 one-eyed little treasures, you have to use your ultimate skills to solve the problem. After using it, you will feel exhausted for a long time, and your face will be pale. Although Young Master fought with injuries, he is still one of the Fachui executives, and represents the impressive combat effectiveness of the Ruins Guards. This is just an ordinary one-eyed guard. The Ruins Guards are divided into 2 levels. First gear, normal type. It is about 4 or 5 meters tall and very powerful. Ordinary owners of the Eye of God may even be beaten back. The second type is high-end type. It is about 4 to 500 meters high and has great strength. Ordinary gods may even be beaten back step by it. It is also known as Kanriya's final trump card, the god-killing machine. Unfortunately, excessive development will lead to disaster. Although the extremely developed country of Kanriya was eventually destroyed under the siege of the 7 gods and the law of heaven, it also triggered the Kanriya disaster. God-killing machines were also all activated. Are gods awesome? It must be strong. Those who can survive the demon war and become the 7 rulers of the world cannot be weak. At least they have killed a demon directly or indirectly. Among dozens of people, there are only 7 survivors, so it is impossible that any of them are weak. In other words, the weak ones died. But during the catastrophe, 5 of these powerful gods died in one go. 5. Among the 7 gods, most died in the catastrophe and its aftermath. The first to be hit is the god-killing machine. Jiang Jiuan spoke a lot in one breath. Menyi had an expression of I see, Bai Yue Kui had an expression of number, and Xiaoyuja was still eating dried mangoes in a dull manner. Why does it feel like Jiang Jiuan knows this national destiny battlefield very well? The above person is talking about the history of 4.7 billion years ago. I used to be skeptical, but now I think more and more that what he said is true. Eliminating the gods, can this thing annihilate the gods? Gods should be able to use elemental forces, right? Using elemental forces to bombard this big thing from all directions, it can at least open hundreds of holes. Can gods be annihilated like this? I feel that the authority of gods may not only be strength. From Jiang Jiuan's previous words, we can also analyze that gods also have some responsibilities, such as managing the country. There are so many contradictions, I really want to grab Jiang Jiuan's head and ask him questions. Are all the big guys above good at analysis? Am I the only one who has only one thing to say after listening to those stories? The person above, you are not alone, let me say this for you, FK, that's awesome. It seemed that due to the long-term battles, the thick armor shell of the god-killing machine was covered with various wounds, some of which were directly penetrated through the armor several meters thick and went straight to the inside, revealing a huge hole. Jiang Jiuan followed the hole in the god-killing machine and slowly pulled it upwards. What are you doing? Xiaoyuja finally reacted from his dull state of eating mangoes and was startled at the same time. Climb in and take a look. Jiang Jiuan responded succinctly and pulled himself upwards. As far as he knew, the god-killing machine could be activated. He wanted to go and see it anyway. Why don't you fly up? Xiaoyuja looked at Jiang Jiuan blankly and said, his cursed power spreading out, and he stepped in the air. The next moment, the body appeared in front of Jiang Jiuan like a flying bird. Jiang Jiuan! Damn, I'm used to climbing. He simply flipped it upwards and entered smoothly. Ride the wind. A crisp sound rang in his ears, and Wang Ye took Bai Yue Kui and flew onto the arm of the god-killing machine and drilled into the hole. From a common-sense perspective, you two actually forgot about Miss Bai this time. Wang Ye shook his head slightly, smiled and followed Jiang Jiuan forward. Bai Yue Kui was numb. You forget to take me with you every day. Jiang Jiuan apologized briefly and then looked around. The interior of this god-killing machine was covered in moss, just like a dormitory toilet in disrepair. Jiang Jiuan unknowingly made a wonderful metaphor. But it seems that someone here doesn't welcome us. Crunch! Suddenly, the friction sound of mechanical gears rolling was heard in the distance. Harsh! At the same time, there was a faint buzzing sound as lights came on. The 3 ruins guards slowly stood up, shaking off the dust from their bodies, their round, bright eyes emitting a faint red light, captivating the heart. A mechanical sense of murderousness spread out. These three delicate little creatures look quite similar to the big one we are in now. Xiaoyuja said with a tut. It's a pity that they are too small. From a general theoretical point of view, they are the product of the same country and the same series, so there is no reason why they are not similar. Wang Ye said this and raised his hand to put a shield on his three teammates. Refused to accept a sick son-in-law. This damn sense of security. The next moment, Wang Ye flashed and stepped forward with his sword. This time, it was tiger fish knife. He lightly stepped on the wooden shoes, and a light green wind surrounded him, directly sending Wang Ye high into the sky. Shihaya Furu. The chaotic storms are stopped. Boom! The sound exploded, and in an instant, only pale yellow knife shadows filled the sky. Swish! His figure suddenly retreated violently, and Wang Ye used the power of wind to condense a blue-green scabbard, and slowly put the tiger fish knife into it. Looks normal. The next moment, the three ruins guards suddenly exploded. Kaedehara family, my style of swordsmanship. In swordsmanship, the strong one is the man, not the sword. My heart is clear. Even if you only have ordinary iron in your hand, you can still face the gods. Keep moving forward. Wang Ye smiled faintly. Menyi, I am your asterisk. Menyi-kun, where are you? I'm so scared walking on the street alone with the collar on. Two teachers upstairs, please calm down. This is a bullet screen area, not a no man's land. Watch this knife carefully. No, I took a screenshot and counted, it's 5 knives, not 1. Chapter 107. In the Kuyun live broadcast room, Zhen Xiaoxian had almost entered the chatting state at this time. Nothing else. Our players are really competitive. The melon seeds are ready. After seeing Wang Yi's move, Luo Kai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It is true that heroes have always emerged from youth. Then, he grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started eating them. Oh, it tastes really good. You're almost there. Jiang Jiuan looked at Wang Ye and said very seriously. It seems that the enhancement of the wind god's eye has improved you a lot. Wang Ye nodded slightly, then felt a little distressed. Let's keep moving forward. Although I sense a threat ahead. Threaten. Jiang Jiuan propped up his chin. Suddenly, the pupils shrank slightly. 6 eyes glowed blue beneath the eye mask. The core of the shattered relic guard moved. The next moment, a passage that sounded like a poem was played out. A projection slowly appeared in front of them. The light blue and light yellow lights intertwined to form an epic screen, playing the images frame by frame like a movie. Donate blood and flesh at the foot of Niuyang Island. Wheat ears fall down and offer their seeds. Trees fall and offer firewood. Countless destructions create a life. This is extremely costly. Jiang Jiuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This poem. There is only one possibility if it is played from the ruins guard, a Kanria war machine. Still going. The meaningless eternity will eventually become a bubble. False justice will be overthrown by the people. A character that is aggressive and ruthless will fade away with time. The song of resistance will eventually fade away with wear and tear. Even if one is omniscient and almighty, he cannot last forever. The melody of freedom, why sing it loudly? How can a solid contract last forever? The ending is destined to be sad. When the lyrics reached this point, Menyi on the side also recognized what it was. 7 gods. 7 countries, no, 8 countries. The first 7 lyrics are 2 sentences each, representing the 7 kingdoms with God. The last one seems to be a reference to Kanriya himself. Why would such lyrics be included in the ruins guard? Menyi touched his chin out of habit. His eyes continued to stare at the screen in front of him, but no more lines were played on it. It seems that this is the end. Menyi felt a little regretful. Suddenly, the ground shook. Daxia players trigger a special copy, the Lost Rongguo. The next round of Ground City Monster Siege will start ahead of schedule. After this city defense is over, the novice period will officially end, and the extremely dangerous area will be open to all participants. The mall will be updated. This round of Monster Siege is not affected by the snow and ice attribute bonus. Monsters for this round of siege: Ruins Guard *50/30/10/5/3/1. You can make your own selection within 30 seconds, otherwise it will be automatically regarded as the highest standard. Oh shit! Wang Ye took a look at the tiger fish knife in his hand and fell into a daze. In trouble? Men Yi tries to get away with it. In fact, none of the three paid any attention to him. The next moment, a light blue panel suddenly lit up in front of Jiang Jiuan and the other two. Jiang Jiuan frowned and looked over. As the special attacker who opens this instance, Daxia players will not be attacked by ordinary Ruins Guards, but by the current Ruins Guard, the God-killing machine. You have the right to refuse. Reject. Jiang Jiuan immediately chose no. Joke. Am I afraid of you? Hey, what faction? National Destiny Battlefield. The God-killing machine we are in is almost broken, and you still let this God-killing machine attack us. Are you looking down on us? Jiang Jiuan clicked his tongue, looking unfriendly. I have never heard of such a request. Wu, can you please hold back your power? Xiaoyuji covered his head. This big guy sounds very bad. Yes, from a common sense perspective, we can't win. So you guys are all cowards. Bai Yue Kui, who was still shocked by the God-killing machine at an altitude of hundreds of meters, suddenly felt like he had found his organization, and his sense of security instantly increased. Damn, everyone is scared. Jiang Jiuan, you pagan, get out of here. Jiang Jiuan gave Xiaoyuji a tactful look. First of all, if you want to fool me, you need to lower the corners of your mouth that are constantly rising. He glanced at Men Yi again. Secondly, stop shaking the eye of God around your neck, and you will feel safe and secure. Geo King Men Yi Emperor. Jiang Jiuan thought about it carefully, and suddenly realized that time was a bit tight. The monsters were about to start attacking the city, but they had already run hundreds of kilometers and could not catch up at their normal speed. Although he didn't know how the National Destiny Battlefield would transport the God-killing machine hundreds of kilometers away directly to the gate of their city, this was not something he should think about. Jiang Jiuan turned his gaze indifferently to the only person present who could not fly. This is what you should be thinking about. Why are you all looking at me? Bai Yue Kui was stunned. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Bai Yue Kui also fell silent. Then, a shocking scene appeared on the battlefield of National Destiny. A blue light, a black light, a green light, and an unknown white-haired creature being dragged across the sky and flew into the distance like a meteor. The speed is so fast that it is even more outrageous than an arrow breaking through the air. Snap! The sound of a long axe chopping wood could be heard, and wood chips fell to the ground. Brother Chiang chopped the trees fiercely. Beside him was a group of dark-skinned humans. Wow, the local residents in this forest are so friendly. When I first met them, they were all cutting trees. They are all talented people. Brother Chiang said happily. Around him were groups of people chopping down trees. This group of people were sweating, and their darker skin became increasingly unclear under the sunlight, but this simple skin color could not hide their hard work. What is the goal set by Master Ji? 10,000. Let's try 10,000 first. Everyone keep working harder, and we'll be able to achieve our goal soon. Master J? Brother Chiang narrowed his eyes slightly. Extremely stunned. Are there any religious sects in the battlefield of National Destiny? I have learned a lot. It seems that he is a leader who lives in the forest and eats from the forest. Perhaps I can make friends with him. Brother Chiang thought so and swung the long axe in his hand again. At this moment, he had none of the arrogance and attitude of a strong man. Just like a basic lumberjack, he writes his own poem with sweat and works harder and harder. It's not for any high-sounding reasons like missing old friends. It's just so poor. I just wanted to make myself a little poorer, so that my mentality could return to the poor days before, and feel the joy of chopping trees without the 2 customers to bother me. Brother Jiang had a look of distress on his face as he looked at his empty wallet. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. The next moment, the residents around Brother Jiang suddenly started a commotion. Bursts of loud noises came to his ears, and Brother Jiang was stunned for a moment. Looking up slightly, I saw 3 streams of light. Shooting star. There's a shooting star in the sky, make a wish. Master Ji, I hope you come back soon. Everything is for truth and justice. A noisy sound came beside my ears. Brother Jiang touched his chin, which had been shaved long ago, and his eyes were a little sharp. Has it started? This round of novice final stage boss was triggered by these guys? Among them, Brother Jiang felt a familiar breath. Is that the inverted badminton, Jiang Jiuan? Brother Jiang clicked his tongue, looked into the distance, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, the giant tree that was originally visible in front of him disappeared. It turned into a giant robot as big as a hill. The giant robot exudes a murderous aura, covered with moss, revealing the vicissitudes of time. But even so, its height of more than 100 meters is still intimidating. It is basically impossible to face such a terrifying monster. Jiang Jiuan was surprised that there were no local residents around Li Xianda to defend against the beast tide. But in fact, this matter is very simple. The powerful boss at the end of the novice period directly destroyed the city where Li Xianda was. The country was destroyed and Li Xianda lost his support. So there is no city. It was just because of good luck that he managed to shake off his teammates and escape alone before the city was destroyed. Most of the contestants in previous years were in this situation. Therefore, the situation that Jiang Jiuan had expected did not happen. The previous contestants, one by one, brought their country's giant cities that had been developed to the limit, as well as tens of thousands of immortal cultivators and local residents to fight against the natural disaster together. Brother Jiang looked at the huge god-killing machine in the distance, and his expression became a little more serious. A monster of this level, if it were still intact, would be enough to be used as one of the natural disasters at the end of each round of the city defense game. For most contestants who live in cramped cities and even need to rely on local residents for protection, a single kick from its huge body could destroy dozens of days of hard work. Cities and lives will all be reduced to ashes under our banner. As a novice monster, it is indeed ridiculously strong. But with such strength, you can't even compare to Dududu. Brother Jiang smiled faintly, but did not intend to help Jiang Jiuan. Xiongling rules. The strong men of Bear Ridge are not allowed to attack anyone with clear power on any side, except for the contestants, without affecting the interests of the forest. The last sentence was what Brother Jiang just added to himself. After all, I took action before. Beautiful country city. The people standing here at this moment are not the 3 people from the first batch. It was Fran, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a man who remained silent with an iron sword on his back. Fran looked at his 2 cheap teammates with a heavy heart. His previous 2 teammates died early in the battle, and his teammates were replaced one after another. Although they are used to separation and death, under the high-pressure environment of carrying the fate of the country, it is easier for contestants who are also wanderers in the world to empathize with each other. The sacrifice of his teammates also made Fran feel even more regretful. This time, let's choose the lowest level attack. Fran made the most prudent decision and clicked the virtual screen in front of him. Why? A blonde beauty frowned slightly. Mr. Fran, you entered the National Destiny battlefield a few years earlier than us. You should also know how huge the benefits here are. This is the first time that you can choose the specifications of a siege in the National Destiny battlefield. The lowest level of attack will only give you the least reward. You should be aware of this. The blonde woman spoke in a gentle voice and used honorifics when addressing Fran. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Fran's decision, she was not a fool after all, and she was also a patriotic person. She would not disrespect a hero who had saved the country several times and prevented dangerous monsters from materializing. The man carrying a big sword on the side also nodded slightly and looked at Fran, as if asking him to give them an explanation. Feeling the two people's inseparable gazes, Fran let out a long breath and sighed. You two should know that we are not just teammates on the same front. We are also the unfortunate ones who bear the fate of the country. Yes, the unfortunate one, I think that's what I should call him. Otherwise, I would have been lying on the soft sofa at home, eating potato chips, lazily watching the latest TV series, and admiring the most beautiful beauties. We are all unfortunate, but there are differences between us. I didn't believe it from the beginning, and you should also know why you came here. My teammates died at the hands of monsters, so you were chosen to come to this battlefield of national destiny. You may not feel anything when watching the live broadcast, but in fact, I want to tell you. That monster is 100 times, 1000 times stronger than what you saw in the live broadcast. Fran took a deep breath, and the image of the nightmare flashed through his mind. For him, this was nothing, but for ordinary people, it was absolutely fatal. But can the audience know this before the live broadcast? At most, they thought, Fran made it, and another teammate barely made it, so the last person to die was a waste. But if you have never personally experienced the monster's power, how can you know how terrifying it is? As a former Special Forces soldier, Fran knew it very well. If an adult were to fight a 12-year-old child with a fruit knife, the adult might win, but would definitely be afraid of the child because of the fruit knife. The reality is the same. Fear, terror, and shock, these first senses of the body will directly affect your combat effectiveness and reduce your ability to face monsters directly. Fran said seriously, I have lost several batches of teammates in this way. Both of you have little fighting power. So, this time, I chose the one with the lowest specifications, just so that I can fight the monster alone. After these words were spoken, the blonde fell silent for a moment. Yes, the two of them actually have no fighting power in front of monsters. The reason why Fran wanted to face the monster alone was because he didn't want to lose his teammates again. This time, the novice period of defending the city has ended. If we lose more teammates, it will be almost impossible to form perfect teammates under the high pressure after the novice period. Mr. Fran, do you need any hot weapons? I have stored some ammunition and firearms at home because I am worried that I might be selected. The blonde beauty's attitude towards Fran instantly became better, and she also used her elbow to nudge the silent man with a big sword on his back. What the hell are you talking about? Mr. Fran, I pay you the highest respect. The man with the great sword patted his chest lightly and tapped the air in front of him with his hand. The players from the United States chose to use January 1st, 50 monsters to attack the city, as a compromise. It is detected that 2 players have chosen the minimum value, and the number is reduced again. There will be 10 relics guarding the city during this siege by the United States. The ethereal voice of the National Destiny space echoed in this space. At this moment, not only Fran and the blonde beauty, but everyone was stunned. Oh shit, what's going on? WTF? What the hell is this National Destiny battlefield? Our players are all ranked 1. Why is there 50? Bug. Bug. Fix the bug. Wait, I recorded the video, I just watched the replay. Holman, who was carrying a big sword, actually had his hand in a different position than Fran. This damn guy chose 50. WTF. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire barrage of comments in the United States instantly fell into a state of collapse. The people of the United States were instantly lost. Several analysts immediately figured out who the traitor was. But there was one thing they were very confused about. According to the information, Holman, who carries a big sword, should be just a handsome Hyuxia man who likes antiques, is honest and simple, and doesn't even have a gun at home? Why would they do this now? And just after one of the contestants from the United States chose the highest standard of siege, people from other countries instantly crawled over against the wind. Players from other countries also have the idea of trying to touch the number of ruin guardians greater than one. But in the end, they all gave in and chose one obediently. Well, that's called following your heart. Is the United States so brave this time? Is Holman crazy? Antisocial personality. There are 10 ruins guards. I went to see the attack on the ruins guards by Daxia before, and I also learned what kind of existence the ruins guards are. Daxia's Wang Ye easily dealt with 3 ruins guards, but it seems that he used elemental power, flang, at most he could deal with 5 or 6. Don't criticize, I'm just doing the data seriously. Fran, my Superman, you must block this batch of attacks. Why would this damned National Destiny battlefield allow people with antisocial personality to become contestants from our country? At this moment, the battlefield of National Destiny. Fran, whose observation ability had become extremely sharp due to his cultivation, knew in an instant who the problematic person in the team was. Turning his cold eyes to Holman, Fran frowned slightly, and his mood instantly became like a stone falling into the water, rippling greatly. You're FG crazy. What the hell do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Holman, carrying a great sword on his back, placed his hands lightly on his face, gradually exerting force and pulling downwards. Finally, a mask was torn off. At this moment, the National Destiny battlefield instantly judged Holman as a non-contestant. This mask is obviously a prop of a level high enough to block the perception of the National Destiny battlefield. Under the mask, there is a man who seems to have 2 faces. Black lines were outlined on his face, but the eerie aura revealed by it was enough to make one tremble and feel frightened in the soul at just one glance. I just want to chew on the fear in your eyes. Chapter 108. Above the sky, lights appeared. Jiang Jiuan lifted his hand into the air and landed on the ground. Then he frowned. I always feel something is wrong. But Jiang Jiuan couldn't figure out what the problem was. It was an extremely strange feeling. It was eerie and terrifying, and seemed to pierce his heart. It seems to be a kind of innate discomfort, depressed mood that cannot be eliminated. It looks like something big is coming. The ground beneath my feet began to shake slightly. The earth was trembling, as if it was unable to lift its head, as if it was pressed down by something heavy. The stones bounced on the ground, demonstrating the power of the newcomer. Boom! Jiang Jiuan raised his head slightly. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge piece of iron tiles. The old wind and frost have left traces of time on it, covered with shocking huge scars, and covered with moss and shrubs. It is obvious that this big guy has already experienced endless years. And above it, there is a huge head emitting a faint red light. Jiang Jiuan stared into the huge head, eyes wide open. Call. The head of the god-killing machine started to operate, and a stream of hot air sprayed directly onto Jiang Jiuan's face, making his hair flutter. You are quite arrogant. Jiang Jiuan sneered. FK, this guy is really arrogant. Xiaoyuja, who was standing by, covered his nose with a look of disgust. How long has it been since you took care of this god-killing machine? Why are you lashing out at me right now? However, the next moment, Xiaoyuja's expression changed. As soon as the wind sounded, the god-killing machine's right arm suddenly started to move and completed the transport at an unimaginable speed. The huge right fist hit the ground straight. A giant fist with a diameter of more than tens of meters smashed into the ground, just like a space-based weapon falling to the earth, waist hitting sea water, like Fei Yang meeting Xi Yang, natural suppression. Huge sparks burst out from this punch and turned into countless meteors. The speed is so fast. Jiang Jiuan was a little surprised and thoughtful. It's obviously huge, but it's also very fast. It's worthy of being a machine that Kanria uses to kill gods. If Jiang Jiuan and the other three were standing at the city gate instead of a few hundred meters outside the city, then the punch from the god-killer machine would have been enough to destroy their city. It was so fast that there was almost no time to react. Of course, at this moment, Jiang Jiuan, who had already crossed several hundred meters and was half squatting on the head of the god-killing machine, was faster than the god-killing machine. That's it. He stomped his foot down suddenly, and a huge groove was stepped out. Bang! Almost at the same time, a light green passport appeared on the armor on the head of the god-killing machine. The water rippled outside the green protective shield, and Jiang Jiuan's attack was completely neutralized by the protective shield in an instant, leaving only a shallow pit. There are also automatic defense devices, advanced stuff. Jiang Jiuan slowly opened his eyes, 6 eyes seemed to be searching for something. The next moment, it directly locked onto the energy core at the center of the god-killing machine. Jiang Jiuan pulled the air with his right hand, and a huge air wave spread backwards along his fingers. In an instant, a light red light condensed on his hand. However, no matter how high-end the stuff is, it has nothing to do with me. Jiang Jiuan pressed his hand down suddenly. I can't kill you. Bang! Who? At this moment it seems to be ignited. The light green shield on the head of the god-killer machine suddenly became extremely dense, and all the energy in the body was mobilized to the head. In an instant, it seemed as if a dense forest appeared. He brought a red air wave and collided with the green shield like two meteors. The surface of the shield is rippling. The air seemed to be on fire. The space around Jiang Jiuan could not withstand the powerful repulsive force and instantly began to crumble and disintegrate, seemingly turning into endless void. The red air currents rolled and drifted wildly in the sky, cutting at the god-killing machine like sharp knives, like a gorgeous firework display. The god-killing machine kills God. The ability that Jiang Jiuan possesses at this moment, in terms of attack power alone, is definitely not weaker than that of a god. God's power lies in his authority and in his title of ruler, rather than attack power. Even the strongest god is like this. Although Jiang Jiuan's current strength is not enough to compete with the strongest god, if we just compare the destructive power in an instant, he can still barely be ranked first or second. Several god-killing machines have failed to kill Moruks, and were even easily killed by him. How can you, a god-killing machine that has been beaten to pieces by the grass god, still want to stir up trouble against me whose attack power has long been unmatched? Jiang Jiuan stamped his foot lightly. He casually jumped forward and landed on the ground. Behind him, a red light slowly lit up, and a huge explosion was slowly triggered. Boom! A dazzling light appeared and a huge explosion was heard. Jiang Jiuan raised his right hand and slowly condensed a king, sucking in all the remaining power of the explosion and the fragments of the god-killing machine. This is the first time I know that King can actually absorb the aftermath of an explosion. I don't know if it was given by the system or if Gojo Satoru already had it. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Praise me, praise me. Jiang Jiuan laughed loudly and turned away with a proud look on his face. The god-killing machine is very powerful and it is not easy to deal with it. The reason why Jiang Jiuan was able to defeat the opponent in an instant. The main reason is that Jiang Jiuan is a cheater. Teleport to the opponent's head in an instant, teleport hang. Find the opponent's energy core in an instant, perspective locking hook. Blast the opponent's energy core with one move, damage hook. Isn't this pure cheating? On the side, Gojo Satoru was still confused. Although he still looks so cold and gloomy on the outside, his heart is already filled with countless question marks and he can't control himself. Did this big guy ask you to hit him like this? Shouldn't the normal way of playing be to go step by step, starting from the bottom, and after the sacrifice of several teammates, successfully find the core and complete the mission with difficulty? When you realize it, it becomes a comedy. Xiaoyu rubbed his forehead in distress. Suddenly, his expression froze. The feeling of palpitations comes up again. There aren't many people who can scare me this much. Okotsu is kosher, no. 99 Yuki, no. Wu, no. Geto Xiaoyu slowly turned his head, his slightly narrowed pupils staring towards the north, staring at the majestic cursed power in the distance and the blood energy that filled the sky. In the same era, only this termite who can travel through different eras with the help of various carriers can make him feel this way. Wu, a guest has arrived, and he is not a good person. Jiang Jiuan closed his eyes and finally felt the source of the dull feeling he felt at the beginning. It's not because of the god-killing machine, the god-killing machine is not enough. Yes. Riemann Sukuna. No, the person who came was very kind. He didn't take advantage of the gap when we attacked the god-killer machine to kill us, which means that he is very friendly now. Jiang Jiuan shrugged. Are you sure you can kill him? Xiaoyu chuckled, but he was no longer as funny as before. The temperament is back. Of course. Jiang Jiuan looked into the distance with burning eyes. I am invincible. Chapter 109. The wind is rustling. As the god-killing machine fell, the ground began to tremble slightly. This is not because this huge monster was wiped out in this world by He and Kang, but for other reasons. The filthy thoughts that filled the air had almost solidified into substance. The Jujutsu master uses the power of curse, the power of resentment. However, although most Jujutsu masters use the power of curse, what they do is for justice, rather than using curse to give birth to curse. The turbid will be turbid by itself, and the clear will be clear by itself. But when turbidity reaches a certain point, it will become clear. A Jujutsu master is clear, while a curse user is turbid. There were many Jujutsu masters in history, as numerous as the stars in the sky. A top-level Jujutsu master could dominate an entire era, but there were only a dozen or so in an era. But in the long course of history, the number of special grade products far exceeds 100. However, in the history that gave birth to so many special grade beings, there was only one person who could completely transform curse and evil thoughts into his own pure power without being disturbed. Sukuna. Riemann Sukuna. Two-faced and four-handed, king of curses. A man who fought against all the Jujutsu masters of his time and remained undefeated. He was a curse user who was completely unconstrained by worldly constraints and acted entirely on his own will. Even after death, a mere finger can be considered a top-level powerful special cursed object. No one knows how such a powerful man died, but it is undeniable that this is a Jujutsu master strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gojo Satoru. The person Jiang Jiuan is facing at this moment is him. This cursed power is so powerful that it can almost affect the celestial phenomena. If it's not a perfect form, it has at least 18 or 19 fingers. It's indeed a distinguished guest. Jiang Jiuan closed his eyes, his mind racing. It turns out that Atadori, as the protagonist, has no role in the national destiny battlefield? Jiang Jiuan didn't believe it. But at this moment, no matter what Jiang Jiuan thinks, the direction Sukuna is heading is where Jiang Jiuan is. He took one step at a time, with a calm expression. But the appearance of the two-faced, four-eyed creature makes people feel crazy. The white moths and black insects rolled around him as if they were in great pain, which was daunting. Sukuna walked very slowly. But he walked very fast. He only lifts his foot once every 2 or 3 seconds, but with one step, he can walk hundreds of meters. Ah! Jiang Jiuan rubbed his messy hair. Gee, we don't have any coffee to serve Sukuna here, what should we do? You make it sound like I will have coffee. Xiaoyu said calmly, knowing that Jiang Jiuan was not actually asking about coffee. Jiang Jiuan was intentionally adjusting the mentality of Bai Yue Kui and Wang Ye beside him. Even when he encountered the god-killing machine before, Jiang Jiuan boldly revealed its background and even revealed the word god-killing. Because that thing was broken a long time ago. Its strength is definitely only 1/10 of what it is, maybe even 1/100th of what it is. But now, Sukuna, but completely or almost completely. Do you know what King of Curses contains? Are you good at fighting? What good is it if you can fight? A fart from someone might kill you. However, Gojo Satoru, who is also one of the ceilings of combat power, still looks very calm, which shows his absolute confidence in his own strength. King of Curses? It was a trick played thousands of years ago. As the most powerful person of this era, he also wanted to give it a try. In the distance, Sukuna slowly stepped out of the forest. Sorry, no coffee. Sukuna raised his head, staring at Jiang Jiuan with his 4 eyes, as if he wanted to express something, and finally said lightly, "It doesn't matter." Jiang Jiuan tilted his head, "So what would you like to drink?" "Water," Sukuna said in a slightly hoarse voice. "Neither do I." "Interesting." Sukuna laughed. "Are you demonstrating to me? But we really don't have any water." Jiang Jiuan widened his eyes and pointed to the sky. "God is above his feet." After 100 years, the strong men of this era have become so destitute? Jiang Jiuan was also a little surprised. "Are you really Sukuna? Why does this calm tone of voice sound like an old person's?" "2 special grade jujutsu masters, I have to think about it too." Sukuna seemed to know what Jiang Jiuan was thinking and chuckled. "Are you scared?" Xiaoyuja chuckled. Sukuna was silent for a moment. Suddenly, with a click, he raised his head in an almost impossible posture. At this moment, Gojo Satoru saw 4 huge eyes. Countless scenes changed in it, the white moths and black insects seemed to be constantly rolling, and an indescribable mysterious atmosphere was revealed. Almost instantly, the powerful cursed energy enveloped Gojo Satoru. Eyes seemed to open on Gojo Satoru's body, with black blood flowing out of them, looking eerie and frightening. Xiaoyuja's pupils shrank slightly. "This wound is from the soul." The next second, Sukuna looked away. At the same time, the open eyes of Gojo Satoru disappeared in an instant like bubbles. "You are special grade because your strength is at most special grade. I'm a special grade because the highest grade is special grade." Sukuna shook his head slightly. "I'm not attacking you now, just because I promised a little guy not to attack when he encounters a special level jujutsu master with blue eyes and white hair. That's all." Sukuna grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. But Jiang Jiuan finally confirmed a fact in these brief words. "You are possessed by a Tatari, right?" "Absolutely. I was wondering why you don't have the 4 arms as rumored. Looking at your pink hair, I almost thought that your original image, Sukuna, was pink hair. Then, Mr. Sukuna, can you let a Tatari come out for a while?" Jiang Jiuan narrowed his eyes and said very politely. "I don't know why, but Sukuna now doesn't seem to recognize Gojo Satoru." "You know him?" Sukuna smiled, "Then the problem will be much easier to solve. You are the person he is looking for. He has absorbed my power and is still sleeping. He cannot wake up for the time being. But since he only wants you with white hair, does that mean I can kill the others at will?" As Sukuna spoke, his figure suddenly flashed, and a huge sonic boom resounded between heaven and earth. Bang! The cursed power rushed outward like waves, creating waves in the air. Jiang Jiuan blocked Sukuna's fist with his hand. Sukuna's powerful and terrifying cursed power seemed as thin and powerless as cloth when facing Jiang Jiuan. The power of this punch was like hitting a sponge, with nowhere to apply and no use. The next moment, Sukuna's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! A fierce knife strike directly towards Jiang Jiuan. Jiang Jiuan put one hand in his pocket, and gently operated King on his body. He instantly flashed to a place 10 meters away and avoided the move. And where he was standing, a mark several meters deep was directly created by the split. Sukuna withdrew his hand, slowly stood up, and stretched his wrist. He turned stiffly to look at Jiang Jiuan and forced a smile. You are very strong. For me, defeating you is more attractive than killing the other 3 guys. Is my apprentice's body feeling comfortable? Jiang Jiuan asked without responding. My disciple's body is not meant for you, an impolite fellow, to betray your master and ancestors. In a flash, heaven and earth roared. For a moment, Sukuna's own cursed energy danced throughout the sky. Jiang Jiuan's cursed power also rose against the wind, and in an instant, it was entangled with the huge curse force released by Sukuna. 2 incomparable and terrifying cursed powers were floating in the sky and earth, like a thin and brittle balloon that would explode at the slightest touch. The dark clouds in the sky began to stir, and Gojo Xia's eyebrows jumped. Special grade Jujutsu Master? Are you 2 really special level Jujutsu Masters? Gojo Satoru raised his hand, wanting to summon cursed spirit to kill the guy who had just intimidated him, but in the end he just sighed and put his hand down. That guy's body is Wu's student. If I take action myself, I will have to bear the consequences. I must use all my strength, and I will not be able to guarantee Wu's student's safety. In the sky, Sukuna kept waving his hands, becoming more and more excited. No techniques, no fancy moves, just pure physical beatings. The 2 of them could fight hundreds of times in a second, and the sound of the air exploding was incessant, almost to the point of being indistinct. Jiang Jiuan's 6 eyes is always capturing every tiny detail of Sukuna's latest moves. Crazy precision. These are the 2 words that best describe Sukuna's moves. He attacked without considering the consequences, but his control of strength was so precise. Each strike was just controlled to not harm Itadori's body. Sukuna still needs the help of Itadori's body. It seems that you are still a long way from being able to completely break away from Itadori. Jiang Jiuan turned his wrist and suddenly struck out with he. The red light pulled the air and cursed energy between heaven and earth, and instantly approached Sukuna's 2 eyes. His pupils shrank slightly. Suddenly, 2 small balls of light slowly appeared in Jiang Jiuan's hands. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The next moment, 2 balls of light, 1 blue and 1 red, slowly merged into one under Jiang Jiuan's control. Jiang Jiuan lifted his fingers slightly forward and blew a breath. Can you take it this time? Almost instantly, a whirlwind as devastating as a missile arrived in front of Sukuna. Boom! The sky was blocked by light and shadows, and the audience in the live broadcast room were all confused. FK, who can tell me what happened? A machine several hundred meters high, a man with 4 eyes, and a sudden explosion in the sky? What is wrong with this world? Calm down, calm down. Damn it, calm down, beep. Jiang Jiuan, that's Yayuja, and Menyi can fly, right? They are all gone now. I am looking forward to Daxia being destroyed in this disaster. If that happens, my country of Kimchi will be able to return to the world's #1 position. Looking forward to it as well. Chapter 110. Get lost, you are not welcome in Daxia Live Room. On the battlefield of national destiny, Jiang Jiuan, holding the pink-haired Sukuna in his right hand, walked slowly down from the sky and stood in the air. At this moment, the pair of eyes on Sukuna's cheeks had long disappeared. At this moment, Sukuna seems to be just an ordinary person. This unlucky child. Jiang Jiuan shook his head. Itadori Yuji, one of the Sukuna containers. Also one of Gojo Satoru's students. On the side, Xiaoyuji came over and took a close look at Yuji in Jiang Jiuan's hand, marveling at it. Poor kid, did you eat Sukuna's finger? Well, and I don't know why Sukuna became so strong. Yuji may have eaten other fingers. Jiang Jiuan shrugged helplessly. Just now, Sukuna's strength was fully revealed. As the king of curses, Jiang Jiuan felt it very clearly, it was even more than Gojo Satoru. Apparently, Yuji ate at least 18 or more Sukuna fingers. That is 18 special grade cursed objects. Sukuna's strength has probably recovered to a certain extent, at least in terms of cursed energy, but Yuji hasn't disappeared yet. This also means that Yuji's own will and strength have reached a new level. One that can almost completely compete with King of Curses. Is this the protagonist? Jiang Jiuan smacked his lips. Awesome! Sukuna didn't use the domain just now, it's all thanks to Yuji. Jiang Jiuan explained. Otherwise, he would have to put in more effort to deal with Sukuna. Sukuna was obviously afraid that Yuji would completely take back control of his body, even if he no longer had powerful strength, as long as he could no longer control his consciousness. Sukuna hates this, but Yuji can do it. I don't know what kind of adventure Yuji encountered in this national destiny battlefield with his protagonist's luck, and he was even able to suppress Sukuna's domain. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand, used his cursed power to feel the cursed power on Yuji's body, and frowned slightly. Obviously he was surprised that Yuji was able to suppress Sukuna. Ordinary people. Xiaoju's expression became more and more strange. One day, Sukuna's technique will be engraved in his body. Jiang Jiuan said firmly. But although he can suppress Sukuna for a short time now, if he gathers all 20 fingers, that may not be the case. Sukuna may directly take away his body. Suguru Geto said seriously. The reason why Sukuna doesn't use his full strength right now is because he still wants to gather the remaining 1 or 2 fingers to restore his full strength. And if Sukuna does that... Geto Suguru pointed at the unconscious Yuji. This guy is a time bomb. 18 or 19 fingers have already been collected. If we kill this guy now, we can immediately eliminate the danger of Sukuna's resurrection. He is my student. Jiang Jiuan gently threw Yuji to the ground. I believe in him. Since he has the means to suppress Sukuna now, he will definitely be able to do so in the future. If the situation really gets out of control, I will personally take action to prevent the King of Curses from causing any harm to the world. Jiang Jiuan spoke calmly, his voice slow but unquestionable. At the same time, Yuji slowly opened his eyes. What catches your eye is a head of white hair. Teacher. Chapter 111. Poor kid, you woke up. Geto Suguru tucked his hands into his sleeves and clasped them together, looking at Yuji with a kind face. And always be prepared to kill him. Jiang Jiuan nudged Xiaoju and looked at Yuji with a smile. Yuji, we meet again. You have grown taller? You have become stronger too. It seems you have practiced a lot. Yuji was stunned for a moment, then his nose felt sore when he looked at Jiang Jiuan. Jiang Jiuan looked at Yuji, and his heart sank for a moment. I have reached the point where I can compete with Sukuna, who is close to full strength for consciousness. Presumably, it is very difficult to achieve this, and the effort and willpower required are so great that they are enough to overwhelm an ordinary young person. Would you like some glutinous rice balls? Jiang Jiuan grabbed 2 white and glutinous dumplings from the air and threw them to Yuji. He suppressed the sympathy and anger in his heart and said nonchalantly. Yuji reached out and took it, then took a bite. Explosion! Teacher, this tastes a bit strange. Yuji smacked his lips and savored it. It's crunchy, sweet, and sour. Not like the sweet and greasy edamame and fresh milk flavor that teachers like. Oh, I bought that several days ago. It's expired. Jiang Jiuan looked at Yuji's face and said calmly. Puff. Yuji almost choked himself and coughed twice, causing his pink hair to tremble. He looked at Jiang Jiuan with horror. Are you kidding me? Looking down at the dumpling in his hand, after hesitating for a long time, Yuji decided to give up in discouragement. Just a joke, just a joke. Jiang Jiuan yawned and waved his hands. Itadori Yuji is probably thinking about killing him. The reason why Gojo Satoru kept Yuji alive after he ate Sukuna's fingers was because of the special reason that Yuji could withstand Sukuna's cursed power, and he planned to kill him after he collected all 20 fingers. This will completely eliminate any remaining influence of Sukuna. Yuji now has at least 18 fingers, so it would be reasonable for Jiang Jiuan to attack him now. Although Yuji and Gojo Satoru have a friendly master-disciple relationship, and Yuji feels that Gojo Satoru probably won't kill him in the end, he still feels a heavy weight on his heart. If you can't land, you will worry. Look how this poor kid has been forced from a funny guy to a serious person. Jiang Jiuan could only resolve the situation with a joke. It's still a bit strange though. Since Yuji calls him teacher, it means that they are already master and apprentice at this point in time. Why doesn't Sukuna recognize himself? After thinking about it, Jiang Jiuan decided to put this question aside for now. He pointed to Gojo Satoru who was standing beside Yuji and introduced him. This is Gojo Satoru, you. Jiang Jiuan thought about it. Call him Uncle Master. Hello, Uncle Master. Yuji saluted quickly. Gojo Satoru raised his eyelids as a response to Yuji. This is to establish a cool image. Meanwhile, Wang Ye and Bai Yue Kui, who had previously been reluctant to join in the conversation with their acquaintances, finally had the chance to join in the conversation between the three. Jiang Jiuan, is this your apprentice? Bai Yue Kui looked at Yuji, staring at the pink hair, and suddenly remembered the conditions for becoming a disciple that Jiang Jiuan had told him before. It seems to be pure love, crazy, and there are cheating grandfathers and so on. Who is this guy? Yes, he is my favorite student. Jiang Jiuan pushed the blindfold and pretended to be mysterious. Teacher. Yuji was actually a little touched for a moment. Favorite student, do I hold such a high position in my teacher's heart? Allah, there are other proud students, many, many. Jiang Jiuan patted Yuji's head, you are actually not important. Yuji. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. On the side, Bai Yue Kui stared at Yuji's pink hair and felt very comfortable. He was actually a non-mainstream person. So is our national destiny battlefield a non-mainstream paradise? Even if none of them dyed their hair intentionally, at least their hair was not black. Bai Yue Kui's eyes gradually swept towards Xiaoyuja, looking at his black hair with some hostility. Brother, you have become an alien. Menyi looked at Yuji, carefully recalling the moves that the other party had just made. For a moment, he frowned. Yuji just now gave Menyi the feeling of being violent, evil, twisted, and even vaguely unbearable to look at. The strong often give people the impression that they cannot restrain themselves. The aura can be restrained, but that kind of temperament cannot be hidden. In Menyi's impression, General Raiden is such a person. It is extraordinary and sharp, and at first sight one instantly thinks of a bolt of thunder. That feeling is amazing. And now Yuji, silly high school student? Seems like a completely ordinary person. No, he is not an ordinary person either. At least the energy he possesses is terrifyingly great. The other party definitely has a secret, and it's a big one. Wang Ye knew that such a secret would only be revealed when their friendship reached a certain level. He would not get any conclusion if he asked rashly, so he kept silent. National Fortune Live Room. Netizens were extremely curious about this pink-haired young man who suddenly appeared. We were planning to start the discussion. But when Yuji suddenly opened his eyes like copper bells and called out teacher. Silence. Stunned. The hands tapping on the keyboard paused. All of a sudden, the barrage was filled with all kinds of strange words, which were all typos caused by a moment of distraction while typing. Teacher. What the hell? I suddenly started to believe what the American players said at the beginning. I feel like we are the ones who are cheating. Recognize your ancestry? No, recognize your master. Is it possible that these two have always been in a master-disciple relationship? No way, what a coincidence, both of them were chosen to enter the national destiny space? Who knows who this pink-haired girl is? Why do I feel a bit like the one who just killed someone in the beautiful country next door? It does look like that, but didn't he leave? This pink-haired man fell from the sky, so he shouldn't be alone. I have sufficient evidence and reasons to report Xia for cheating. Our country is still at the forefront of the struggle with the ruins guards, but they have already directly incorporated the people of the wall into the team. Cheating. Naked cheating. Cheating is going on, can you report us? Can you share the cheat? Humble. Can you share? Humble. Can you share? Humble. Can you share? Humble. At the same time, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the national destiny battlefield. Global announcement: Jiang Jiuan, Bai Yue Kui, and Wang Ye from Xia successfully resisted the attack and were the first to complete the city defense mission in 0 minutes and 21 seconds. Killed one special ruins guard, and took less than an hour to capture the city's special ruins guards. After evaluation, the score for this defense is SSS. Due to the special nature of this city defense, the rewards will be issued directly. Damn, they're only issuing the evaluation now. Jiang Jiuan was a little depressed. This review was made after confirming that they would not be killed by Sukuna's sudden attack. In the battlefield of national destiny, you are such a dog. Above the sky, 3 streams of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A treasure chest emitting green light fell in front of Jiang Jiuan. The crystal clear light seemed to reveal the color of life. The other 2 streams of light fell on the ground respectively. The light slowly dissipated and turned into 2 talismans. The pale yellow paper was written on with a color that was almost blood red, and the cursive writing was flying. A faint red light was floating above, and an invisible murderous aura suddenly enveloped the space. Jiang Jiuan raised his brows slightly, stretched out his hand, picked up a talisman, and held it in his hand. With a slight shake, a light blue screen appeared next to the talisman. Fu Ice, SS. The vast sea is covered with 100 feet of ice, and gloomy clouds gather for thousands of miles. One thought freezes the world. Talisman Water, SS. This is a talisman paper that was condensed after a powerful person killed the pure water spirit 1000 times. It is said that when this powerful person was making it, he was in pain, unwilling, and cursing. 2 pieces of talisman paper. Jiang Jiuan looked at the talisman in his hand and raised his eyebrows. 2 SS level items? Jiang Jiuan's eyes slowly turned to the treasure chest again. He looked at it and was amazed. SSS level treasure chest. This may be the highest level treasure chest in the national destiny battlefield. Did I open it? Xiaoyuji put his hand on the treasure chest. I open it subconsciously. The next moment, Jiang Jiuan suddenly knocked Xiaoyuji's hand away, with a serious face, and put his hand on Xiaoyuji's shoulder, with a serious face. Gee, you have to know that human power has its limits. So? Xiaoyuji was confused and asked, so why did you knock my hand off? Jiang Jiuan often sighed, as a normal human being, if you open the treasure chest directly, with your luck you will definitely get some of the worst SSS level items. Even if it's a 3S level treasure chest, I can only give you a guaranteed reward. What if it's someone who's lucky? You can get an SSS level item plus an SS level item, or even 2 to 3 3S level items. Have you ever thought that since the treasure chest is purely based on luck, why not let the lucky person open the treasure chest? Ghetto summer oil? You can be sure about luck. I can't say. So what are you barking at? Gee, it seems you are still not very clear. Jiang Jiuan gently pushed his blindfold, looked at Xiaoyuji with a mysterious face, and pulled Yuji beside him. Yuji, come here, you open this treasure chest. Ghetto summer oil? Teacher, uncle, me. Yuji was confused. Jiang Jiuan encouraged, that's right, go ahead. Jiang Jiuan almost shouted go, Pikachu. Bai Yue Kui coughed and said, Jiang Jiuan, are you sure you want your apprentice to open it? I know you have the ability to see through things, so there must be nothing in this treasure chest now. It will definitely depend on luck to find out what will be opened later. When we opened the treasure chests before, you always got the best things. Why don't we be more cautious and let you open the treasure chests? Bai Yue Kui suggested. Jiang Jiuan touched his chin, thought about it seriously, and nodded seriously, good suggestion. Then, he looked at Yuji. But it's not necessary. Jiang Jiuan had already made up his mind. This time, Yuji must open the treasure chest. First of all, robbing students' treasure chests is not Gojo Satoru's style. The opportunity to open the treasure chest is given to students. According to the nature of the National Destiny battlefield, there is a greater chance of opening props suitable for Yuji. Second point, Yuji is the protagonist. Under Jiang Jiuan's instigation, Yuji opened the treasure chest in confusion. A deafening green light lit up. Global announcement: congratulations to Xia for his great luck in obtaining the SSS level item Ode to Life. Global announcement: congratulations to Xia for his great luck in winning the SSS level item, the Strange Eye Mask. WTF. Number. My dog eyes. My titanium dog eyes. What good things did this light bring? I can't see it. Ode to Life, Strange Eye Mask. Based on my many years of experience in playing online games, this kind of prop, although it looks plain and simple, must be a regular prop according to the level. There is absolutely no other possibility. In the Kuyun live broadcast room, Zhen Xiaoxian was also shocked when he saw the two props shining with golden light in Yuji's hands. Dear viewers, in the live broadcast room, we can see that Jiang Jiuan's apprentice Yuji seems to be a really lucky guy. Double yolk egg. I've never gotten a double yolk egg when I draw cards in the game, but Yuji easily got 2 items of the same level in a place like the National Destiny battlefield. Ha 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 ha. Zhen Xiaoxian laughed loudly towards the sky, and then his expression suddenly became serious, a complete reversal, with his face full of heartache. FK, damn European Emperor. At the side, director Luo Kai Luo, who had been eating melon seeds and watching the live broadcast of the National Destiny like a movie, suddenly glared at Zhen Xiaoxian. You want to be given a plane ticket, right? Bing Bing also bit her fingernails, her face full of envy. This luck is amazing. I wonder if they can use their luck to find an edible wild boar in the National Destiny battlefield. In this way, they can taste the freshest pork belly. Bear Grylls laughed. In the live broadcast room, several people were teasing each other. On the battlefield of National Destiny, Yuji looked at the double yolked egg in his hand and touched his chin. Teacher, it's a double yolk egg. I see, I see. Well done. Jiang Jiuan ruffled Yuji's pink hair and looked at the introduction of the 2 props in the other party's hand. Ode to Life. The courtesy of life is the highest praise in the world. When you are not fighting, you will always be in the best condition, including those who have goodwill within a 5-meter range. Strange Eye Mask. After wearing it, you will be more handsome and get some unknown effects. Jiang Jiuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Suddenly, without Yuji realizing it, the 2 tools in his hands became one. Chapter 112. The eye mask is nice, I want it. Jiang Jiuan shook off the black eye mask in his hand, and a rich fantasy color appeared on it, making people unable to take their eyes away. The green leaves open my eyes. Jiang Jiuan, you seem to have never asked for anything that can be of substantial help to you. Ah, the strongest man, do you need any help? Jiang Jiuan shrugged, grinned, and looked like he didn't care at all. The next moment, the sound of shackles being broken suddenly rang in his ears. The sound is crisp, but one can clearly hear a sense of solidity, as if an ancient rock has been opened. Current role-playing degree, 40%. The degree of acting has increased. The degree of acting has increased. The degree of acting has increased. The cumulative role-playing degree has reached 60%. Currently playing character, Gojo Satoru. The role-playing degree is detected to be over 60%, and substitution is enabled. Substitution, the host can completely block one of his own abilities, can still be used, without affecting the role, only limited to the current Gojo Satoru, to reach 100% role-playing degree. Unlock new ability, Reversal Ritual, Memory of 10,000 uses. Jiang Jiuan was silent for a moment, then looked confused. Number D. Wow, the acting level jumped 20% all of a sudden? This is so. Jiang Jiuan hesitated to speak, and suddenly remembered that he had let go of A when facing the Thunder God, but it did not increase the degree of his role-playing. For a system like a role-playing system, it is impossible not to have a degree of role-playing in terms of universal rationality. Finally found the reason. You are holding on to my performance like a hamster, right? You can't do this even if you want to give me cheats? Jiang Jiuan was heartbroken. Teacher. Yuji saw that Jiang Jiuan looked uneasy, and asked out of curiosity. Could it be that he got sick from eating expired dumplings? Jiang Jiuan came back to his senses and waved his hand. Nothing, nothing, I just got distracted. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. My current state of mind is not good enough. I was really in a daze just now. No wonder the performance is only 60% up to now. No, this is already too high. Jiang Jiuan rubbed his forehead gently, staring directly at the system in front of him, looking at the substitution skill on it. He knew that it would not be easy to raise the performance to 100%. All skills must be unlocked. It is not necessary to achieve exactly the same level. After all, you are just playing and not replacing. This is impossible. But at least you have to learn everything Gojo Satoru knows, and your level should be similar. Not more, not less. But the most difficult thing is to completely change your heart and personality to that of Gojo Satoru, and to become 100% in that moment. This kind of thing should happen in a moment, just like being there, and at that moment, it should reach 100% of the performance level. Jiang Jiuan pondered in his mind. His eyes were fixed on the system panel in front of him. Replacement, free once when first opened, and randomly distributed later. The current ability to be shielded is, Rock God's Eye, Illusion. Jiang Jiuan has a toothache. Are there two? I've never used the Rock God's Eye since I got it. The Eye of the Rock God was finally given to Jiang Jiuan. And that illusion is what Jiang Jiuan used for women. Pooh. Jiang Jiuan's own technique, rewarded to him by the system. After a little thought, Jiang Jiuan decided to reluctantly block the Eye of the Rock God first. Because the ability of illusion comes from the system. Maybe there will be other shielding methods in the future. But Jiang Jiuan's Eye of God is not an ordinary Eye of God. But it is the Eye of God given by the demon god. Moreover, it was blessed with the crown of the Dragon King, which was dropped by a fake Rudra Dragon King. Jiang Jiuan felt that if the system came up with other ways to block skills in the future, the cost of blocking the Eye of God would definitely be higher than blocking the illusion. Jiang Jiuan tapped the screen with his finger, and he felt a surge of power suddenly flowing into his fingertips from in front of him. The next moment, the light flows. Jiang Jiuan was shocked all over by the electric current. Electric shock. A moment. One time. Down. No feeling. It feels crispy and numb. Shielding completed. Jiang Jiuan stretched his hands, took out his Heart of God, and looked at the slightly inconspicuous, hanging like existence in the middle of his broad palm. After a quick glance, Jiang Jiuan put it away. Although the Eye of God is powerful, to Jiang Jiuan, it is just a slightly useful ornament. And he is the type that will hold himself back. If Guizhong had not given himself the Eye of God at that time, Jiang Jiuan would be free now and would not have any skills that needed to be blocked again. Certainly. The intentions of the devil cannot be guessed. Although not as strong as him. But as an old guy who is thousands of years old, he must have his own opinions. This God's Eye is definitely not that simple, it's just that Jiang Jiuan has not found its use yet. Jiang Jiuan didn't want to look for it either. After all, no matter how strong you are, I will carry the bag for you. We are just playing a cheat. Jiang Jiuan swung his body gracefully and lifted up Yuji. He held Xiaoyuja in his left hand and held Bai Yue Kui tightly with his right hand. Let's go to the Huivang ancient forest and see how they are doing with the tree cutting. Jiang Jiuan said generously. He flew directly into the sky with a group of people on his body. The next moment, a flash. With a snap, the person disappeared. Only Gojo Satoru and the other two were left, still confused in the sky. Shit, you're just gonna abandon us like this? We are still in heaven. Above the sky, white clouds are stirring. The sky was overcast and it looked like heavy rain was going to come. At the same time, a small maple leaf red figure kept stirring the air around it and flew upwards, with a lot of people beside it. Wang Ye jumped up with 3 people with a calm face. Just get used to it. Brother Xia, I vaguely remember that you can fly, right? Wang Ye turned his head and looked at Xiaoyuja who was holding his hand. Well, it would be a waste if I don't take the free plane ticket. Wang Ye, let go of Xiaoyuja. Bai Yue Kui had a bad look on his face. Several people just flew forward. It seems that Brother Jiang is not very reliable. Has Brother Jiang ever been reliable? You know what, when he is funny, but when he is reliable, he is really reliable. This is what a real man does. Do you think Brother Jiang will have a chance to come out? The one above, I think it's possible. When I think of Brother Jiang's looks, I tear it up. I can really wear women's clothes. Superconductors are everywhere. What I'm saying is, actually, facing Brother Jiang's face, he shouldn't be considered superconducting. Is there no one who appreciates Manyo? I'll go first, I'm still Manyos, automatically muted. Bai Yue Kui, I am watching you guys show off, while I am admiring myself alone. In the live broadcast room, Xiaoyuja and the other two, led by Wang Ye, have successfully arrived just above the ancient forest. The green is lush and the breeze is blowing. Gives people an extremely refreshing feeling. The power of the grass god is active here. And right in the center of the forest, there is a slightly bald spot. It turned into tall buildings. Western-style small single-family houses, 3-story civilian buildings, and even 8 or 9-story high-rise buildings. It is built with pieces of wood stacked up one after another, without cement or nails, all of it is stacked with mortise and tenon joints, one ring after another. One house after another formed an accommodation area in the forest as if it was naturally formed. Tiny houses can be seen everywhere on the spreading branches of the giant trees and on the ground whose edges have long been smoothed out. There aren't many, but they are exquisite enough. The existence of such an accommodation area in this forest is like a subtle miracle. Xiaoyuja's pupils shrank slightly. A bit confused. How long have they been back? 1 hour, or 2 hours? If you count the time when I gave orders to these natives, it would take at most 4 to 5 hours. What can you do in 4 to 5 hours? For normal people, just scrolling through the phone and daydreaming is all it takes. Top-level strategy copying boss, can complete the forest book mission once. Aboriginals, I can build a bunch of houses. Hello, Master G. Seeing Gojo Satoru coming, a large number of indigenous people on the ground instantly stood in awe and shouted their respects towards the sky in a loud voice. Xiaoyuja waved his hand slightly, jumped from the sky, looked at the towering buildings around him in amazement, and patted his hands lightly on them. It was built in just a few hours. Xiaoyuja was shocked by the amazing efficiency. There was silence. Did you use any special methods? Master, we don't use any special methods. We just cut down trees, made materials, and assembled them. A happy young man with a simple and honest face said honestly. Xiaoyuja shook his head gently. I saw it before I left, so I know your speed. In that case, it will take at least 2 days with your efficiency. Not enough, what are you hiding? This. Several people looked at each other. Sure enough, there is something hidden. Xiaoyuji raised his eyelids, don't forget our purpose. I ask you this question not for myself, but for our justice. Gojo Satoru said with a righteous look on his face. After a round of persuasion, several people finally revealed the secret of how to build such a small residential area so quickly. Quick. Yes, it's just a single word, fast. For some reason, these local residents seemed to be born with strange abilities. Although they were not very strong, they were extremely efficient in chopping trees. Although he is not very dexterous, he can still make a part in just a few seconds. Obviously he doesn't have much strength and isn't very skilled, but he is still able to connect the mortise and tenon structure together very accurately. It seems like he was born for this kind of job. Xiaoyuji realized something instantly and fell into silence and thought. Jiang Jiuan's voice came slowly. Gee, don't think about it. This is the ability specially granted to them by the National Destiny Battlefield. And it is limited to matters related to building houses. When Xiaoyuji heard this, he turned around and saw a face. Her beautiful long white hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was delicately outlined, looking very charming. The gorgeous clothes wrapped around her perfect body, her snow-white skin seemed to reflect light under the sunlight, and her pure complexion was like a perfect piece of jade. Oh, crumbs! Xiaoyuji almost slapped his forehead and died on the spot. It's started, this guy has started, he's doing something weird again. Does it look good? It's just average, it does look good. Xiaoyuji replied casually. Jiang Jiuan was squatting on a huge rock at this moment, eating fruit boredly, looking at Xiaoyuji, and suddenly changed the subject, stating his own views on these local residents. These local residents are like engineers. They don't fight, but they can make special contributions to the construction of the city, just as if the National Destiny Space did it on purpose. Just like a queen ant and worker ants. One works hard and has to work hard, while the other does nothing and just sits back and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. We are the queen ants placed in the holes specially dug on the ground by the human beings in the National Destiny Battlefield. These worker ants are the convenience given to us by the National Destiny Battlefield. Jiang Jiuan took a bite of the apple and said slowly. It sounds like we are the protagonists. Xiaoyuji let out a sigh of relief, and only then did he understand the significance of the existence of the local residents. Is the purpose to maintain the ecological chain? Impossible. In a place without order like the National Destiny Battlefield, the only role of ordinary humans is to become food for other predators. Now it seems that the purpose of these people is to help the contestants. This treatment reminded Xiaoyuji of the protagonist in an online novel. It's a pity that there is more than one batch of protagonists. Jiang Jiuan shrugged lightly, jumped off the huge rock, patted Yuji's shoulder, his white hair fluttering. Yuji, come here, the teacher is here to teach you a lesson. Today I will teach you. Jiang Jiuan raised his hand slightly upwards, and the next moment, the long white hair suddenly moved without wind, as if floating in the air, just like a girl in sea foam, which was very charming. The wind blew slowly outwards, crashing like waves. As the knocking sounds came, Jiang Jiuan looked sternly at the woods, houses, and some local residents who had already started to rest not far away. Of course, this scene looked a little different in Jiang Jiuan's eyes. For example, what Jiang Jiuan saw. In addition to what ordinary people can see. Also, there was an inexplicable violence between heaven and earth. This was something that had never happened before. The local residents had given him a feeling of being solid and gentle, but now they had become violent and crazy. Jiang Jiuan realized what had caused all these changes. Turning his head to look at his cheap apprentice, Jiang Jiuan revealed a brilliant smile, making him look even more beautiful at this moment. How to identify the special cursed spirit that has the ability to conceal itself among humans. Chapter 113. Ha! Yuji was slightly stunned at first, then he reacted. A special cursed spirit among ordinary people. Teacher, what did you find among this group of people? When Yuji looked at the group of ordinary local residents in front of him, there was suddenly a hint of hostility and vigilance in his eyes. Just a little bit, really just a little bit. Jiang Jiuan tapped his forehead. First, feel your body and extend your magic power like a hand. Yet, Yuji did as he was told. Secondly, spread the cursed energy to cover all places visible to the naked eye. Forehead. Yuji wiped the cold sweat from his head. It was a bit difficult. However, he will not give in easily. Yuji gritted his teeth and did it. Yuji asked expectantly, "Teacher, what's next?" Jiang Jiuan smiled gently, "Silly child. In the end, just like me." Boom! Jiang Jiuan's figure suddenly flashed at some point, and a huge buzzing sound resounded throughout the world. Yuji was stunned, looking at Jiang Jiuan in the distance. At this time, Jiang Jiuan was carrying a dark-skinned man with brown-black hair as if he was carrying a chicken. This dark-skinned man was someone who had previously officially blended in among this group of ordinary local residents. Just a light stomp, just a light stomp. The little boots stepped on the ground, making a crisp sound. That person is gone. Jiang Jiuan blew a breath, and immediately, Yuji felt an incomparable huge amount of cursed power surging from the man, like an exploding missile. So strong. Yuji was shocked. So weak. Ghetto summer oil is disdainful. What the hell? Bai Yue Kui and Wang Yashi were confused. Jiang Jiuan turned his head and looked at the group of people who were stunned, and said in a loud voice, "You have already proven your strength. From today on, Master Ji will accept you as his disciples." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent for a moment, followed by sounds of people gasping for air. The next moment, cheers. While those people were cheering, Xiaoyuja looked at Jiang Jiuan and was quite surprised. "Aren't you worried that they will rebel?" In fact, Jiang Jiuan could have taken advantage of the fact that a traitor had just appeared among their group of people to plant a trace of cursed power in their bodies. Although it is impossible to directly sense the other person's thoughts and explode them like in the novels, it is enough to detect information. This can be considered as providing a lot more protection. But Jiang Jiuan shrugged lightly, "What are you afraid of? I believe them. Be tolerant to those who have done nothing wrong. No matter what the other person did in the past, unless it was extremely serious or directly against humanitarianism, Gojo Satoru generally would not care as long as his current temperament and character were good. But when nothing changes into something good, then Jiang Jiuan can't guarantee what will happen." Next to my ears, the sound of the National Destiny battlefield slowly sounded. The sound was dull but crisp, giving people a different feeling. Compared with the loud but slightly mechanical sound of the previous National Destiny battlefield, it had a touch of humanity. Global notice: Daxia players accommodate the first batch of local residents to provide assistance. Daxia gets a reward: a 10 square kilometer forest appears 100 times larger. You can freely choose the location where it appears. Open new function, Location Lock. Location Lock: players from all countries can explore the local residents of the National Destiny battlefield within a radius of 1000 meters around themselves. The novice period has passed, and the players have found that local residents can be taken in as assistants. The National Destiny game is officially on track. Now, the new rules of the National Destiny game are announced. Chapter 114. From among the more than 200 countries on Blue Star, each country will select 3 people to form a team to participate in the National Fortune City Defense game. To defend the city, a certain number of monsters will regularly attack the contestants' cities. If the defense of the city fails, for every monster that enters the city, 10,000 identical monsters will appear in the contestant's country. If the city is successfully defended, the contestant and his country will receive huge rewards. Once a contestant dies, a disaster will randomly occur in that country, including but not limited to the physical level. The lightest disaster may be the destruction of a city, and the worst may be the destruction of a country. The novice period of the National Destiny War has ended, the danger zone has been lifted, and players from all countries can go there on their own. Of course, the premise is that you are prepared to be eaten, physically. Monster siege changes, ice element monster conquest still exists, and more than 50% of the monsters that exist in the future will be ghosts. National Games Space can provide 50 words of information tips for its own contestants every week. It is not allowed to disclose information from other countries, and it is not allowed to plagiarize the efforts of contestants from other countries, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. There is an opportunity to provide resources once a week, and you can provide any resource not exceeding 1 cubic meter to the contestants. The novice period has ended. The danger zone, high danger zone, extreme danger zone and the city and surrounding protection range are invalid. Monsters are allowed to enter the city range on their own without provocation. Please be sure to leave team members behind when you go out to explore. Finally, at noon, I wish you all good night. If you can still survive until night. Bang! Luo Kai narrowed his eyes, and his hand unconsciously slapped the table. He gripped the corner of the table tightly, leaving a tiny crack. His eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. The changes after the novice period of the National Destiny Space is completely over. Too big. Luo Kai almost lost his composure. Can message prompts be given? The boundaries of the danger zone have been lifted, and monsters can enter the city on their own? Are there any resources that can be provided? Obviously, Luo Kai knew what this meant. He rubbed his forehead gently, realized his loss of composure and quickly calmed down. But there was still a trace of cold sweat on my head. What should I write? Luo Kai pressed his earphones lightly, and unexpectedly there came a noisy sound that had never been heard before. That's a conference room. As the only one of the 4 ancient civilizations that has survived to this day, everyone, I think we should use ancient Hyuxia to describe it. An old man with a white beard said with a glaring attitude, his beard puffing and his eyes glaring, his attitude leaving no room for doubt. If I use vernacular Hyuxia to explain, what can I write with 50 words? But if I use classical Hyuxia, 50 words are enough to describe the world. He stroked his beard, his attitude firm and well-reasoned. But at the side, a middle-aged man who was slightly younger than the old man frowned, and a scar on the corner of his mouth was torn. He looked at a piece of thin paper in his hand and hesitated. He is the director of the information department. Well, the head of all information clerks. He really wanted to support the white-bearded old man's idea, because in Daxia, the 9-year compulsory education system is universal and the country is ahead of the rest of the world. He is proud of this and believes that most people, especially teachers like Jiang Jiuan, can definitely understand classical Hyuxia, so using classical Hyuxia is the best option. After all, there are only 50 words in total to remind you of something in a week, so ancient Hyuxia can be minimized. But the man with a scar on the corner of his mouth smiled bitterly. Mr. Bai, why don't we first ask is it ancient Hyuxia, and then send a reminder after the contestant is sure that he can understand ancient Hyuxia? Waste. Old Bai hit the nail on the head. Jiang Jiuan, Wang Yat, Bai Yue Kui and even the 2 new members, although they are not as crazy as other countries in helping the country to obtain resources, judging from their previous deliberate collection of resources, they are all intentionally helping our Daxia to increase resources. If we list out what we need, as long as we don't pick something that's too difficult to find, I think they won't refuse. We won't pick something that's too difficult to find, like oil. 3 words, in ancient Hyuxia, that means 1 or 2 kinds of resources. Don't tell me that Daxia doesn't lack these 2 resources. Daxia is very short of them now. Even if these resources are only worth a few million, we want them. Bai Lao said in a decisive tone. He is a veteran in the literary world and also a highly respected teacher in the Faculty of Literature. What he says is naturally convincing. Besides, what he said makes a lot of sense. The current condition of Daxia is really bad. Even after Jiang Jiuan's 7 or 8 rounds of reward increases, most of the increases were only to the people's physical fitness, which allowed everyone to eat less and work more. But you still have to eat. Man is iron and food is steel. Although Xiaoyuja found a lot of treasure chests, but the things that were opened were scattered, not forests, minerals or other things that would be of substantial help. Daxia, or the Daxia that was very short of resources. In this era of global resource shortage, mastering even a few more resources means you have an advantage. But the scarred man smiled bitterly and looked at the information in his hand. Jiang Jiuan, Bai Yue Kui, and Wang Ye all have no academic qualifications. When he said this, the scarred man himself didn't believe it. Funny? You are a teacher with 10 years of teaching experience, but you have no academic qualifications? What is the local education bureau doing? What are they doing? But, that's the truth. Jiang Jiuan appeared out of nowhere and was inserted into a teaching position. Moreover, among the hundreds of people in the local education bureau, no one noticed it. It is incredible and even makes one suspect that Jiang Jiuan directly bribed the entire education bureau. But it is totally impossible. Old Bai pushed his glasses, glanced at the document in the scarred man's hand, and was stunned, silent, and dumbfounded. Playing? This? Director of Intelligence, is this true? Old Bai was a little bit unbelievable. Are there a bunch of parasites in the educational institutions? No, this is not a problem of termites anymore, the whole tree is rotten. In a program involving dozens or even hundreds of people, no one noticed that a senior teacher was actually a loser who had no academic qualifications and had never even attended kindergarten. Not even the people at the school noticed? Shirao distrust. Mr. Shu said, this is not true. The intelligence chief smiled bitterly, it's true. But, according to intelligence, Jiang Jiuan is a poor man. He usually uses his money to buy desserts and give gifts to students. The remaining money is just enough for daily life. He basically has no savings. If you really say he bribed me, I don't believe it. But if you say he has connections, I don't believe it even more. The intelligence chief pushed up another piece of intelligence. According to our observation, Jiang Jiuan is a deep homebody, in modern terms. He stays at home 24 hours a day during holidays, and is only at school for 10 hours during work. There's no reason why I would come into contact with any powerful people. It is impossible for someone to open a back door of this level for him. Unless Jiang Jiuan has the weaknesses of hundreds of people in his hands, he can achieve this level. But in terms of probability, it's almost impossible. So, I suspect that Jiang Jiuan used those incredible supernatural powers to deceive the people in the school and the education bureau in order to teach. The intelligence chief sighed. On the side, Kuniharu almost coughed. What a show! Jiang Jiuan, why don't you use your extraordinary abilities to steal some money or do things for yourself? Why do you use them to teach? The intelligence chief was a little depressed, so, I suggest asking Jiang Jiuan first whether he can understand classical Hyuxia. After all, if he can't understand classical Hyuxia, it would be a waste of words. But do you still remember what we said before on the National Destiny battlefield? The loopholes are not for us to exploit. Old Bai rested his chin. Although we were told that we could be given 50 words, maybe in batches, but maybe we had to give it all at once? This is a loophole, and the loophole is not for us to exploit. The scene fell silent again. Let's first investigate the school where Jiang Jiuan works and the local education department. The national governor rubbed his forehead with a headache, and then make plans. At the same time, Jiang Jiuan in the National Destiny battlefield was in great shock. Oh shit, can you bring something in? I want to eat edamame and milk glutinous rice dumplings. Chapter 115. Jiang Jiuan looked up at the sky with an innocent look on his face. Can you send some food in? Brother Jiang, I'll do it for you. What are you doing upstairs? I'm thinking of something wrong. Hey, I can actually shrink myself into a cubic meter if I curl up. Send me to the battlefield of national destiny. My menu. Looking at Jiang Jiuan's face, why do I have a sense of déjà vu? Sending desserts is more effective than sending tanks. It's useless. Our research institute in the United States has developed a potion that can make ordinary people stronger quickly through the resources that Fran brought to the United States. As long as our other two contestants take the potion, we can easily defeat Xia. I have high hopes for our beautiful country's medicine. However, I was born and raised in the United States, but I feel that this medicine may not be able to make our country's performance surpass that of Xia. In theory, don't criticize, you are right if you criticize. Our kimchi country will send a whole jar of kimchi. After our Appa eats the kimchi from his hometown, he will become the center of the universe. That's right, our kimchi country Appa's magic flash hasn't been used yet. Netizens were completely stunned. FK, it appears, the kimchi country at the center of the universe. How can you say such a thing with a licking face? Are you blind and can't you see that such a huge god-killing machine collapsed? We recognize that kimchi country is a country. Although it is not friendly with Xia, we respect the rights of the people of Kimchi Pot as human beings, but can you be so inhuman? Haha, Xia netizens can only curse verbally. In fact, they are nothing. Do you dare to challenge them offline? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Swim over from your border, I'll be waiting for you in Seoul. How can there be such a mentally retarded person? Has this person's intelligence been forcibly lowered? In fact, most of those who make slightly hypocritical remarks are hired cyber army. Due to repeated defeats, the strength of the Korean nation has been greatly weakened, and the people's confidence in the country is very low. Just at this time, the United States dropped a bombshell, which was a special medicine developed based on the Research Institute, which added fuel to the fire of the current situation in the Korean country. Why can't our country do this? Why are the players from Xia next door so strong? It doesn't matter if the players are weak, after all, they are selected in the National Destiny battlefield, so luck is a factor. But the beautiful country next door has developed a potion, what about us? It is terrible for a country to lose the support of its people. Some of the people who benefited from it saw the clues and sensed that something was wrong, so they hired internet trolls, who could only make some stupid remarks to win public support. Basically, these are the kind of remarks that, once you think about them carefully, you instantly find them ridiculous. But, high-quality water army remarks? Where does the money come from? In that case, income and expenditure will not be proportional. But it is precisely because these remarks are of low quality that their number is so huge. But where is Xia? The dragon of the East, the root of Asia. What is the population? The highest in the world, 3 billion. How many keyboards? Over 10 billion. Do you know what 10 billion means? If it is just a simple quarrel between netizens without any intervention from a higher level, one word from each person could directly paralyze the network of a small country. No matter how well configured your computer is, if hundreds of billions of messages come in, it will be paralyzed. Can you even have a supercomputer at home? Heaven and Earth. Unique key is supreme. Chapter 116. Every true keyboard warrior has an old keyboard that has been stored away for a long time. There's nothing special about this keyboard. It's old, ordinary, and you can even vaguely see that many of the keys have been replaced. It's obvious that this is just an ordinary keyboard. However, this is the first keyboard that every keyboard warrior uses when he or she aspires to become a person dedicated to purifying the internet. Unless it is a major event for the family or the country, it will not be easily taken out for use. Since keyboard warriors need to practice to have fast typing speed, the first old keyboard used at the beginning is basically typed slowly with one or several fingers by people who don't use the keyboard properly. I used a lot of force, and I didn't want to spend money, so I bought a cheap keyboard, so most of them were broken. If you hit it at the fastest speed, it will rot after just a few hits. So usually I don't use it. Just waiting for the moment to be unblocked. This keyboard was once opened because of the live broadcast of the National Destiny. And now, it's about to start again. The seemingly ordinary public opinion storm was actually the result of a developed country's behind-the-scenes deduction. Although there was no official instigation, some people on the internet who had seen the world also vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Daxia is now too strong internationally. The rewards for the National Destiny battlefield are so good. Your physical fitness has doubled. You can become an immortal in the future. What an attractive reward this is. Today, the ordinary soldiers of Daxia are almost catching up with the special forces of the United States. The average strength of the special forces of Daxia is even approaching the top special forces teams in the world. If there is no more suppression, there may really be no chance in the future. After all, it is a peaceful time now, and nuclear weapons cannot be used in a war between two countries. What they are competing for is actually the international status brought by the military industry. Is India strong? Yes, it is strong, and even the industrial level of Daxia is not much worse, but won't it still be controlled by Daxia and the United States? It's because of the different international status. The gap between the victorious country and the defeated country is still quite large. As the world's #1 country, the United States originally looked at Daxia peacefully. Although it seemed a bit targeted, it did not dare to go too far. After all, Daxia at that time was the second largest country in the world and was not so easy to control. It's not Sakura, and it's not kimchi. But it is a giant Donghua dragon that has truly risen. However, seeing that Daxia was still developing and was far inferior to its own in both industrial and military strength, the United States felt relieved. But now, Daxia is becoming more and more powerful, and is gradually threatening the United States. Not to mention that the resources obtained are of higher quality and more precious than those in the United States, because no matter how good and how many resources Daxia has now, it is impossible to surpass the United States in a short period of time. The most important thing is future potential. The players from Daxia brought too much pressure to the United States. It is like an insurmountable mountain, always sitting firmly in the first position. The first place always gets the most rewards. Now, the United States can still live off its past glory and has more resources than Great Xia. What about the future? With a population of 3 billion, there are definitely a lot of top talents. At this moment, Daxia is the most promising country in the world. If the United States wants to poach those top talents again, it will not be as easy as before. Once more than 70% of the talents born out of the 3 billion population are retained, coupled with the promising future resources in the National Destiny battlefield, it is almost certain that it is only a matter of time before Daxia surpasses the United States. The United States doesn't want anyone else to share the cake of the leading company. The meaning is also very obvious. This can also be seen from the words and deeds in the other party's National Destiny live broadcast room. Some more knowledgeable netizens can also see it. Would the top leaders in Korea not see this? They would. Kimchi's international status is not high, but it has the support of the United States. Although publishing public opinion at this moment and causing heat cannot deviate from the fact that Daxia has always been the first, it can distort some facts from a moral point of view. This will make the United States very comfortable. It can both fulfill itself and please the background behind it. It is simply the best of both worlds. This is the background behind this public opinion storm. It even involves the struggle between major powers. Although this public opinion seems ridiculous to netizens who often surf the internet, and one does not even need a broad knowledge base to easily distinguish the truth from the false, but today's Daxia is a country with scarce resources. Not everyone can surf the internet every day. The average salary is around 1,500 yuan. Where would people have so much money and time to go online? Even for the previous generation, most people didn't receive much education. After much difficulty, Daxia has seen a turnaround in the national destiny battlefield. It has more resources and, more importantly, has been courted by other countries. It has also seen more job opportunities. Most people who have never been to school have the money to buy a mobile phone to watch the live broadcast at home. As a result, they see these opinions. It's easy to be led astray. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. This will form a group of people who believe in public opinion. And among 3 billion people, this probability must be not low. Never overestimate the probability of a certain group of people existing among the entire nation. But never underestimate. So, the person behind the computer picked up the keyboard. You have thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of comments to create public opinion. Are you crazy? There are 3 billion people. Keyboard warrior, the word warrior originally has a positive meaning, but it has been misinterpreted into a negative one. However, even though they are misinterpreted, they will still do chivalrous and righteous things. Today, the authorities are frantically using their authority to remove negative comments on Weibo and other platforms, and in the live broadcast room where the authorities are somewhat helpless. We will be able to dominate the battlefield. Group Start. Chapter 117. Group Start. This barrage covered the entire live broadcast room like a wave. This time, in order to start a group, I will never give in. Under the backdrop of Daxia's live broadcast room, there can only be one and only king. You hired trolls? Are you awesome? Oh! I really don't believe that 3 billion people can't drown you with a spit from each of them. Never mind the quality of these speeches. In terms of quantity alone, the entire comment section is already flooded with barrages. Since Daxia has a large population, the live broadcast room can be adjusted to a certain region. You can see the comments from people in that region when you adjust to that region. At the minimum, it can be adjusted to the district level. In the past, after adjusting it to the minimum level, you could basically see the live broadcast screen at the same time as the barrage. But now, even if you adjust it to the smallest district level, the screen is full of densely packed white words. The white words were like long strips of white cloth, perfectly covering the live broadcast screen. I have no choice but to turn off the barrage. Thousands of miles away, a pot-bellied man sat at his desk, looking at the live broadcast in front of him, lost in thought. Are all the Daxia people crazy? This is no ordinary barrage. This is the barrage in Wang Wei's poem. The frantic barrage of comments from tens of millions of netizens will completely paralyze Daxia officials' control over the Koyun live broadcast room, which means that if they want to fight against their water army, they can only rely on Daxia netizens themselves, and the official cannot provide any help. A high-frequency brush is required. Until those paid internet trolls leave. At this moment, on the battlefield of national destiny, Jiang Jiuan was not very clear about what was happening in the outside world. Start a group? Kun. Va. If Jiang Jiuan were in the real world at this moment, he would definitely follow the crowd and start a group together. Jiang Jiuan looked up at the sky, and suddenly, a bright light flashed faintly in the sky, and a green sense of professionalism condensed. Looking at the faint green light that suddenly appeared, Jiang Jiuan reached out to take it. The next moment, the light instantly dissipated. The light bloomed and opened, like the trembling wings of a golden butterfly. With a little silver light, it slowly opens like a flower. Jiang Jiuan looked at the glutinous rice dumpling in his hand with a look of shock, and then looked at the light that had not yet dissipated. With such a grand ceremony, I thought you were sending in the space-based weapon controller, but this is what you got. Jiang Jiuan waved his hand and directly covered the light that had not yet dissipated. He would use this when he wanted to show off in the future. So stylish. When I was about to pull these lights into the negative space for further research later, I discovered that there seemed to be a little disturbance in the negative distance. A feeling of palpitations came over me. Jiang Jiuan raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand and suddenly pulled it from the air. The next moment, a pool of still water was pulled out. Thump! My heart beat a little faster. Pure water elf, when did it die? Jiang Jiuan instantly saw the source of this pool of clean water. After the pure water elf dies, it turns into the purest water in the world. But, this thing has a very strong vitality. Is this thing special cursed object, invalid curse? Chapter 118. Jiang Jiuan gently reached out his hand and took out a small ring. The ring is not big and is completely black, so you can't tell what material it is made of, but from its gloss you can tell that the texture is very good. It has a mysterious beauty and is a rare work of art. But in Jiang Jiuan's eyes, countless pieces of black flesh and blood rolled around, arms struggled to crawl out like newborn worms, and eyes covered in black blood were cut on them. White moths and black insects were twisting in it, staring at the sky with crazy eyes. Even if it was just a peripheral vision, it made people feel like looking into the abyss. Eerie, but also scary. Negative distance is not exclusive to Jiang Jiuan. Jiang Jiuan simply has the ability to pull people or objects into negative distance, and also has the ability to bring them out of it. The control of negative distance only lies in positioning and transportation, and naturally one cannot feel the changes in the negative distance. This special cursed object invalid curse silently and completely annihilated the water without form, so it was naturally not within his perception. Normally, ordinary special grade cursed objects do not have the ability to completely kill pure water elves. Unless you can accurately destroy all the water on the pure water elf in an instant. Jiang Jiuan can do this with, but he must use all his strength. Even if a trace of water element is left, this thing will be reborn like a dogskin plaster, and it is more difficult to deal with than the formless magic cube. It's the kind of boss that can be killed instantly, but not completely. Invalid curse can easily disintegrate the pure water spirit into a pool of still water, which means that it has indeed completely destroyed the pure water spirit. As for this pool of water, drops. Jiang Jiuan touched his chin, took a bite of the glutinous rice dumpling, muttered in his heart why the authorities were so stingy to only send one, and then waved his hand. Daxia contestant obtains S-level item, pure water. This is the purest water in the world. The boss who dropped this item is one of the top bosses, pure water elf. This water is pure and flawless, leaving no regrets. If you listen to is it not possible to just find a quiet place with still water? 1000 times, you may gain new insights. Global announcement, Daxia has gained 100-fold increase, and obtained pure water *100. Friendly reminder, this water is not very useful except for food, and it is futile to try to conduct scientific experiments on it. Wow, that's awesome! Jiang Jiuan finished the dumpling in one gulp and shook his hands. Looking at the invalid curse in his hand, Jiang Jiuan still didn't know what this thing was used for, but at least he had a simple understanding. Annihilation. Considering its status as a cursed object, this annihilation may be conceptual. It literally kills you conceptually. Since pure water elves are elemental creatures, this is extremely easy to do. Yuji, come here, the teacher has something for you. Jiang Jiuan waved. Yuji ran over happily, his face full of excitement. Is the teacher going to give me something good? Then, the next moment, Yuji was stunned. Jiang Jiuan knelt on one knee with a solemn look on his face. He handed over the invalid curse in his hand slowly and carefully and placed it on Yuji's index finger. At the same time, a faint cursed force gently wrapped around Yuji's fingers, blocking the conceptual annihilation for him, and could only continue to dissipate the cursed force left by Jiang Jiuan. Since it is a conceptual annihilation, this force will be directed directly at Jiang Jiuan. However, Jiang Jiuan's curse force is inexhaustible unless he uses skills, so there is no need to worry about this annihilation. Yuji, hold it. Jiang Jiuan said this with a serious face, as serious as if he was looking at his future wife. In front of him, Yuji looked confused. Teacher, you. Yuji was shocked. He knelt down and handed the ring in his hand directly to Gojo Satoru. Gojo summer oil? What the hell, what do you two mean? He casually threw the ring forward and it landed back on Yuji's head. With a bang, like hitting a wooden fish, Yuji's head made a crisp echo. The ring spun in the air, floating slowly. Bai Yue Kui stretched out his hand and gently picked up the ring with his tang sword. At the same time he raised his eyebrows. These guys, tisk tisk. Miss Bai's knife, is very good. Jiang Jiuan was shocked when he saw Bai Yue Kui easily put invalid curse on the knife without any form of dissolution or annihilation. Knowing it's not easy. Before, I wanted to play the pig and eat the tiger. How can I do that in the wasteland without holding back? That's why I accepted the yuyun you gave me. My sword is no worse than any other weapon. Bai Yue Kui said quickly. In the wasteland, strength is king. Even though his own strength is feared by most people in the wasteland, Bai Yue Kui will still hold back as if out of habit. For this mysterious woman, other people's speculations about her will never reach her true strength. It's just a pity that I originally wanted to play the pig and eat the tiger. If my teammates are not good, I can just kill them cleanly and replace them with a new batch. But now it seems that I seem to have eaten an elephant. So your misunderstanding of my knives has always been profound. Bai Yue Kui was very angry. No one really thinks my knife is just an ordinary knife. Hey? Is that so? Xia Yuji coughed awkwardly. To be honest, he actually didn't expect. In the distance, Jiang Jiuan dusted himself off and stood up. Only Yuji was left sitting on the ground. Shouldn't that thing be given to me? What did I just do? Ah, yes, I think I threw that thing to my uncle because I was too embarrassed. Yuji felt annoyed. But now I'm too embarrassed to ask for it back. After all, Bai Yue Kui looked very weak and probably needed the teacher's help more than himself. Although Yuji wanted to become stronger, he still had a sense of the overall situation. On the side, Bai Yue Kui seemed to see what Yuji was thinking and smiled slightly. Little guy, I'm not going to steal from you. After saying that, the ring was thrown back into Yuji's hands. Yuji was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. No, 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 you should take this thing first. I think you need it more than me. There is no mention of weakness in the words, but every word is weakness. Every word hurts my heart. Bai Yue Kui. He looked down at the reflective blade in his hand, then at his chest, and caught a glimpse of Jiang Jiuan's puzzled look out of the corner of his eye. Bai Yue Kui said he was very tired. A bunch of straight men. Fortunately, there is Men Yi. Bai Yue Kui suddenly woke up. Wait, where's Men Yi? Looking around quickly, Bai Yue Kui discovered that not far away, Wang Ye had already hurriedly led a group of local residents towards their city. Still damn reliable. And at this moment, in the highest research institute of Daxia. This is the most advanced research institute in Daxia. It's not that there are often major inventions here, nor is there any extremely high-end team. In this institute, there is no one else except the academicians. What do academicians usually do? Those who are busier do research every day. Those who have more free time can enjoy their old age life, drinking tea and walking the birds as a show. This research institute is actually just a decoration. Yet it ranks first among all research institutes in the world, and even several major research institutes in the United States are far behind. There is only one reason. Daxia seems to have many research institutes, right? There are institutes of plants, water quality, astronomy, and geography. In fact, they are all just subordinate laboratories of this institute. That's right, it's a laboratory, but because of its large scale, it is called a research institute. Therefore, this highest research institute has also become the strongest research institute in the world. The United States has capital, and each research institute has its own power behind it, so it is impossible for them to merge together. That is why they cannot catch up with Daxia's top research institute. In order to win the title of Research Institute, which is of utmost importance to every country, Daxia has worked hard and won the support of the people to be the world's number one. The only researchers who can actually be listed in this institute are academicians. All academicians can be listed. At this moment, this top research institute, which has been deserted for many years, has become lively again. Countless outstanding scientists couldn't wait to walk into the research institute as if a banquet was about to begin. They were all well-known scientists in Kyoto and could talk in detail about their contributions and achievements to the country. 71 scientists. 26 academicians in Kyoto, 7 recipients of the Daxia Medal, and dozens of well-known scientific leaders and senior officials gathered here. To exaggerate a little, if the United States dropped a nuclear bomb on this research institute at this time, the whole world would tremble. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can invest in it. At this moment, everyone was staring at a huge basin of water in front of them, praising it curiously. Is this the so-called pure water? An old man pushed his glasses, the wrinkles on his forehead trembled with excitement, and his eyes were full of excitement. Look how excited you are! An old fat man nearby slowly patted the bespectacled old man on the head, causing him to stagger. Aren't you excited? This is the first time we've come into contact with an S-level materializable item in the National Destiny battlefield. The old man didn't care at all, he just looked at the water in front of him anxiously. Dropped by the pure water spirit, S-level item pure water. 100 copies. About 30 liters of water were all gathered in a giant basin in the highest research institute of Daxia. Although they were all very curious, no one touched the water, nor did they move it to the conference room. They just left it where it was, calling on all the scientific leaders to come and watch. They were afraid that something might go wrong with this hard-earned S-level prop, so they concentrated it here. Who doesn't like to watch the fun? So except for one person who was stuck in traffic, all the others have arrived. It turns out, since the situation is not urgent, even big guys will get stuck in traffic. At this moment, several elderly scientists were even more excited. If we can study this pure water to find out what it is. Even if it has no practical use, you can still brag about it until you get yourself into the coffin. However, although they were excited, they did not act rashly. I just looked at the water with envy and wanted to rush up to study it immediately. Not far away, the Prime Minister, who was handling official business, walked in through the door in embarrassment and sneezed unluckily. Damn, after learning that pure water could be brought to the real world 100 times more, I applauded and excitedly immediately dropped all my official duties. This feeling of excitement is no less than when my wife is pregnant. Then, there was a traffic jam. This uncomfortable feeling is no less than if your wife's child is your brother's. But at least I made it here. The head of the country looked at the scientists with wolf-like and tiger-like eyes, and immediately realized that something was wrong. You want to study this thing? Guo Zheng said cautiously. Nod. Nodding like crazy. Bang. The head of the country slapped his thigh suddenly. Wow. Let go of your thoughts. It's impossible. This water has no other use. It can only be used in diet. The president gently waved his hand to signal. You scientists don't know that we once discussed a human transfer plan issued by the United Nations, haha. I won't go into the details of the process. You should be familiar with it. If you are interested, you can ask. I will simply tell you the result. This is what the National Destiny battlefield said, there are loopholes, but they are not for you to exploit. Do you understand? There are loopholes, but they are not for you to exploit. If you think there is a loophole you can exploit, then there is no loophole. The country chief yawned and moved to the front of the group, leaving behind a thoughtful scientist. Wearing gloves, the governor carried out a series of disinfection procedures under the guidance of professionals, wearing a mask and protective clothing, and then used equipment to scoop up a bottle of water. Looking at the faint light flickering on it, Guo Chang's eyes flickered slightly. What wonderful water! How wonderful it would be if all the water in Daxia was like this! The governor was stunned. The next moment, he reacted and turned to look at the people behind him. He laughed heartily. If I were to divide this water among you all, it would definitely not be enough. And it would be a shame if we didn't keep some of this water. I know what you are thinking. I will leave you about 10 liters of water for research, and another 10 liters for storage. As for the remaining 10 liters, the head of the country's tone softened a bit. How about using this water to make a bowl of white rice? Absolutely not. The fat old man's eyebrows jumped, obviously a little scared. Governor, the National Destiny Battlefield said that this water can only be used for food, so you really only use it for food, right? Governor, the rice irrigated with this water may produce a miracle. Then, we can use the rice seeds to plant more rice. No one in Daxia will go hungry. An old man at the side was even more excited. I only need 1 liter of this 30 liters of water. I can mix this water with the purest water we can currently use. The S-level item will definitely have a miraculous effect. Xia, I. At this moment, these scientists have completely disregarded their own personalities and are trying to dissuade the Prime Minister. Nearly 1/3 of the water is used to cook rice? No, absolutely not. Pure water, although only 30 liters. But if this water is used well and applied to all walks of life, it will be the hope for the rise of Daxia. 3 billion people. Even with one of the largest territories in the world, it's still too crowded. Even though the average salary of the entire Daxia has increased from 1,800 to more than 2,000 because of the national battlefield, it is still not enough. Calm down, you guys are a little out of control. The national leader waved his hand. I know what you mean. Without seeing the methods used in the battlefield of national destiny, you can't really understand the meaning of that sentence. You are all doing this for Xia, I understand. So I will leave you 10 liters of water for the experiment, and 10 liters for observation. We will only use the rest for cooking. After all, the National Destiny Battlefield has already said that this water can only be used for eating, right? I think your experiment makes sense, but it may end in failure. If I agree to your request now, you might regret it later, right? The national leader said calmly, how about cooking a pot of rice first? If there is no special effect, we can discuss your experiment. As soon as the country chief said this, there was a burst of whispers. However, it must be said that the Prime Minister's decision was wise. It should be said that the last option of cook a pot of rice first is the best solution, because the National Destiny Battlefield does say that this water can only be used for eating. The reason why I only cook 1 pot is because this is just an experiment and it can't be wasted. The Prime Minister first proposed to use 10 liters of water to cook rice, and then reduced it to trying to cook only 1 pot of rice first. This gave humans a huge sense of comparison, and made these scientists instantly want to accept it. It's like a watch, the original price is 10,000. But now the other party is only selling it for 10 yuan, would you be tempted? You may not buy it, but you will definitely be tempted. This is Daxia's top-level speaking and communication skill. The national exhibition has summarized a total of 8 such regulations. Daxia's top 8 speaking and communication skills. Common name, Xiaji Baishuo. Skillfully add water and rice and simmer over low heat. The fire is the most common firewood. The rice is carefully selected. After a long time, hot air slowly floated out, accompanied by a strong sweet scent, and poured into everyone's nasal cavity, making them unable to help swallowing. Is this rice? In the past, rice seemed to be dispensable. When people eat, they go to taste the dishes, but there are few people who really like to eat rice. But when they smelled the sweet aroma of the rice, the alarm clock is left with only one thought. Have a meal. The sweet taste seduces them and gives people a strange feeling. One small plate per person. Come, take it. The governor personally served each person a small dish of rice, just enough for everyone present to share. The rice cooked with 1 liter of water will become very little when it is shared among dozens of people. But everyone's desire to eat was unexpectedly great. But despite this, looking at the rice in their hands that looked like jade, they still hesitated and even couldn't bear to eat it. The rice that originally looked ordinary, after being soaked in pure water, became crystal clear and exuded an indescribable temptation. Of course, there were only 8 people in the first batch who tried the rice, because no one knew whether anything would go wrong after eating it. Carefully putting a few grains of rice into his mouth, the country chief had never been as serious as he was at that moment. The moment the rice grain touches the tongue, it is like a flower blooming. A rich vitality surged into his body, and Guo Chang's pupils contracted. A crystal butterfly seemed to appear in his pupils and spread its beautiful wings. After just a moment of hesitation, his white hair gradually turned into black hair. It was like youth passed by his head in a flash, like a miracle. Several other elderly people who were tasting rice around them also had the same experience. Quick! The head of the country quickly put down the small plate in his hand, snapped it, and shouted angrily, "Take this plate! No! Take a bowl of rice and send it to the First People's Hospital." In the past, human power could not overcome destiny, and countless heroes could not be saved. But this time, Daxia will not allow the United Nations to lower its flag to half-mast again because of them. First People's Hospital, Ward. At this moment, a white-haired old man was lying on the bed, looking at an electronic screen in front of him with anxious eyes. On it is the Overlord flower seed that Jiang Jiuan had materialized 100 times into the real world. And this is the old man who led all the people in the Botanical Academy to study the Queen of Flower Seeds, hoping to develop rice that can provide people with shade. In front of him were pictures. The old man looked at the huge rice stalks in fascination and couldn't help laughing. Speaking of which, the seeds of the Queen of Flowers are quite good. The old man thought to himself. Really? It is actually possible to research the conditions for growing rice giants from the seeds of the queen flower. I really want to cry, but I can't, and I don't know why. The rice plants were as tall as giants, a full 2 meters tall, standing in the rice field. A single seedling stands tall among countless ordinary rice plants. It was like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating the old man's gradually dimming pupils. That's the rice that can really provide shade. Such a big rice plant was grown in just a few days. Under their cultivation, the rice ears of this kind of rice are as big as those of ordinary rice. But in mass production, it is dozens of times. Even though the price of this kind of rice is a little high and therefore cannot be popularized, even though only one plant can be cultivated now, the old man does not believe that no one among the 3 billion people of Daxia can overcome the difficulties. The nation of Daxia is not an ordinary nation, but a nation that has stood up from despair. Such a nation will not be afraid of any challenges or difficulties. It's a pity that when the rice was already providing shade for the farmers, the old man had already fallen into bed and couldn't really go and see the rice. He knew that because of the national destiny battlefield, there were more job opportunities across the country, people became happier, and the price of rice dropped significantly. I really regret it. I was obsessed with research during that time and didn't go to the supermarket to check the price of rice. The old man shook his head secretly in his heart, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. However, this life has not been lived in vain. It's a pity that I didn't really get to grow that giant rice plant. The scene in front of him gradually became darker, but the old man was calm because he had been prepared for this. Just at this moment, there was a bang. Several people in police uniforms broke into the room, their guns pointed at the ground, and rushed in at lightning speed. You! The old man's family member stood up suddenly and picked up a vase beside him. After seeing the guns in the hands of these people in police uniforms, he shrank his neck, but when his eyes caught sight of the old man lying on the hospital bed, he immediately lifted the vase. What are you doing here? The Prime Minister's urgent order, load your guns. Point your guns to the ground, and explain later. The middle-aged man, who was the old man's relative, narrowed his eyes slightly. Gun to the ground. In Daxia, unlike the United States and Russia, the police are not allowed to load their guns when facing the people unless there is any situation. But now, just to find his father, he has loaded the gun? Things may be really serious. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but quickly made way. A policeman quickly stepped forward, stretched out 2 fingers and placed them under the old man's nose. After waiting for 2 seconds, he frowned suddenly. Captain, no, we are still late. Damn it, you deduct my salary today. Are you late? We are just following orders. The man whom he called the captain suddenly pushed away the policeman who was checking his breath, lifted up the layers of protection, and took out a bowl of rice. He took out a spoon, gently pried open the old man's mouth, and stuffed the spoon in. 1 spoonful after another. The middle-aged man watched quietly at the side, his face looking so pale that it was a little scary. But at this moment, the old man coughed suddenly. Cough. I said, based on the time we arrived, he should not have died completely. The captain wiped the sweat from his head and blew a breath into his palm. The darkness in front of the old man was slowly illuminated by a layer of light. This is... In the dim light, the old man saw the face of his child. The child's face was so pale that it was a little scary. Is this the underworld? The old man laughed bitterly. I unexpectedly found that I could speak loudly again. Son. Even in the underworld, you're a little scary white. Dad. The middle-aged man said in a somewhat ungainly voice, Are you okay? Ha! The old man tilted his head and suddenly noticed that there was an electronic screen in front of him. On it was a photo of that giant rice plant. In a flash of lightning, the old man instantly realized a horrible fact. He is not dead. Joy, confusion, fear, all kinds of emotions that ordinary people have suddenly flooded into his mind like a bolt from the blue. The old man fell into the normal state of daze. But the next second, he started coughing violently again. At this moment, he realized that his health was still very poor. But there has been enough time. Quick, take me to see that giant rice plant. The old man spoke in a hurried voice, and touched the railing of the bed with a slight tremor. At the side, the middle-aged man looked at the old man with increasingly weird eyes. Dad, you. What's wrong with me? The old man coughed twice again, somewhat anxiously. If I don't go and see it, I might die again someday. That would be truly a death without closing one's eyes. The middle-aged man swallowed, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, slowly opened the camera, and started taking selfies. The old man was stunned. What he saw in the phone was a picture of the face with the black hair. He is not young, at least 60 years old, but he still has thick black hair, giving people a vibrant feeling. Compared to my previous self, I am at least 10 years younger. This. The old man swallowed. I'm fine. Dad, you died of old age, you were not sick. The middle-aged man said angrily. All right? You're not sick at all. The old man turned his head quickly and noticed several policemen in uniform standing nearby. Judging from the equipment they were wearing, they were not ordinary policemen. You guys, what's going on? We don't know either. The captain smiled bitterly. We are just following the order of the governor to come and bring you a bowl of rice. Rice. Yes, rice made with S-level items from the National Destiny battlefield. At this moment, the old man seemed to have been enlightened. So, I can become younger. It's such a waste for an old man like me to use this kind of prop. The old man looked painful and wished he could strangle himself to death immediately so that he could spit out the rice for others to use. You are too kind. In addition, the Prime Minister has something else for me to convey to you. What? MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE10 DC4 NJC4 OJG equals. This bowl of rice is made from the rice you grew. It wasn't us who saved you, but you who saved yourself. The old man fell into a long silence. The rice I cultivated. For a moment, the feeling of wanting to cry came up again. But this time, without the constraints of my body's functions, tears flowed down my face in large quantities. At this moment, he cried like an ordinary person. No, he was just an ordinary person. But he hasn't felt like an ordinary person for a long, long time. Come on, take me to see my rice. Chapter 119. Deputy. A man in white pushed the door open heavily, his face was extremely cautious, and the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Please come in. As soon as the man in white entered the room, he hurriedly asked, Deputy Director, have we developed truly giant rice? Are you out of your mind? How is it possible to research something like that? The man called Deputy Director rolled his eyes. But before that, I gave. The Deputy Chief shrugged. Hey, I just wanted to help the old man realize his dream. This way, there will be regrets, but at least they won't be that many. So, we haven't actually developed giant rice. No, but I believe it will happen soon, the director said firmly. Talents emerge from every generation. If our generation can't do it, then the next generation, and the next generation after that, will definitely be able to do it. These words were spoken with great passion. The man who had just knocked on the door was completely petrified on the spot. But. No buts. Believe in the motherland and believe in yourself. But. I said no buts. Are you trying to shake our determination? The deputy chief said in a cold tone. The man in white was silent after being interrupted twice in a row, and then he slowly said, Deputy Director, tell me, if the director comes back and finds out that the rice photos you gave him are fake, will he beat you to death? The deputy chief's face suddenly turned cold. Xiao Wang, there is no point in insulting the dead. No, I'm just stating a possibility. Do you think he will beat you to death? Oh, I don't think so. The deputy director shrugged. I just sent the photos to the director's son. I didn't report it directly to the state. There is no serious crime. I just don't want the director to have any regrets. But, deputy director, what would you do if the director arrives at the Institute of Botany in 10 minutes and wants to see the giant rice in the photo you sent to his son? Say it again, not all jokes can be made. The deputy chief was furious. Can you just make a joke about the people's hero? The man in white just silently picked up the phone and made a video call. Soon, a voice was heard from inside. Xiao Li, I'm going to the Institute of Botany soon. Hurry and take my research uniform out of the office closet. When the time comes, I want to be the first to see our giant rice, haha. Director. The deputy director was stunned for a moment. Standing there in a daze. At a loss. In a hurry. What the hell? The director was saved? A medical miracle happened. Deputy director, the director died of old age. There is no way he could be rescued. FK, that means becoming an immortal. Deputy chief, you just said not to make fun of the people's hero. The man in white said solemnly, I can be reported. The deputy director was no longer in the mood to joke. He just looked out the window silently. The rice that had been studied for several years was only 2 meters tall. After being blessed with the seeds of the Queen Flower from the National Destiny battlefield, it only grew to 4 meters. How tall was the photo he sent to the director's son? 10 meters? Or 20 meters? Little Wang. What's wrong, Deputy Chief? Can you find me a man half a meter tall to provide shade under our 4-meter tall rice plants? The deputy director looked outside with a sigh and a look of grief and indignation on his face. At this time, through the window, you can see an extremely luxurious police car rushing towards the parking space and then slowly stopping. With a creaking sound, an old man full of expectation walked down from above. Why did things turn out like this? The deputy director doesn't know. He only knew that this time, the hero would never come back. The director is very tired. Destroy it, don't play anymore. Let's destroy together. But at this moment, a figure quietly sneaked into the Botanical Research Institute. He was holding a long sword in his hand, his hat fluttering in his hand without any wind. He was wearing a blue padded jacket, and the tight pants made his figure look particularly funny. Small beard, rough skin. Under the watchful eyes of countless surveillance cameras, he quietly walked into the Daxia Botanical Research Institute, which had been listed as a special protection level by Daxia. Go straight, turn, and move forward. He walked through one steel door after another as if nothing happened. He tilted his head, revealed a faint smile, and came to the rice experimental base. He looked at the 4-meter-high rice in front of him, with a smile that appeared and disappeared on his face, and walked forward silently. The figure moved fast and slow, like a shadow, walking in the laboratory. After seeing the human figure, the rice actually shrank its neck in fear, like a little rabbit that had encountered its natural enemy, and retreated almost with fear and whimpering. The revival of spiritual energy has indeed boosted the growth of spiritual plants. How many years have we not seen spiritual plants? 10 years? 100 years? Or 1,000 years? The slightly short figure sighed and raised his long sword slightly. Spiritual plants are born from the essence of heaven and earth, and they have their own spirituality. I didn't want to do anything to you, but you have absorbed too much spiritual energy from this world. The level of spiritual energy in this country is less than 10%, and you alone have absorbed nearly 5%. You are bullying the other people in this country who are just ordinary people and do not have the ability to sense and absorb spiritual energy. The man was talking to himself when the rice in front of him suddenly seemed to come alive and whipped him hard. The huge leaves were floating in the air, but at this moment, a flash of knife light accompanied by a crisp sound instantly cut through the sky. The man slowly sheathed the knife with a click. The next moment, a flash of knife appeared. Across the roof, in the sky above the research institute, the extremely thick and dense clouds were suddenly cut in half and slowly floated down to both sides. A hint of disdain flashed across the man's eyes, and his mustache-covered mouth hummed slowly. There are trees stronger than you. I have cut down 5 in total. I have only cut down 5 spiritual plants in my life. And you are no stronger than one of their green leaves. Who gave you the courage to attack me? My name is Guangtiao Yu Jiang. Do you know why I'm called Bald Jiang? Because every time I killed someone as strong as I was at that time, I would pull out a hair from my head. But now, there is not a single hair left. When I put on the hat, Bald Jiang no longer had a bald head. Then only Jiang is left. At this moment, cherry blossoms are flying and pine branches are all over the sky. Brother Jiang slowly held the long knife in his hand with a stern look. Even a squirrel that can only climb trees is 100 times faster than you. If your ability is only this low, you don't even have the qualifications to grow in that forest. Brothers, Daxia Botanical Research Institute has developed rice that grows like a small tree. An announcement has been made, brothers. The dream of enjoying the coolness under the rice has come true. FK, how much is it? One seed is 200, a complete seed is 20,000. FK, this is a rip-off. Whoever buys this is an idiot. The rice is 20 meters high. Don't stop me, I want to buy the complete product. It is said that there seemed to be a broken rice at the scene. I don't know who was careless enough to break it. Check the surveillance video. I guess he will be fired by then. At this moment, the battlefield of national destiny. Jiang Jiuan was squatting on the ground with nothing to do, watching the little bird in front of him walk forward step by step. In his hands, he was holding the novel that Hu Zhi had begged the country to send him for several minutes, and he was flipping through it out of boredom. If nothing goes wrong, the Abyss Defense City will be opened again later. So it's better not to go out and hang out during this period. If you go out for fun. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. While reading the novel, Jiang Jiuan admired the embarrassed back of Gojo Satoru, who was directing hundreds of people to build houses in the city. Interesting. Wang Ye and Bai Yue Kui were practicing sword skills. At this moment, they were fighting each other. The two men had almost turned into two sword shadows that were invisible to the naked eye. They kept colliding in the air, making crisp clanging sounds. The residual force alone was enough to make the ground full of gullies, and there was not a single intact piece of grass left. Yuji, at this moment, was eating the dessert in big mouthfuls, saying delicious, with every bite. Jiang Jiuan yawned and felt that this kind of day was actually pretty good. It just feels a little weird without students and without teaching. This is the statement from a physical education teacher who has never had his class occupied. Then, Jiang Jiuan's eyes became stern. Turning to look behind him, he saw a man wearing a hat, walking towards him with a long knife in hand. Rare guest. How come Brother Chiang has time to come today? Jiang Jiuan was indeed a little surprised. The person who came was Brother Chiang, the man with whom he had fought before. To be honest, although Jiang Jiuan is very familiar with Brother Chiang definitely doesn't know him well, so why would he come to him? Brother Chiang gently waved his hand, signaling Jiang Jiuan not to speak for the time being. I've got something for you. As Brother Chiang was speaking, he suddenly stretched his hands toward the sky. Jiang Jiuan's eyes fixed, he grasped the void with his hands, opened his hands and took a look, then frowned. It's a big bag of seeds. This is, rice seeds? Where did you get them from? Tell me. Jiang Jiuan was curious. In this forest with only big trees, soil, and bushes, he had never seen crops like rice growing. Where did the seeds come from? Where else could it be? I picked it from the ground. Brother Chiang shrugged indifferently, this thing is not worth much, and you just happen to have a few hundred more mouths to feed, so you need food and water, right? Water is easy to solve, but food is not something you can just deal with casually. Look, I'm sending you emergency food. You give me seeds and call this an emergency. Jiang Jiuan was speechless. From planting to harvesting, it takes at least several months. Emergency? After such a long time, the daylily has physically withered. Brother Chiang blinked, you can induce labor. In this way, the seeds can grow completely within a day. It's very useful. If you don't know how, I can help you. Brother Chiang said eagerly. Forget it, I can do it myself. Jiang Jiuan waved his hand. As the man who can do everything except give birth to children, Jiang Jiuan can naturally make the seeds germinate and grow quickly. But if you do this, ordinary plants are completely unable to withstand the power of curses. Although it can allow it to bloom and bear fruit normally and even produce high-quality rice that people can eat with confidence, the seeds will be irreversibly damaged, and this damage cannot be reversed. In other words, once the induction is carried out, the seed is doomed. The seeds taken from it cannot be used to plant the next generation. Completely hiccuped. That one. When Brother Chiang heard this, he smiled lightly, my seeds are not ordinary seeds. Jiang Jiuan, do you know the concept of spiritual plants? A spiritual plant? How did you know? Brother Jiang was slightly stunned. Aren't you a newbie in the National Destiny battlefield? Jiang Jiuan gently shook the novel he was reading and smiled. Brother Jiang, times have changed. From novels. Today's novels are all about spiritual plants. Jiang Xia, is there still a concept of spiritual beasts? FK. Brother Jiang was really stunned this time. How do you even know this? Are you really a newbie? Jiang Jiuan casually handed the novel in his hand to Brother Jiang. Look through it yourself. Brother Jiang opened the novel titled The Legend of Immortality with great curiosity. Looking at the large number of exotic beasts and plants, even someone as strong as Brother Jiang was greatly shocked. There are so many rare and exotic animals in the world that I don't know about. Are there even so many plants that I don't know about? No. This is more than just a novel. The author of this novel is from the ancient period. Brother Jiang said solemnly. Being able to write so many concepts such as aura, spiritual contract, spiritual plants, spiritual beasts and so on into a book in such humorous language, and even making up a story of the protagonist for it, the humorous and witty language made Brother Jiang feel fascinated. These words are perfectly integrated into the novel, and it is no longer an ordinary novel. This is an encyclopedia disguised as a novel. The author of this book is not ordinary. But just as he was thinking this, Jiang Jiuan stepped aside. Daxia sent him a novel, but not just one. That's more than 10 copies. When Brother Jiang saw it, his eyes widened. Staring blankly at the pile of novels, Jiang Jiuan looked at the dazed Brother Jiang and sighed in his heart. It's all because of the backwardness caused by the lack of smartphones. The only pineapple phone was even destroyed by those two bears, which was really a sudden disaster. Who doesn't know the concept of the word spiritual plant now? Meanwhile, Brother Jiang finally recovered and coughed. Ahem, now that you have understood the concept of spiritual plants, I can continue to talk to you. Spiritual plants contain the spirit of heaven and earth, and grow from the gathering of spiritual energy. To be precise, they are not plants, but spirits born from spiritual energy. It's somewhat similar to the creature called cursed spirit, but one is a manifestation of resentment and curse that have reached a certain level, and the other is a manifestation of spiritual energy that has reached a certain level. The spiritual creatures born from the spiritual energy in different places are also different. The forest is the spiritual plant, the grassland is the spiritual beast, and when the elemental power is concentrated to a certain degree, it is even possible for elves to be born, such as pure water elves. And the seeds in your hand are the spiritual plant seeds that I went through untold hardships, exerted all my strength, and risked my life to get for you. For spiritual plant seeds, you don't have to worry about inducing them to grow. They can continue to grow even after being inducing them to grow. Of course, you can only induce them to grow once, and then you can only slowly rely on time to wait. How is it, are you happy? Do you feel flattered? Brother Jiang raised his eyebrows sharply. Jiang Jiuan played with the seed in his hand and indeed felt an extraordinary spiritual energy. The spiritual energy seemed to have condensed into jade and gathered in this tiny seed. Although, the spiritual energy is not strong. But this feeling is really amazing. This seed does have extraordinary characteristics and is definitely a precious item. Jiang Jiuan suddenly said, there is a lot of rice here, can we use it to make rice? This question confused Brother Jiang, who was just about to accept the compliment. What the hell? What do you mean? Don't you want to plant it? If you just stimulate the growth of the crops, you can easily get more than a dozen jars of rice. And you plan to eat just a handful? No way. Jiang Jiuan clicked his tongue. If you use this rice to cook rice, it will surely be very sweet. Brother Jiang. In the distance, Gojo Satoru, who was frantically urging the local residents to move into the city, suddenly pushed open the city gate violently. Little Joe kicks. Bang. I object. Wu, are you out of your mind? Planting. Jiang Jiuan gently waved his hand. Objection is invalid. Do you want to stop me from having my meal right away? Xia Yuja was furious. You. At the side, Wang Yat, who was drinking Bai Yue Kui's wine, also stopped what he was doing, looked at Jiang Jiuan, stared at the rice seeds in his hand, and thought silently. Obviously, the wind told him something again. Putting away the tiger fish knife in his hand, Wang Ye looked at Jiang Jiuan from a distance and spoke without hesitation. Jiang Jiuan, we now have hundreds of mouths to feed in our city. If we eat these few seeds now, it would be too hasty and not conducive to future development. Wang Ye said sincerely. Of course, at this moment Xia Yuja had gradually run towards Jiang Jiuan, as if he wanted to knock him down directly. Wang Yi's voice echoed in Jiang Jiuan's ears. After thinking about it, he finally nodded. Well, Men Yi, your suggestion is very effective, so I will induce labor here. Ghetto summer oil. Why is my objection invalid, but that white-haired guy's objection is valid? What about the friendship built up over the years as classmates? Believe it or not, I will die here in front of you now, and see if you will still oppose me? Angry thoughts one after another emerged in Ghetto Xiaoyu's mind. At least, when others looked at him, they would feel that he was angry. Maybe, it's possible that he is not angry at all. But this is not Jiang Jiuan's business now. He gently threw the seeds in his hand upwards, and in a flash, the seeds fell to the ground. There is no need to use a hoe to turn the soil, these seeds will blend into the ground on their own and disappear without a trace like ginseng fruit. Obviously, this is the special effect brought by spiritual plants. Jiang Jiuan blew out a breath gently. At this moment, the cursed power in his body was operating in the gentlest way, twisting onto these seeds and slowly starting to work. This is actually a very crazy practice. Because if this behavior were applied to humans, it would be equivalent to using one's own magical power to maintain the power of others. How many top jujutsu masters are there in the world? It's not a lot, but it's not a little either. But can anyone really rely on another top jujutsu master to join the ranks of top jujutsu masters? Relying on the curse power of others to operate one's own body, not to mention the possibility of one's own body exploding, the source of the curse power alone may also experience momentary madness and loss of control of the curse power. Therefore, in this world, there are only jujutsu masters who are bodyguards, and there is no profession that uses one's own cursed power to enhance others. This applies to humans and plants as well. This is equally dangerous. If we were dealing with ordinary plants, there would be no risk of getting out of control. However, what Jiang Jiuan was controlling at this moment was a spiritual plant with spiritual energy running through it. Aura plus spell power is a symbol of danger. It is even more difficult to force the power of spells to induce birth in spiritual plants. One could almost say that this jujutsu master is crazy. But what jujutsu master is not essentially a lunatic? Jiang Jiuan grinned and raised his hand slightly. A light blue curse force surged into hundreds of seeds in his body like a spring, forming hundreds of small clockwise whirlpools. And among these hundreds of small whirlpools, there are thousands or tens of thousands of smaller whirlpools. These thousands and tens of thousands of small whirlpools are made up of even smaller whirlpools. Infinitely small, 6 eyes is released with all its strength. The vortex keeps splitting into smaller ones, breaking through the minimum limits of human cognition. His eyes were madly consuming the energy stored in his brain. The images were becoming clearer and clearer, pouring into his alarm clock like crazy. Jiang Jiuan just raised his hand slightly. The next moment, the vortex reversed. All the whirlpools are reversed. At this moment, the huge cursed power network constructed by Jiang Jiuan collapsed. Yes, it collapsed instantly. And it was at this moment of collapse that the gap between the natural order and the powerful human power was seized, powerful vitality gushed out, and the seeds sprouted and broke through the soil in an instant. Hundreds of rice plants, without any water or cultivation, grew in this ordinary soil, against the will of heaven. The crystal clear leaves emit a little fluorescence, and even before they are picked, the unique aroma of rice can already float into your nose. Even before you take a bite, you can imagine how fragrant, sweet, and sticky this rice is. Jiang Jiuan gently adjusted the eye mask. The dizziness from overloading 6 eyes slowly surged into my brain, but at this moment, this was no longer the most important thing. Come on, Ji, call everyone out, let's have our first group dinner. Chapter 120. Group Dinner. Xiaoyuji touched his chin, as if he had thought of something. This rice looks good. Made rice balls. Rice is fine. I'll make some side dishes. No problem. Xiaoyuji agreed readily, and then asked doubtfully, but what dishes do we have? Rice. Isn't that a staple food? The staple food is 1 bowl of rice, and the dish is 2 bowls of rice. Is there a problem? Jiang Jiuan shook his head gently, there is no problem. Ghetto summer oil? Can't we go pick some mushrooms or fruit? Last time, Xiaoyuji got an upset stomach because he ate the fruit from the tree. He was so corroded by the fruit that he cried and made a fuss. It was so pitiful. Ghetto summer oil? He silently looked at his own hands, silently looked at Jiang Jiuan's arrogant feather head, and Xiaoyuji grabbed it directly. I'll pull your hair out. Jiang Jiuan also put his hands down. I'll lock your throat. He kicked directly at Ghetto Suguru's butt. On the side, Yuji was stunned. Damn, is the uncle so wild? Wasn't I the one who had so much fun playing with the teacher in the past? Wang Ye silently added firewood to the fire, set up a steel pot, poured in some pure water, and slowly cooked the rice. Behind him, the local residents also imitated Men Yi, adding one after another to the dry pot, throwing in handfuls of rice, and then covering it with a lid. Looking at the giant tree above his head, Wang Ye hesitated for a moment, then rode the wind up. Go back and forth to nature. The wind element slowly formed a circle beside Wang Ye, carrying pieces of red maple leaves, and sent Wang Ye directly into the sky and to the side of the giant tree. He easily picked up a few fruits that were not poisonous and threw them to Bai Yue Kui. While waiting for the rice to be cooked, he ate the fruits with Bai Yue Kui and watched Jiang Jiuan and Xiaoyuji pulling each other's scalps on the ground. Jiang Jiuan suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Ye in surprise. What? How can you forget to put cumin in a meal? Going back and forth to nature equals forgetting to release cumin. Wang Ye smiled and said nothing. Did you hear that clearly? You definitely heard it clearly, right? Soon, thanks to Men Yi's superb cooking skills, actually just boiling water, smoke rose up. Don't ask how the smoke from the cooking stove comes about. If they are cooked in pots, or dozens of pots at that, shouldn't there be a large area of smoking pots altogether? The question is, it was blown out by a certain Ji using the power of magic. Soon, the crystal clear rice was served. FK this meal. This is a meal made of jade, how can it be so beautiful? I really can't bear to eat it. I'm drooling. I just finished 3 bowls of rice. As long as I am full, no matter how attractive something is, it will have no effect on me. Hey? But as far as I know, rice cooked with pure water can extend your life, right? FK, I haven't been online to watch videos and news for a long time. I've been watching live broadcasts recently. Is what you said above true? Of course it's true, there was an announcement a long time ago, okay? Several dying academicians and heroes were rescued. 3 bowls of rice is nothing, let me have another pot. Don't stop me, I can still show off 10 more bowls. In the live broadcast room, Zhen Xiaoxian was surprised at the special effect of this rice. Director Luo, does this rice really have such miraculous effects? Yes, I was lucky enough to taste some. Luo Kai smiled and pointed at his originally graying temples, which at this moment had turned into thick black hair. He was in a pretty good mood at the moment. Wow, that sounds like a fantasy novel. By the way, Director Luo, how did you get this rice cooked with pure water? At the side, Lu Qingsheng touched his grey beard curiously, with a hint of envy. As far as he knows, this rice should only be available to researchers who are over 60 years old and have made great contributions. It is true that a portion of the rice has circulated in the market, but the total amount of rice that has flowed into the market is less than a small bowl, or just a few dozen grains. Luo Kai is only in his 40s this year. How did he get it? Although Luo Kai himself is very strong and capable, from the perspective of achievements, he is really not as good as those old predecessors who are in their 60s and 70s and were active in the founding era. Daxia during that period was really backward. So there are many opportunities to gain merit. Now, as the second most powerful country in the world, if you can really achieve great achievements, then you are awesome. Besides, Luo Kai is only in his 40s this year. It would be fine to give the rare items that can prolong life to old cotters in their 80s or 90s, but why give them to you, a young man in your prime? Luo Kai does not deserve any rank either morally or logically. Lu Qingsheng was not envious. Although he was also very old, already in his 60s, he was still very open-minded about life and death. Moreover, he was in good health and could live at least another 7 or 8 years. Luo Kai was slightly stunned, then he showed a nice smile. You may not believe this, but I picked up this rice at the door of my house. On the National Destiny battlefield, everyone was eating. A group of local residents were shoveling rice into their mouths frantically, with bright eyes, as if they had never tasted such delicious food before, and they ate very quickly. Jiang Jiuan, you said the rice you killed was so big that it was 4 meters high, and even reached 20 meters when fighting with you, so where did you throw the rest of the rice? Ah, I cooked a pot of rice and shared it with some people who were not in the same generation. What's the meaning? It's nothing. I can't explain it clearly. You don't need to ask. Brother Chiang said vaguely while shoveling rice into his mouth. At the same time sighed. The rice is good, but it's a pity that it's not paired with good dishes. I really miss the big stew my dad made. As Brother Chiang spoke, his eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia and attachment. The last time I ate a meal cooked by my father was many years ago. Although mom's cooking is delicious and her cooking skills are much better than dad's, she always emphasizes nutritional balance. Jiangzi doesn't care about that, he just wants to eat meat. Maybe it was because of his poor family background, or maybe it was because his mother was too strict. Anyway, Brother Chiang almost forgot why he ate so little meat when he was a child. In short, he seldom touched meat every day. Once you see it, you have to strip it off. Until he came across the big stew made by his father. A big pot of food. Mix it with some meat and it's full of meaty flavor. Eaten with rice, Brother Chiang feels he can finish 4 or 5 bowls of rice. Unfortunately, I haven't been home for a long time. You won't miss it if you eat too much. Jiang Jiuan shrugged and laughed. Brother Chiang gave Jiang Jiuan a meaningful look. Damn it, do you see that I miss home? No need to comfort me, I'm not that homesick. Brother Chiang said softly. Jiang Jiuan is a bit confused. Is there a possibility? I really want to say that if you eat too much, you won't miss it. The scene in which Brother Chiang ate the big stew made by his father for several days in a row, said it was delicious for several days in a row, but didn't even want to touch it for the next few days is deeply engraved in Jiang Jiuan's DNA. But he didn't continue. Will Brother Chiang chop off his head with a chainsaw? I'm not afraid though. While Jiang Jiuan and Brother Chiang were talking, Yuji, who was standing nearby, had already started to get close to Xiaoyuja, who was talking nonsense. The two of them boasted together. See who can pop more balloons with an air gun. In the distance, Men Yi was drinking a few glasses of wine brewed by the new residents who had joined their city. They were chatting and laughing over the wine, looking very happy. Then, just 7 seconds later, Wang Ye lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, twitching. The great Emperor Ye Tian was completely subdued by the alcohol and had no power to fight back. Bai Yue Kui was also drinking, but he drank much more than Wang Ye. The alcohol content of the wine brewed by these residents is not high, about 20 degrees, which can be tolerated by children. A wasteland strongman like Bai Yue Kui can drink a few jars without any problem. Emperor Ye Tian is still as drunkard as ever. Alas, the Emperor of Heaven next door has been ruling the country for eternity. The Emperor of Heaven here is still unconscious because of a small glass of wine. What a pity! What a pity! What a pity, the leaves are falling. Wang Ye said on the ground, muttering. Adventure, adventure. Jiang Jiuan. Damn, your drunken words can directly connect with what I am mumbling in my heart? Is this the Emperor of Heaven? Seeing that the atmosphere had become harmonious and the Abyss City defense had not yet been opened, Jiang Jiuan cleared his throat and began to draw circles on the ground by himself. Under his pen, a frog comes alive. It's as if he came alive. Jiang Jiuan licked his lips and started drawing seriously. Yuji saw it and curiously leaned over. Teacher, what are you drawing? A frog? It looks like a frog. Yuji was full of admiration, as expected of a teacher, he could do anything. Jiang Jiuan tilted his head and shook it. It's not a frog. Hey? That is, toad, and a very similar teacher. Yuji, didn't you notice that this toad has horns on its head? Growing horns. Yuji looked over and discovered that the toad had two small horns on its head, like a fat dragon. The kind with horns. Is this a dragon? Thank you, Dragon King. Jiang Jiuan pointed at the ruotu he had drawn and gave a polite but iconic smile. Pfft. While Yuji was still confused, Gojo Satoru started laughing. A modern version of calling a deer a horse, calling a frog a dragon? Too lame, too lame. This Wu is lame. Jiang Jiuan curled his lips, ignored the two of them, and continued painting with his beloved twig. White hat, black pants. Middle part. No. It's bangs. Long rope, long braids. Emperor. Jiang Jiuan put away his pen and stopped. This is the Emperor from the Demon War period. When the Emperor went to war, he said, "Don't kick the second life." Perfect. Jiang Jiuan kept his paintings with satisfaction. At this moment, a big hand suddenly patted Jiang Jiuan on the shoulder. Jiang Jiuan was bored, so he used his magical power to forcibly close 6 eyes, so he didn't notice the figure behind him. The figure behind him seemed to stroke his chin, and spoke in a slightly evaluative tone. This painting of the Rock King Emperor going to war is very similar. Not bad. I didn't expect that the story of the Rock King Emperor has spread to this land. It's just a pity that the Emperor's long braids are not like this. The sound is warm and heavy, giving people a down-to-earth feeling. Come on, do you understand Lord Yan, or do I understand Lord Yan? I think I know better. Wait, that sound. Jiang Jiuan turned his head suddenly, revealing a face as gentle as jade. It looks like it was carved from jade, steady and calm, as thick and indestructible as a piece of rock, and tall. The golden pupils are sparkling, and the red eyeshadow makes it look more retro. The long light brown hair was tied into a long braid with a hint of Dangxia red dotted in between. He was wearing a neat suit with exquisite patterns, like an old scholar, but his face was unusually young, giving people a calm feeling. At this moment, he was supporting his chin, looking at the so-called Emperor Rock King going to war that Jiang Jiuan had just drawn, and smiled. This picture is very well drawn. Just a few strokes can bring out the vitality. I think this is the right way to describe this painting. This painter has a promising future. I am Zhongli, a guest of Liu Wangsheng Hall. Excuse me, where is this? Jiang Jiuan? Suddenly, a voice exploded in my mind. Emperor Yan Wang, my death was a fake one. In fact, I am still alive, but I was sealed by the Dragon King Ruoda. Transfer V5 to me, and when I break the seal, I will give you half of Liu. Jiang Jiuan thought it was fun and actually transferred $5 to it. Oh shit, is it really coming?